to open the innings here for the Thunder. You can see them there just standing to the side of the umpires, and we will be able to get underway in this one shortly at around about 10:30. All the games starting at the same time in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. So we also have Northern Diamonds versus Lightning, that one up at Chesterless Street, and it is at Chesterless Street today. I had the Trent Bridge game up there the other day. We've got South East Stars versus the Sunrisers, that one's taking place at Beckenham, and Western Storm against Southern Vipers. So glad to have you with us. It's been a smooth start today, which is good. We've got used to the equipment. Still can't quite hear each other too well, so if we do talk over each other at any point, that might be why. But it's all set to get underway here at Edgbaston. It'll be Laura Marshall to face the first ball. Of course, the away side have their pavilion at the far end because of the COVID regulations at what's known as the Birmingham end here at the ground, and the scoreboard is in splendid form as always. The gold weather vane slightly faded into the background of the trees in the distance here. It's showing 0 for 0, and that means we're ready to get underway. And Izzy Wong will open the bowling from the Birmingham end. She's on her way in now for the second game of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. She bowls her first ball. Laura Marshall is out. It's a terrific start from Izzy Wong. She has hit the top of the off stump with the first ball, knocked it back, and that scoreboard will tick to 0 for 1. From the very first ball of the game. A terrific start for the Central Sparks, exactly what they would have wanted. Izzy Wong going with the same end, and she was struggling with her line in the previous game, but she didn't there.
Well, I saw her warming up from both ends this morning, but she's obviously chosen that end again, which it's turned out to be a very good decision there. I mean, she's right on the money there from ball one, which is great to see for the Sparks. The blonde hair coming towards us there is obviously taken that batsman a little bit by surprise, and hopefully there's more of that to come.
There was a feeling almost of quaking in the boots for the batter Laura Marshall there, because it's such a sort of long run, a formidable run. I saw a great picture of Izzy Wong after the first game. He just looked so strong at the crease, and well, she really produced, and that was probably as quick as anything we saw her bowl in the first game, which bodes very well. Amy Jones is a good distance back, and it means we require a new batter straight away for the Thunder. So
yeah, Emma Lamb's coming into bat here. She's got a good bit of experience with the England Academy. She's a strong contender here. So this should be a good matchup.
Yeah, both of these players have been taking part in the Bio-Bubble series, as this one's short of a length and it's defended by Lamb. It was going well over the top there from Wong, but it was arrow straight again, and that's a really encouraging sign for the Sparks, and it will have a few from the Thunder a little worried at that far end.
Yeah, I think Wongi's been focusing this winter on really picking up her pace, but actually we need to get that action right, and we need to get it straight and on the money, and she's definitely produced for those first two balls here.
So the voice of Sarah again there, just to introduce myself, Mike Perkins, bringing you the commentary as well via the Central Sparks live stream, and Izzy Wong bowling, and there's an appeal for LBW here. The umpire shakes the head. Izzy Wong sticks her hand to her head, and again honing in on those stumps, but not quite enough for the umpire's liking. Perhaps a little bit of bat involved there as well. It sort of sprang out into the offside in that fashion. No run scored from either of the previous two deliveries. Still 0 for 1.
Yeah, it's great to see her energy out there today, and the Sparks being really positive here even after that first defeat.
And just as she turned to the camera, there was a big smile on her face, but it's serious now as she runs in and bowls, and it goes through outside the off stump. Lamb is beaten with a flourish of a drive, and perhaps not the ball to go after there.
No, and I think if anyone's going to take that nick behind, you've got Amy Jones there with the gloves on and Marie Kelly in the slips. So yeah, I wouldn't be playing those outside the off stump this early on.
It's going to come sharp though.
It is.
I'm guessing you might have, I think Izzy Wong's one of the players you've played with, and you might have had a bit of experience of it flashing past there. We'll get more thoughts on that in just a moment, because Wong is bouncing on her toes, and she's provided a tremendously exciting start to this game. 5th ball of the over, and it's played out into the offside. It's another dot ball. A good bit of fielding by Gwen Davis, looking lively at backward point, but yeah, I imagine it's quite a task for the fielders when bat does get laid on an easy one delivery.
I think they say that the faster it comes, the faster it goes off the bat. And I think the Izzy Wong of old, of a youngster, we would definitely have that third man and fine leg right on the boundary for her, just in case, even though that extra cover. But she doesn't seem to need that at the moment.
No, just the fine leg in place at the moment. The slip weight. Amy Jones crouches. The ball comes down from Wong and it's played into the leg side. And the distinctive figure of Boycott actually runs over it in the end and leaves it for mid-on to do the work. 0-for-1 then at the end of the first over of the Thunder innings, which is a fantastic start for the Central Sparks. It's exactly what they would have needed after defeat in the first game. Of course, it's a different day, different game. Bank holiday Monday for everybody to enjoy. We'd love to have some of them in these seats. Perhaps by the time we get to the final we might get that, but a magnificent first over for the Sparks, but I suppose it is just an over despite all the excitement.
It is, but it's a great start from the Sparks there, and Emma Arlott hopefully can do similar from this end now. She's a Worcestershire bowler who's come up through the England Academy ranks as well, so she's got a good experience on her, and let's just hope she can find similar lines from this end.
Yes, we will see what she can produce here. Central Sparks, of course, in that distinctive looking strip with the colourful front to it. And at the back of her run is Emily Arlott, who, as all good fast bowlers should, measured it out. And Donald would have done that over the years here, and Emily Arlott's trying to produce a similar sort of spell of bowling here as this one jumps up nice and high over the top of the height of the stumps, and it's played comfortably by Georgie Boyce, who survives her first delivery but is unable to score off it.
Yeah, Georgie Boyce is a strong batter from the other end as well. Once she gets her iron, she can really hit some big balls here. So let's just hope that we get to see some of that today.
Arlott on her way again, striding in, comfortable length of stride, and just bowls a ball that seemed to tail back slightly towards the stumps and required the bat of Boyce, which again didn't produce runs but needed to be on guard from a defensive perspective.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite tricky for the batters here, because the pace from one end is quite different from that for the other. Emma Arlott has perhaps got slightly more control, and she's bowling that slightly a slower sort of in-swinging ball from this end.
Voice you're hearing there is Sarah again, and this is Emily Arlott bowling outside the off stump, outside half of the bat, but a good chunk of it was on the ball and just sends it into the offside. Third ball of the over, no runs from it so far. 0-for-1 the Thunder score, and we're not giving you that in the Australian fashion. That means no runs have been scored, but already we have seen the opening batter Laura Marshall dismissed from the very first delivery of the game. An exciting start, and Arlott's trying to produce more for the Sparks. It's outside the off stump, and this will be caught at backward points.
That's a great catch by Gwen and Davis there.
It's the excellent catch by Gwen and Davis off the bowling of Emily Arlott. It's 0-for-2, and the Thunder are in all sorts of trouble in this game. It was an uppish cut stroke from Boyce, and the two opening batters have gone for 0-for-2 the Thunder score.
Yeah, you would have backed Gwen and Davis to take that any day of the week. She's a good wicket-keeper batsman herself with excellent hands. She's been very lively there at backward point already today, and taking that will give her some confidence as well. And this is an absolutely fantastic start by the Sparks today.
In terms of difference between this and the first game, I mean, it's night and day.
Yeah, I think people sometimes underestimate how big a stage this really is. I know that there's no crowd in today, but playing a game at Edgbaston it's the first time a lot of these girls would have taken to a county ground to play a game. And of course, this is the start of a new era for women's cricket. There's a lot to prove for these girls, and there's a lot of pressure on them. And I think today is them rising to the occasion.
And the pressure's really on the Thunder here, with Marshall and Boyce already out. Marshall bowled first ball by Izzy Wong, the very first ball of the game. Wong getting it completely right, and then Emily Arlott getting in on the act too with a fantastic bit of bowling herself, although it was the sharp catch really from Gwen Davis that made it. It was a slightly uppish stroke in the end, and
Yeah, this is Ellie Threlkeld to come to the crease now, so the wicket-keeper batsman back from her 50 in the first game, so let's just see what her reply is here.
Well, she came in with her team in trouble in the opening game and managed to score runs. Had a good partnership with Sophie Eccleston, who we imagine will come in around about number 6 again. And Threlkeld is settling over a bat, which she now raises up above the stumps and stands stock still as she waits for Arlott and then lets it go through outside the off stump. It's right on the money again, that delivery.
Absolutely. They're not giving them much chance to settle in here, the Sparks, so I think if they can keep this pressure on, it's going to be hard on these new batters, because obviously neither of these started this game thinking they were probably going to be in this early on, and then they're both at the crease already.
And if you're just joining us, there are no runs on the board, so you've not missed anything in that respect, but 2 wickets down already as Arlott delivers again. This one is pulled and it's down into the ground. It goes out the circle and Boycott will chase it out towards the boundary, but it will only be 1 run. A good bit of fielding there, sharp work. Boycott in the sunglasses today, although there are little bits creeping in from away to our left with the flats at the end of Sir Harry's Road. There's not too much of it about, and that brings to the end the second over of the game. 1 for 2, the first run arriving off the last ball of the second over, and it has been a superb start from the Sparks. We almost can't state it enough.
Well, yes, a little bit of a nervous run between the wickets from the Lancashire girls there as well, and let's just see what Izzy Wong's got to deliver again now. She can do more of the same. She's going to continue putting the pressure on these batters.
Lots of noise, I'm sure you can hear it on the effects, Mike, and Eve Jones up against a team that's sort of based around where she used to play in Lancashire. She'll be eager to impress, and she must be so satisfied with this start, and she's probably the one who's been able to just almost be a little bit quieter and take a bit of a back seat and just allow her players to show what they can do. Izzy Wong on her way again. Threlkeld on strike. Waits and plays into the leg side, but Boycott, who prevented a second run being taken from the previous delivery in the previous over, prevents a run being taken here, and it's been a tough start. And the other thing is they've got 11 balls there, which they're basically not going to have to score off in the second innings when they're chasing Central Sparks. So from that respect, it's a good start too.
Yes, hopefully they can keep the score down a little bit here, and they'll have less to chase. But yeah, they're looking very sharp in the field at the moment and putting the pressure on the batters.
Wong with the scoreboard over her left shoulder delivers right arm over the wicket, and this one is defended down into the pitch and back to Wong. As a result, another dot ball is recorded by our scorers.
You can see that Wong is on fire today. She's got that little skip after her action. Once she's gone through her action, a little skip down the crease, which makes her look very positive, and she's on good form.
Everything seems to be going in a straight line with her. I presume that's one of the keys to what she does. We'll get your thoughts on that, Sarah, again just after this ball. It's Izzy Wong steaming in, the city of Birmingham behind her, and the ball is played out behind square on the leg side. Arlott will come up from long leg and will prevent the second, although the Thunder were eager to try and get it. Threlkeld moves on to 2, the only 2 runs that the home side in this game, even though we're playing at Edgbaston, have scored.
Izzy Wong's
lost 2 wickets.
Well, she's always had a very good action, even from a young girl. She's been a very enthusiastic cricketer, and she's always willing to learn. But just lately, she's got stronger, she's got faster, and it's working really well for her.
As I say, it's well worth tracking down that photo on the Central Sparks Twitter feed. She looks so strong at the crease and does so again there as she delivers to Lamb, who will be nervous, even though she's only faced 6 balls now, I think it is, but still on naught, and with 2 of her teammates, the opening batters, who she was probably relying to allow her to put her feet up for at least a few more overs than this, and she is yet to find a way to get her first run. Just waits, bat easy motion in her hands, and she just defends again into the leg side, and again Wong comes up and picks up, and it's a dot ball.
It's great to see this consistency from Izzy Wong this early on, not just from a Central Sparks point of view, but from the potential England point of view going forward. She has, as I said, she's got that genuine pace on her, but actually been struggling earlier on in the summer. Obviously had a long layoff as everybody else did, but to find that length, but it seems to be working for her today.
Well, the cobwebs have well and truly been blown out, and blew out the off stump with the first ball, just forced to abort the run on that occasion. The umpire just wanted a silence, I think, before Wong delivered. And almost like naughty school children, the Central Sparks players all sort of take a step back and, they haven't put their hands in their pockets, but it was almost as if they were, and whistling there after the slight stern look from the umpire. Here comes Wong, delivers to Lamb, who drives up to mid-off, and Sarah Glenn will walk in and pick up in her right hand and just examine the ball a few times. And 2 for 2 is the score at the end of the third over, and I suppose the power play aspect of it as well. I mean, the Central Sparks would want everyone up and in the ring because of the way they're bowling under this slightly cloudy sky, but that's another aspect here. That's 3 overs gone of the power play and only 2 runs on the board. Yeah,
they'll be very pleased with this start, the Central Sparks, definitely. But as you said, when you're bowling these great areas that the girls have bowled so far, you wouldn't mind having all these people in the ring putting the pressure on. So there's only been a few nervous runs so far from the Lancashire girls. So let's see what happens this over.
Arlott just spanned the ball once at the back of her run, and she will approach the crease from the pavilion end now and delivers, and this one is defended. Being well forward in the end there was Rachael, getting right over the front toe in a defensive motion. Dot ball.
Yeah, Rachael's one of the up-and-coming wicketkeeper batsmen on the scene at the moment. There's quite a few of them out there. Obviously, Amy Jones is the number 1 in the country at the moment, but there's some good competition out there for that place.
Here's Arlott again, turning at the back of a run. Rachael made 52 in the first game, and waits now, has a little bit of a drive, and was lucky perhaps not to get an edge through to Amy Jones, who's in possession of those gloves from an England point of view. But as you rightly say, Rachael's a very talented keeper. I saw her keep wicket at Egbert last year in a game in the KSL, which was a heavy defeat in the end due to Beaumont and Wyatt getting runs, but Rachael's certainly a good operator and unable to score with a slightly loose drive outside the off stump. What will she produce here? Arlott bowls, and this one's clipped away into the leg side, up from long leg. The fielding will be done by Izzy Wong, who returns it to Amy Jones, who takes a couple of strides away from the stumps to do so.
Yeah, that just slightly drifted down leg, I think, is probably the first ball that we've seen go there this morning. So, yeah, let's just see what the rest of this over holds for Emma Arlott. But she's keeping the other end to Izzy Wong up well at the moment. Wonderful
sort of run up and action that Emily Arlott has. You'll get a good view of that in just a moment as she paces in now and delivers right arm over the wicket. It's defended out into the offside. The captain Jones picks up, and there's no run.
Yeah, she's got a lovely action. So both of the girls displaying that this morning. She's a strong girl who has been part of the England setup as a youngster and has been playing at Worcestershire of late. She has struggled with some injuries, but I think getting over those now and is looking really strong today.
Turns again, and Lamb waits, still in search of that first run. It's been 9 balls now. Here comes the 10th, and again she can't find a way of getting off the mark. Just finds Eve Jones, the captain, who's creeping forward at cover, or extra cover really, and getting closer and closer. Just examines the ball and checks that's been worked on in the way that it can be worked on, of course, because there's sweat is allowed, but not from the face, I think, was the regulation.
Yes,
I heard in this competition.
It's very different in these COVID times with the shining of the ball.
Here comes Arlott, approaching from the pavilion end, bowls right onto off stump, and again Lamb is forced into a defensive stroke, and again remains with that big 0 next to her name. She hasn't scored a run so far. 3 for 2 after 4 overs of this commentary, brought to you by Mike Perkins and Sarah Ginn on the Central Sparks live stream. If you want to get in touch, at Mike Polly P, I'll try and keep an eye on the mentions, and it's at Sarah Ginn 1980. So that's Ginn. And Sarah, as you'd expect, to be honest, Mike Polly P is probably more complicated. I should have maybe spelt that one out. But yeah, it'd be lovely to hear from you if you're listening, because that's exactly the reason we're doing it. We know there's so many of you who would love to be here at Edgbaston for this game and aren't able to be. Who knows, maybe the ECB can persuade the government to let people in for the final of this competition that will be here. Wong bowling from the Birmingham end, played into the leg side, and it's again Boycott who's first to the ball. There was a little bit of a race on there in the leg side, but it was Boycott who got there before Georgia Davis, who you were mentioning, good off spinner. I think I saw her out there bowling. She was the first person out there with the ball this morning.
Yeah, she's very sound. She's actually a very good batter and a fielder, a good all-round cricketer, but off spin will be where they'll use her most today.
She's a backward square leg at the moment as Wong comes in and bowls short of a length, and there was an aborted attempt at the pull there from Ellie Threlkeld, and that's again I think an indication of Izzy Wong's pace and the fact she's getting it spot on today and everything's coming through in a straight line, because Threlkeld thought it was on and it just wasn't. She just couldn't get there quick enough.
She just pulled out that shot, I think, just in a timely manner there, right at the last minute. I think there could have been some trouble if she had not have quite got there just then.
It's a very exciting start indeed, and see we've got Claire Jenkins, who was here the other day, listening in as well as Izzy Wong comes in, and it's driven out into the offside, and Eve Jones is there and able to gather the ball at cover. She's the only cover at this end, not at extra as she is at the other end. We've got a backward point, a mid-off, and Sarah Glenn, slip Marie Kelly, who we've mentioned, and then down at fine leg is Emily Arlett, and we have three fielders in front of square on the leg side, which I'm presuming, if my maths is right, means there's somebody down at third as well, just out of our view, as Izzy Wong bowls, and this one is driven, and it's up towards Claire Boycott, and indeed we see Thea Brooks appear from below the stand.
Yeah, Thea's down here at deep third man, providing that extra little bit of cover there. But yeah, as yet she hasn't been in the game down there, which shows that how well Izzy Wong is bowling at the moment.
No run from that delivery, and the City of Birmingham away in the distance behind Izzy Wong as she bowls now, and it's played away just off the outside half of the bat, but Threlkeld really offered for it to go in that direction, trying to place it for a single, but Jones was alert to it. 3 for 2 it remains. More dot balls from the hand of Izzy Wong here.
Yes, a total contrast to the other day's game where the batters perhaps got off to that flying start with some of the bad balls being put away, but Sparks are keeping it really tight here.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic start. Just a red light on a yellow crane in the distance above the city as this one's driven uppishly, but it will be safe and away down to third, where Thea Brooks picks it up and returns. 1 run taken, a precious run at this stage of the innings. All 4 of them have gone to Threlkeld, and she was perhaps a little fortunate there, although I suppose in a power play you maybe do just try and get the hands through the ball if there's the option.
She's chanced that a little bit there. It's not. I don't think there's been many runs hit cleanly off the bat so far. But yeah, at least she's putting the runs on the board, which I think Emma Lamb is at the other end is struggling with at the moment.
We didn't talk too much about the pitch on Monday. There was so much to talk about with the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy and the competition and that sort of thing. But it did seem a little on the slow side. I'm thinking of the dismissal of Amy Jones, for example, when she came down the track, arguably a poor shot, but it did seem to just stick in the wicket a little bit. And there were a few like that just didn't quite come through the way you would have thought. It's obviously coming quick out the hand of Izzy Wong, but maybe not so off the pitch. Let's see what Emily Arlett will produce. 4 for 2 the score at the start of the over, and this one is hit past uppishly, but it'll go away, and it's going to be a chase on towards the boundary, and Thea Brooks just gets there and relays it back to Sarah Glenn, and the scoreboard will tick on to 6, which means 2 have been taken, and Threlkeld will continue to have the strike, but again a little uppish.
Yeah, she's not looking comfortable so far, Threlkeld. After her 50 in the first game, she's taken a while to settle here, which is credit to the Sparks bowlers. But you know, she looks steady at the crease, she looks strong, and let's just see how she gets going now.
Here is Arlott turning again. Brown hair back in a long ponytail. And she bowls short, and this one's pulled away, and Rachael will feel she's missed out perhaps a little bit there, because she kind of almost gloved it down to Izzy Wong at the long leg boundary. One taken though, 7 for 2 the score, and Rachael has them all.
Yeah, she's again not quite put back on ball as she would have hoped there, but so she's got away with it, and she's back down the other end.
This first, so one down the leg side that was quite full, but that was a real long hop that was on offer for the first time there.
Should be disappointed with that maybe.
Just see the little bit of purple towards the bottom of that Central Sparks shirt as Arlott turned, and this one's forced out into the offside, and it's the cover point who comes in to gather there, prevents a run being taken, the busy Georgia Davis. We've got Gwen Davis at backward point, who took the catch to dismiss Boyce, and the bowling was coming from this end. Eve Jones at cover, and then we have Sarah Glenn up at mid-off. There's also a slip and a fielder at third as Arlott bowls, and that one's beaten the bat outside the off stump, and Lamb's search for this first run continues. She marks the guard again purposefully. 13 balls was nearly unlucky for Emma Lamb there.
Yeah, she'll be desperate to get off the mark, I think, here. A lot of her head will be saying, look, it doesn't matter, there's been some good bowling, but there's also that bit inside her that will be saying, I just want to get something on the board and get myself going here.
Yeah, it almost becomes a sense of pride at this point, but survival's been the key under light cloudy skies, not expecting too much rain, but we'll see. Oh, and Lamb's run herself out here, has she? Well, the ball didn't seem to get back to the stumps from Jones. She was having to dive back and reach, and it allowed Lamb to return, but she'd come at least halfway, if not more there, and had to turn round, and it took quite a while to turn as well, but the throw was just one of those grubbers, it seemed, in the end. What was your perspective on it, Sarah?
I think a better throw then, and she would have been gone. Amy Jones had to come down reaching for that ball to try and take the bails off, but I think Lamb desperate to get off the mark there and is looking to push the quick single, but perhaps her partner at the other end wasn't ready to do so.
She did very well to gather it actually there, Amy Jones. It just showed what good hands she had, but couldn't quite get back to the stumps, and only just, I think, managed to knock the bail off in the end, as this one is a little down the leg side, and that will be a wide ball. The first one we have had today takes the score on to 8, and it will be welcome from a Thunder perspective. Plenty to contemplate for those sitting there at the far end.
Yeah, Arlott just starting to drift. These last couple of balls have been going down the leg side, but hopefully she'll find a line again soon and get it back on the money.
In comes Arlott again. Bowl short of a length, and this one is tucked away by Emma Lamb. A pull stroke in the end, was able to actually get the arms out and connect with it quite firmly. Takes the score on to 12, and I think, having faced 15 balls before being able to tuck into a delivery like that, she will be quite relieved at the end of that over, Sarah.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a get out of jail card there. She was handed a short delivery, and she's very strong there, so getting her hands through the ball and getting off the mark, she'll be very pleased with that.
So just as the players sort of sanitise their hands and that kind of thing, you coach the age group teams, which, as I say, means you probably go way back with some of these players.
Yeah, I've coached both in Wales and in Warwickshire. So the younger girls in this side today, plus Gwennon Davis is someone that I've worked with from when she was very young in the Welsh age group sides. So yeah, it's nice to see them on the big stage and getting all these opportunities that they deserve through all the hard work they've put in over the years. Yeah, it's good to see those, but also some more of the mature, the older girls getting this chance that, again, they've put hours and hours of work, perhaps gone unnoticed, and here they are today playing at Edgbaston, so it's a great thing to see.
It's actually one of the great things about this tournament, I think, that it is bringing players of different generations together, really. I mean, I think that's evidenced in the Thunder team, actually, with you've got Alex Hartley captaining, and I think I was listening to her podcast last night, and she was saying the conversations of the younger girls made her feel very old indeed, because they were talking about GCSE results and things like that. But actually, as Wong comes into bowl now, and this one is bowled! Ellie Rachael, the innings is over. She only has 7 and must depart, 12 for 3. Izzy Wong picking up her second wicket of the day. This one bowled. Rachael is out and walking back to the Birmingham end to be consoled with her teammates. That was another top delivery from Izzy Wong. Arrow straight.
Great delivery from Izzy Wong. So we're talking about the younger generation. She's just got her A-level results this year. She's been at Shrewsbury School working hard, actually, with Gwennon Davis, who's one of the cricket masters there. So, there's a range of age group in this team, but I think the youth getting fired up today and seeing someone like Izzy Wong come in is a real role model. It's a real good thing to see for the younger girls coming through the ranks, because this is what they can aspire to be now. They can be watching this and listening and thinking, I could be out there in a few years' time, do my A-levels to get my education, but also bowling on one of the biggest stages.
Well, let's hope they are watching and enjoying this, because it's been a fine display from Izzy Wong and Emily Arlett. Second wicket there for Wong, both of them bowled. Laura Marshall the first to go for 0, and now Ellie Threlk held for 7. The score 12 for 3. And it was another top piece of bowling there, and it leads to the departure of Ellie Threlkeld. So the umpire just having a quick word here as we see the new batter arrive at the crease and just take guard as Izzy Wong is at the back of her run. Looks to me as if, well, that name doesn't look long enough for Eccleston to me. It's Brown who's come in at number 5, and Natalie Brown will face up now and tap her bat on a couple of occasions on the crease. Waits for Wong, a little bit on the short side, and there was a cut there, and it was a fairly wild first stroke from Natalie Brown.
It's a little bit nervous shot there early on. I think, not giving herself a chance really to steady at the crease against Izzy Wong, who's bowling magnificently well here. Early on, I'm not sure that was the right shot to play, but hopefully her partner's come now and had a bit of a chat to her and told her just to calm it down, and she'll be back on the money now.
The smile on Izzy Wong's face as she walked back chatting to Eve Jones was quite distinctive there. It was, and it's actually brought another fielder into a catching position by the looks of things. Georgia Davis is making her way over from square leg, and Eve Jones has decided she wants Gwen Davis, who you were talking about there, in at gully. And she seems a cricketer who's full of energy.
Gwennon Davis, yes, definitely. She's always been in and around the cricket scene. Her dad and her brother both are in the Glamorgan ranks, and she's grown up with it really.
Hands behind her back and just puts them out ready now as this one's through outside the off stump. Wong has appealed. I think there was a little bit of ground involved, if anything, there. Didn't seem to have the look of a caught behind, and Amy Jones certainly wasn't interested, but Izzy Wong is loving every minute of this, and it's a
she's
very exciting
fired up there, isn't
spell.
she? And she's going for everything that she possibly can here.
And a bit of pressure really put on these two as an opening pair of bowlers by actually the omission of Russell, who came on first change in the first game. We'll get your thoughts on that in a moment, because Brown is facing up. She dipped at the knees, and now will dig out a Yorker length delivery, and that one goes into the offside. A second successive dot ball is recorded. 12 for 3 it remains.
Yeah, Liz Russell obviously unlucky to miss out. She's a very good county cricketer, has been around for a long time, opened the bowling for Warwickshire, and she plays at a local club, Warmley. So she's a very experienced cricketer, but unfortunately perhaps didn't get much out of the first game here.
Here's Wong again on her way in, right arm over the wicket, and this one is played down towards third, and Brooks will pick it up. It'll be a first run for Natalie Brown. 13 for 3 the score. And if you tweet with the hashtag #SparksWillFly, we will be able to bring one or two of those up on the live feed during the course of this game. So do make sure you get in touch with us in that way as well. I'm sure if you're a Central Sparks fan, you will want to have a little bit of a say on Izzy Wong's spell, because it's been an impressive one. One from the previous delivery, 13 for 3 the score. What can Wong produce here? She bowls, and it was again just threatening to home back in towards those stumps, but it was easily defended in the end, and no run was possible from the last delivery of the over from Emma Lamb. So the impressive start continues, and 2 wickets in 3 overs now for Izzy Wong.
Yeah, she's looking right on the money here. I think Emma Lamb's experience is coming into play as well, though. She's just steadying the ship. I mean, maybe Wong and Arlott won't have too many more before they'll ring the changes. So hopefully, just these batters now looking to, with the fall of 3 wickets, to see off these bowlers and see what happens next.
Yeah, they really have to put a rebuilding job in here, do the Thunder. A punch of gloves and a little bit of encouragement as Arlott heads back to the end of her mark, and guard will be taken by Natalie Brown. One or two shouts just heading their way into the sky as here comes Arlott tiptoeing in, and now he's bounding into her stride and bowls this ball, and it's leapt, and it was well played in the end by Natalie Brown to just drop the hands out the way, and almost had to wear it, but she did well to keep that down rather than it going up.
Yeah, I think that's caused her a little bit of pain there. It's hit her on the glove, I believe. That definitely came up off the pitch more than we've seen so far this morning, so don't know whether that's Arlott bending her back a little bit more into the delivery or just maybe a little bit of variance off the pitch.
It was a real nasty one. She turned around to Marie Kelly and Amy Jones behind the wicket and sort of pointed with the bat to her forearm to suggest that's where she got hit in the end. Here comes Arlott again. That'll be in the back of the mind of Brown as she faces up. This one's a full toss though, and it's guided away in the end, down to third for a single. 15 for 3 now the score, and what's been a very, very difficult start for the Thunder, who are the home side, even though they're the side who've had the longer journey to the ground today.
Yeah, I think the grounds that are available for this competition is fantastic, and I don't think they probably would have minded the journey to play here. Obviously would have maybe preferred to play at a home ground closer for them.
No, certainly not, but it's Arlott now who's bowling, and this one is defended well by
Lamb's just steadying everything here. She'd hopefully play this anchor role now where she can stay in, and everyone else might play around her slightly later, but she's looking steady at the crease, and it doesn't look too worried that she's not yet scoring in big boundaries.
Yeah, it's 15 balls to get off the mark for Emma Lamb, and she's trying to make the most of it now, but can't get a touch on that, although she'll maybe be thankful because she picks up a wide ball. Score moves on to 15 for 3. I thought we got one ahead of ourselves there, and indeed the extra takes us on to 15 for 3 here. Sort of a bubbly feel now to the cloud over Birmingham. It's light in nature and seems to be piled up all higgledy-piggledy on top of each other as in comes Arlott to bowl outside the off stump. It was a drive that didn't go entirely in the direction Lamb would have hoped, and Boycott was able to pick up it mid-wicket and prevent any scoring being done.
Yeah, this weather isn't perhaps what we all had in plan for this summer when we thought we'd be watching these first games of this new regional competition. It's going to go right into September this year, which is going to prove a challenge in itself, I think, with the differing conditions.
A little bit of sun just creeping over the houses away to our left as this one is played away in a relatively lavish fashion, although the connection wasn't particularly brilliant from Lamb. She'll get back for 2 before Wong comes round from long leg. The throw was slightly over the head of Jones. 17 for 3 the score. Lamb is on 6. I must say a huge thanks to Joe, who's sorted out all the wires here for us this morning and did so on Saturday as well. Forgot to thank him amidst everything on Saturday, so must give him a mention because he's been doing a fine job to allow us to bring you this live stream as this ball goes through outside the off stump. It was again a fairly lavish stroke from Lamb, which maybe isn't necessarily what the situation needs as we reach the end of the 8th over. 17 for 3 the score.
Yeah, she's looking keen to put runs on the board here where perhaps there's not too many runs to be had. So let's see if she can keep her head for the next couple of overs, because I think they really do need her at the crease if they're going to put any sort of total on the board.
The conversation is an in-depth one between the Thunder batters.
Yeah, Isabel Wong coming back up to her mark again here. I think she'll be pleased that this is going so well for her. But you know, she's always had the potential to show this, and I think today it's really coming to the fore.
Well, you definitely give her a fifth over at very least here. Obviously, the pace she's bowling at will be quite a physical exertion, but she's got it dead right, and I don't think anyone's going to be able to wrestle the ball out of her.
I think you'll do a job to try and get it back off her at any point soon.
Here is Wong then. And we'll run up and bowl that straight rhythmical approach again. And just underneath it went Brown's bat, and through it goes to the wicketkeeper Jones.
Yeah, you're just sensing something might happen with this bowling from Wong again this over. It's a loud bubble out there. There's a lot of chat going on, and this batter by no means settled at the moment.
Message for Maria Comfort, who says there's one or two people who might like a shout out for you there at home, Sarah, as Izzy Wong makes her way in, and this one is played down to third. It dissected the slip and gully, 18 for 3. We've got a very lovely photo, I assume, of your children there, Sarah.
Yeah, there's my my two boys. They're absolutely cricket mad. They've been listening in this morning, I believe. They know quite a lot of these girls actually through watching them at Warwickshire and Worcestershire. They've been following the team news and who's been selected. It doesn't matter what type of cricket it is for them. If it's a game of cricket, it's there to be watched or listened to.
Well, there's big smiles on those faces, I can see. So thank you to Maria Comfort, who's sent that in, and I assume it's maybe on the babysitting duty.
Well, she's a cricketer herself, actually. From known her through playing cricket, and yeah, she's there watching the boys with me today.
In comes Izzy Wong, hair bouncing as she arrives at the crease, and this one is drilled by Lamb and sprung out the hands of Sarah Glenn as a result. And she sort of shaped her. All the muscles twitched, didn't they, as if she thought she could get through for a single and then realised she couldn't. 18 for 3 it remains.
So talking of families, I'm sure Izzy Wong's family will be there watching a younger brother and a family. They're massive Liverpool fans, and I think they knew that she was taking the game seriously when she missed some Liverpool games to play cricket. So.
Well, it's been worth the effort because she's bowling fantastically this morning. This one's a little on the short side, although it might be caught at long leg, and it is by Emily Arlett. Fantastic. It was uppish. Lamb couldn't control it, and the extra pace from Wong Mare brought it onto the top edge in the end of Lamb's bat. It flew down to long leg, and Emily Arlett takes the catch for her fast bowling partner Izzy Wong. It is 18 for 4, and this has been a terrific start from the Central Sparks, and those two bowlers that we've mentioned there have combined have been the key to it.
Exactly. I think that wasn't the best of Wong's deliveries this morning, and we did think it was going to be put away, but Em Arlett has taken the catch for her down there at long leg. And yeah, another great wicket for the Sparks. They're definitely on top of the game now, and you can see their body language is very different from the other day, and you know, Izzy Wong is just on top of her game here.
Lamb out for 6. Caught by Emily Arlett off the bowling of Izzy Wong with the score on just 18. 4 wickets have tumbled already, and you can probably, wherever you're sitting, almost hear the clatter of them.
Well, exactly. I think this is Eccleston coming to the crease, maybe. She's back on from her 50 the other day, so she's although she's obviously better known for her time with the ball, I think the bat did her well the other day as well.
Well, it's one of the aspects of this competition, and without sort of the overseas players because of the restrictions on travel at the moment, which have been causing their own problems with the international game, it is bringing players to the fore, and certainly in the previous game, Sophie Eccleston was one of them with 60 off 61 deliveries, combining with Rachael in that occasion. Came to the crease though with 113 runs on the board there. It's going to be a more difficult task as she she's got the non-striker's end. It'll be Brown to face first because they're crossed. Yeah,
very different situation in the game for her today, and whilst I think in the previous game she just had a chance to free her arms and put some runs on the board, this is going to be a bit more of a dig-in situation for her.
Certainly will. Sunshine just illuminating the fronts of the buildings in Birmingham. You can see whites and blues over there, a little bit of turquoise green as well. The big communications tower standing proud towards the left of our view. And here's Izzy Wong with that background framing her delivery straight in towards the stumps of Brown. Boycott returning it with a bit of zip as well. And it is all Central Sparks at the moment. It will be not good listening back in the northwest, and Cheshire, Lancashire and Cumbria, which are the counties that have come together to form this team for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Yeah, Eccleston's from Cheshire originally, so she moved over to Lancashire to further her development.
Here comes Izzy Wong, and bowls short of a length, and it's turned through the slips. It bounced awkwardly in front of Marie Kelly. It'll be a difficult one to cut off, and won't be cut off, so 4 runs to the total, 4 much needed runs. But you saw there Brown just having to try and control that ball and really struggling to do so. It's the end of the 9th over, 22 for 4 the score.
Yeah, they think even more attacking field from Eve Jones then. Gwen Davis moving into second slip there, and it just went through them all, unfortunately. But very nervous runs there from Brown. But Arlott continuing to bowl from this end, so at the new Sophie Eccleston. So we'll just see what happens next.
Well, Eccleston about to face her first ball. Tall figure. A figure with runs already to her name in this competition, but it was a recovery from 31 for 3 to 113 for 4 when Eccleston came in the first game, so a slightly different situation here at 22 for 4. If you've just tuned in, welcome, and you may be surprised to hear there has been such a clatter of wickets. Here's Arlott bowling right arm over the wicket, short, and it's worked away over the top of Boycott. Need a little bit of a flick of the wrist to take it to the boundary for 4, but she just about did it. Again, an indication that this pitch is a little on the slow side there. It seemed to just not come through. It was a rank short delivery, I suppose, but Eccleston flicked it away for 4, and that's not a bad way to start your innings.
No, I think she'll be happy with that, just getting off the mark with that delivery there. So she did just chip it over the head of Claire Boycott, but to get a 4 first ball up, then she'll be pleased with that.
Here's Emily Arlott, heel to toe as she starts her run in, and it's bowling on the off stump, and it's just played down towards Eve Jones at cover, examines the ball and throws it on to Sarah Glenn. No run taken from that particular delivery, with Mike Perkins and Sarah Ginn, the Warwickshire under-17s coach, who goes way back with 1 or 2 of these players and has been providing us with a terrific insight. A tumble of wickets in the other game in the North Group. That's a poor shot from Eccleston outside the off stump. Took 1 hand off the bat in the end. Such was her struggle to reach the ball. It remains 26 for 4. Northern Diamonds 35 for 4 at the end of the power play against the Lightning up at Chester Street. It can be a difficult place to bat there, as Edgbaston is proving a difficult place to bat today for the Thunder, but 8 wickets between the 2 games in the North Group in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy as Arlott bowls, and this one is defended, and Eve Jones just takes a few steps in at extra cover again and returns the ball to Amy Jones. In the Southern Group, South East Stars 62 for 3 against the Sunrisers, and the Southern Vipers are the only side not to lose a wicket so far at Bristol, which generally tends to be a slow, low and relatively good batting track. They're playing the Western Storm there, so 68 without loss in the 12th over as Eccleston here in the 10th over for the Thunder. Again, can't find a run, 26 for 4 the score.
Yeah, the Storm v the Vipers, you'd say, would be a good game today. They're both on form and got some good named players within their sides. Both keeping their names from the old Kia Super League as well, so it's a good brand name and a good advert for women's cricket. Yeah,
we were discussing where the favourites would come from in this competition, and those 2 teams are perhaps where people will look as Arlott delivers again on off stump, and again a dot ball is recorded by our scorers. It brings the 10th over to an end. And is that how you would see it, Sarah, from your sort of knowledge of the game?
I think it's going to be a very different game when the England girls go back to their camp for these first 2 games with the names they've got. Obviously, Western Storm had Heather Knight scoring the runs the other day. They are an established name and they've got a good base in the southwest there. So I think the competition will open up a little bit once the England girls go after this game today when they go back to their bubble. But yes, they are 2 of the strongest sides, I would say.
You can hear, we saw rather on the screen there that a few of your tweets coming through at #SparksWillFly. By all means, tag at Mike Polly P and at Sarah Ginn and at Sarah Ginn 1980 in as well. Izzy Wong then, she's going to have a 6th over, and she starts it now with Brown playing out into the offside. Forward comes Georgia Davis to pick up from backward point.
I think my hashtag there showing my age, isn't it, at the end? I think another thing that showed my age was Izzy Wong. My first game I played against her, she asked me what make my pads were and what they. I said I got them in 2002, 2003, and she said, "Oh, they're older than me then." So yes, that made me quickly go to the shop before the next game.
Yes, it's never nice when your kit outdates a player, and Izzy Wong is on her way to bowl. Again, ball in her right hand, and she delivers it now, and that was a real brute of a ball that Brown just had to drop her hands off. This is a terrific display of fast bowling. She's got everything spot on today as Izzy Wong, and that's just such an awkward length because it's threatening the top of off stump. Okay, it got a bit of bounce and missed in the end, but the batter has to try and find a way of playing, but won't want to get forward because those fingers will be in danger.
Yeah, she's a bit unsure there at the crease of whether to go forward or back, and I think at the last minute got her bat just out the way of that delivery.
Here's Wong confidently towards the crease again, and why wouldn't she be, having taken 3 of the 4 wickets to fall. This one worked away behind square and it doesn't produce a run. Millie Home, one of the other players, into the side, picking up there at backward square leg.
Yes, as in Wongi's always been a very enthusiastic member of a cricket team. Even from a very young age, she'd come on at a weekend and always full of entertaining facts and things to tell you on the sideline.
Well, she's enjoying her job at the minute. This one's a short one, which did produce the wicket last time. That one's sort of rather stuck in the pitch and perhaps didn't get the vigour she would have liked, and it's all good fast bowlers do. We saw Catherine Brunt do a lot of this the other day, is sort of blaming where she's landing a little bit and just raking away at it to try and make sure it's to her liking.
Yes, she's definitely got something about her, Izzy Wong, and they talk about players having the X factor or having something different, and you definitely know when you met her, and you definitely know her presence at a game. So, which I think all adds to the appeal, really.
I'm guessing we'll come to this after the delivery. You may have faced her in those old pads as well as Izzy Wong bowls this one as well. It looked as if it was going to fly off into the slip cordon, but it actually, I think, hit the other half of the bat and went away into the leg side, and Boycott has been able to pick up and prevent a run being scored. So what is it like there? Obviously, you came across her at a young age, clearly, but you've probably seen her get quicker and quicker and scarier and scarier.
Yes, thankfully from my point of view, she hasn't had too much time to play club cricket over the last few years, or especially
yes.
net with us. But yes, she's always been a quick bowler.
The sun really reflecting off the whitest of the buildings over in Birmingham now, as this one is driven away up towards the extra cover boundary. Real chase on after the parry from the captain Jones, and it's good fielding by Davis, who relays it back to Glenn, and then it's thrown in to prevent any further damage on the scoreboard. 28 for 4 at the end of the 11th over. I suppose the thing that Eve Jones will have to consider now is 6 overs. Is that enough for Wong, or do you keep her going and just try and break through one more?
Well, there was a couple of runs in that last over, but you wouldn't say that she looks tired, but you do perhaps think that if the game went slightly away from them a little bit, that you would like her back in the attack for later on. I definitely don't think she will bowl too many more, but maybe 1 or 2.
She's looking $1 million, as the saying goes, really enjoying herself out there today, and is bowling fantastically well, is Izzy Wong as Emily Arlett heads back to her mark.
Yeah, Emily Arlett bowling well from the other end as well, so just holding up the score, a couple down the leg side, but generally finding her areas.
And she approaches. Eccleston did manage a boundary off the previous over, and she might have fancied one for a moment there, but it leapt up fairly high in the end, and she had to just guide it down to third to Millie Home for a single. 29 for 4. Eccleston on to 5. Yeah, she's really performing a sort of holding role here, is that Emily Arlett, but doing it fantastically well.
Yeah, she's not given too much away, and she's bowling nice lines. So it's always welcome when at the other end you've got that firepower.
She's got a wicket. It was Boyce, and she's looking for another now, but she has strayed onto that leg stump, which has been the only weakness really in the Arlett spell so far. And one full of energy and enthusiasm, put a little too much on that throw in the end. 30 for 4 the score moves on to. Brown has reached 10.
Yeah, maybe the presence of Eccleston and the experience is helping calm the nerves a little bit out the middle for them now.
So again, the voice you're hearing alongside myself, Mike Perkins. 2 singles so far from the over. Will there be more runs here? No, it's into the offside and easily dealt with by Georgia Davis, who is exactly the sort of cricketer you described. You can just tell her she's sort of busy, whether it's backward point, whether it's cover point. She just appears a useful player to have in the side, and Sparks will be glad she's there.
She's an excellent all-round cricketer. She's got very good hands in the field as well.
This is Arlett once more to Eccleston, who's forward and defending well, it has to be said. Very organised player. It's almost a shame to see her bat as sort of low down the order as she tends to in international cricket, but she certainly knows what she's doing, and it's quite nice for her, much in the way I suppose people who are used to following Warwickshire here at Edgbaston will be familiar with somebody like Chris Wokes, who can come in and do a job at number 6.
Yeah, I think probably most of the England girls could do a decent job with the bat if need be, but this competition is perhaps where they can show it a little bit more.
Yeah. Sarah Glenn got runs in the Bio Bubble series, I think, as well, and she'll be in the top 6 for Central Sparks, and picks up the ball at mid-off here to prevent a run from Arlett's latest delivery, which was again more or less on the money, just honing in on the stumps, forcing the defensive push from Sophie Eccleston.
I think even more in the women's game, people tend to be all-rounders and can do a little bit of both, so seeing Eccleston bat today is a good thing.
Here's Arlett bowling, and this one is played away just behind square. Davis will fire that in, and a little bit clumsily in the end. Wrong-footed Jones, who I think it was partly because Jones was on her way to the stumps, and Davis didn't know quite where to aim a throw. It's cost a single, which Emily Arlett, well, she's turned her back and walked away for the hand sanitizer break, but
yeah, Gwennon Davis wouldn't have been happy if she was the wicket keeper's end, because she's more accustomed to having the gloves on when she's playing for Warwickshire, so she'll be a bit unlucky with that throw coming in there.
Let's go Sparks, loving the shades. Claire Boyks is the message from Johnny Rage using hashtag #SparksWillFly on Twitter. Those messages will display absolutely as many as we can of on the live stream. Good chance to catch up with the scores elsewhere as well in this competition. Northern Diamonds 50 for 4 after 12.3 overs against Lightning at Chesterley Street. We've got South East Stars against Sunrisers. The South East Stars, the home side, 81 for 3 there. Southern Vipers progressing very nicely, 80 without loss in the 14th over of that one. So plenty of cricket going on in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. A reminder, 50 over games, 2 groups of 4, one in the south, one in the north. The winners of each group will play in a final here at Edgbaston, which will be a delight to see. It's something of a recovery actually for the South East Stars. Looking at the scorecard there, they were 27 for 3 in that game before Dunkley and Davidson Richards came together at Beckenham, and we're just about ready to resume after the hand sanitizer has been applied.
Looks like Izzy Wong's convinced them that she's definitely having another over here.
She's got the ball.
Yeah.
And that's the main thing, isn't it? So she's got the ball and she's at the back of her mark, and neither Sarah Glenn nor Eve Jones are going to be able to take it off her, and they might not want to, frankly, as Jones is just discussing matters with Kelly and Davis, who are sort of mimicking shots in the way that slip and gully fielders tend to do. It's actually a sort of first slip and almost a 2.5 that we find Gwen Davis out. That's driven neatly down ground, and Eccleston will just very quickly stride through to the non-striker's end and take the score on to 32. And that's one of the things I've been very impressed with in the games I've been watching so far in this competition, is how even when under pressure as the Thunder are now, the board does seem to rotate, and the batters are able to just seem to keep things going, and that was a good example there from Eccleston as Izzy Wong's on her way to deliver the second ball of her 7th over, and this one is pulled away, and no mistake made by Natalie Brown. We saw that stroke bring the demise of Emma Lamb, but 4 runs produced on this occasion from the bat of Natalie Brown. 36 for 4 the score, and Wong will maybe have to prove now, after a slightly short delivery there, that this over was worth persevering with now.
Yeah, I think Brown got hold of that nicely, hit it out, a pull shot there. She I think got hold of that better than the delivery that was caught earlier on, but yeah, Wongi just needs to pull this back and get a better length on these last few deliveries.
So again, the Warwickshire Under-17 coach alongside myself, Mike Perkins, for this live stream of the Thunder versus the Central Sparks in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. In comes Izzy Wong, bowled short outside the off stump this time, and Brown feels she's missed out, although it perhaps wasn't quite there in the end as it goes through to Jones, but it's the shorter side of the ground it would have been going to, and I think she saw the offer was there from where the delivery pitched outside the off stump.
Yeah, she would have been disappointed she missed out there, but having said that, some good hands there in the slips that if that hadn't quite gone to plan for her, that they would have perhaps taken the catch.
Davis and Kelly preparing to crouch again. Brooks down at third. We have a backward point cover and mid-off as well, as Wong is bowling. Bit more width, and this one will be 4 more. Unless Brooks can make a diving effort, but she just ran out of grass inside the rope to prevent the boundary there. 40 for 4. A couple of boundaries for the Thunder. It's been a profitable over, and Brown is on to 18.
Yeah, the score looking a little bit better now for the Thunder after those couple of boundaries. Brown starting to look settled at the crease, and perhaps Izzy Wong tiring a little bit the other end as well. But so she's bowled 6 fantastic overs so far. So this is her 7th on the trot, and starting to bowl them a little bit short. But let's see what these last 2 balls have on offer.
19 for 3 her figures, but that's courtesy of 2 boundaries in this over. She also has a maiden to her name, and this one is delivered. It's the first over of the game, in fact, from Izzy Wong, and she picked up a wicket with the first ball of the game, but that will be a more sedate recording of a dot ball in the book.
Yeah, Georgia Davis now at point there. Georgia Davis at point, and I don't think you'd be taking a single to her in a hurry with her good arm there that she's got and her busyness in the field.
And with a bit of stick in the pitch, you'll perhaps enjoy that with the off spinners. It's Claire Boycott warming up at mid-wicket at the moment as Wong approaches again. Straight run, but again a bit of width on offer, and it's been taken advantage of, and 3 boundaries in that over. Just 1 too many for Izzy Wong, and 44 for 4 the score. So her first spell comes to an end, and well, we assume it will come to an end, but it's going to be it's been a profitable one with those 3 wickets, Sarah, again. 3
boundaries, yeah. There's fortunately, after saying how good Georgia Davis in the field, that just slipped through her a little bit there at point. But yes, it's that last over has unfortunately ruined Izzy Wong's figures a little bit, but she'll be very pleased with how she's bowled today.
Proud big brother moment for Mike Arlett. Plenty of hours of garden cricket put to practice. He's got in touch on the Sparks Will Fly hashtag, so good to see plenty of people that are enjoying this game, and plenty of people like yourself, Sarah, again, as the Warwickshire Under-17 coach with connections to players out there, and they just so like to be here. So it's been fantastic to be able to at least bring them the pictures and a little bit of commentary on what's going on. Arlott now will try and impress the big brother a little more here, although that one just crept down the leg side. A wide ball is signalled. 45 for 4 the score moves on to with that particular extra, but
I think there'd be a lot of girls out who have got brothers or fathers that play that have grown up in playing men's cricket as well as women's cricket, which I think is very good for their development as well.
Here is Arlott, ball in the right hand, and just floated out a little bit, perhaps trying to fool Eccleston with a change of pace there, but Eccleston seized on it with a drive, but only found Eve Jones, her former teammate, who now captains the Central Sparks. And it's one of those cricketers who sort of epitomises what the Central Sparks are about, really. She's had cricket experience in Shropshire and Staffordshire and is now captaining the regional side, as this one is bowled short of a length and played away to Georgia Davis, busy again at cover point on this occasion.
Yeah, and you'd hope that this new setup with the regions working together would mean more and more cricketers like Eve from a county that's considered a minor county such as Shropshire would be able to have as many opportunities as perhaps a girl coming through the ranks at Warwickshire.
It was interesting what Laura MacLeod was telling us the other day, who may be up shortly, as this one is pulled in the air, and there was a thought of a chance of a catch there for Brooks, but it evades her. It's over her head, and 2 runs will be taken by Eccleston, and the score will move on to 47 for 4. But there must have been 1 or 2 in the Sparks team hoping that they were going to get rid of Eccleston there. But just coming back to the point that Laura MacLeod, the former England player who heads up, is the director of Women's West Midlands cricket, was saying to us, she was saying that Eve Jones had a very similar decision to her, where she sort of had to move away from her home county just to get the level of cricket she wanted, as Emily Arlott bowls, and this one's driven up towards Sarah Glenn, who throws at the stumps. We nearly had a Sarah Ginn fielding for a moment there, as there were 2 Sarah G's involved. The one sitting next to me in the commentary box is Sarah Ginn, and we also have Sarah Glenn, who's been involved with the England squad, who just missed the stumps with the throw, couldn't prevent the single. 48 for 4. But yeah, she was just making the point that cricketers maybe did have to move around a bit more, and this will hopefully mean they can stay a little bit closer to home with these regional clubs.
You would hope so. I mean, historically the minor counties have struggled a little bit. They may have 1 or 2 excellent players coming through, but to raise a full side is a bit of a struggle.
Here's Arlott, bowls just short of a length, and it's played down towards third, and this one will be picked up and thrown back by home down there. 49 for 4. All of a sudden it just looking a tiny bit more comfortable for the Thunder, but bowling changes we're anticipating here, so that will put the pressure right back on, you would imagine.
Yes, definitely. And Millie Holmes, another one that's come from through the Shropshire ranks. She's grown up in Shropshire and come over to Warwickshire to further her cricket development there.
Here is Arlott bowling full length and driven down into the pitch, and out it goes into the offside. And Jones is there and just gives the ball a quick rub on the darker part of the Sparks trousers. There's plenty of colour in there too, though, with the yellows, oranges and almost purples by the time you get to the bottom of that shirt. Thunder a little bit more sedate in a kind of, not sure whether it's a black or a very dark blue, but it's sort of certainly fading towards a black strip.
There's a I think with navy with the red there, the sort of Lancashire colours, but looks like Claire Boycott might be coming on.
Well, she was certainly warming up vigorously enough to indicate that in the previous over from Izzy Wong from this Birmingham end, and Boycott will be coming on, so it'll be a notable change in pace here, but I presume a clever operator. She looked as if she would be, picked up the only wicket to fall in the Northern Diamonds innings here on Saturday.
Yeah, Claire Boycott's a very experienced cricketer. She's played from a very young age, comes from a family of cricketers, and she's very good with the bat and ball. She's I suppose you would call her perhaps a journeyman cricketer in the men's game, but she's she knows her own game. She's gone to Loughborough University and trained hard, and this is a great opportunity for her. She perhaps didn't get as much opportunity the other day, or it does actually look like they've changed their mind now. We're saying this, and and there she is. They've changed. I think bringing Sarah Glenn on. She'd even marked her run up out there, and then.
Well, Sarah Glenn's got her elbows out and maybe, well, perhaps not asserted seniority from what you were saying there, because obviously Claire Boycott's got a fair bit of experience herself, but is obviously involved with the England setup is Sarah Glenn, and she's managed to get ball in hand here, so Boycott, who's still whirling the arms and indicating she wants to come on, may get a chance from the other end. We may see a double change. Chases up to the stumps.
Sarah Glenn's again from a cricketing family. She's originally from Derbyshire. Play a lot at Denby Cricket Club, and yeah, she's a very promising youngster.
Right arm over the wicket, leg spin, and it's through to Jones, who stood up by those stumps. We have two backward points, one almost creeping round towards a third position now. Chloe Hill's just come on actually as a sub-fielder there to take up the finer of those positions. As Glenn bowls short, this one's forced out to Brooks, who's the other of the backward points. Then we have a cover fielder on the boundary, an extra cover in Eve Jones, and a mid off. And then we have two out on the leg side boundary with a mid wicket and a mid on up, as Glenn comes in and bowls from a tall position. Just goes underneath the cut of Brown, who I think was doing her best to claim she couldn't reach it, but I think it might have just passed inside her bat in the end. The Thunder looking to bring up their 50 as Glenn bowls, and can quite divert it again. I think an indication of the pace of the pitch there, as Brown struggled to find a single for a second occasion in a row.
Taken a little bit by surprise there, I think, with the pitch.
Glenn just aborts a run up on that occasion. A little bit of dirt is flicked away from the pitch by Brown, who'll be trying to settle into her innings now. It's important it becomes a big one as this ball is bowled, and forward comes Brown, who's careful in defence and ensures the ball goes down. It remains 49 for 4. No score yet off Glenn's over, as this one is short and worked away slightly into the leg side, but Boycott will pick it up, and even though she may well be coming on to bowl, may well finally be getting that chance, she has to return the ball to one umpire and be prepared to collect the ball from the other. And
the over's definitely going through quicker now with Sarah Glenn bowling from that end. Obviously not the run up and the build up of Izzy Wong's deliveries there. So that was a very quick start to her bowling. Yeah, Boycott's now marking her run up from this end as well. So
yeah, well, you say she's an experienced and clearly a versatile cricketer, as so many of the players in the women's game are, Claire Boycott, so I'm sure it won't cause her too many issues. Just to give you the analysis of that Izzy Wong spell: 7 overs, 1 maiden, 23 for 3. But as we mentioned, I mean, 12 of the runs coming in the final over, so it was a really formidable display of fast bowling from Izzy Wong, and perhaps just a little bit of bravado got the better of her in the end by taking that extra over. But you can see exactly why. If you've taken 3, you're going to want to try and finish that off. And
yeah, it could have gone either way in that last over, couldn't it? Unfortunately, it didn't go to plan for Izzy Wong, but you know, it could have just nipped in one with one more wicket, and it would have changed the course of the game.
And the way she beat 2 players for pace with bouncers, I think, was quite impressive. One bringing the latest wicket to fall, as in comes Claire Boycott to start her spell, and bowls to Eccleston, who cut outside the off stump but seemed to almost abort the stroke in the end and couldn't find a run.
Yeah, testament to, I think, Claire's control of the ball, that Amy Jones has come up to the stumps here as well, that she isn't as pacey, but she will hopefully put it on the money every ball here.
Here is Boycott, tosses the ball from one hand to the other and then back into the right, which she delivers with. It hits the pad of Eccleston with a thud. And Kelly, who's out of the slips for the first time, it feels today, is throwing it back at the non-striker's end, but both batters remain at their respective ends. 24-year-old Kelly wearing 23 on her back, maybe because she had quite a good year as a 23-year-old, captaining Warwickshire to T20 success, as in comes Boycott. This one driven down the ground, and it was a dive from Brooks, but it won't prevent the ball going over the rope for 4 runs at the pavilion end where we are sat, and that also brings up the Thunder 50. 53 for 4. It's been a real struggle to get there, but Sophie Eccleston bringing it up in defiant fashion there with a on drive down the ground.
Yeah, that was a strong shot from Eccleston. Straight down past where we're sitting here.
Boycott's on her way again. Short of a length. This one's gone straight up in the air, and it should be caught by Marie Kelly, who's underneath it. Had to make sure she kept her eyes on it, but got her feet in the right place. Her head was almost exactly where the ball was going to land, and the hands just came up to take the catch. And Sophie Eccleston is out for 14, caught by Marie Kelly off the bowling of Claire Boycott, who has her second wicket of the competition. 53 for 5. Huge trouble for the Thunder here.
Yes, I think a great catch from Marie Kelly there. You mentioned her number on her shirt. That's actually Charlotte Edwards' number, so she's 23, the same as one of her heroes growing up there. But if anyone you'd back to take that catch there, that would be Marie. She's got great hands in the field, and she's got great awareness. And I think, Boycott just tempting Sophie Eccleston there into playing that shot, and perhaps wasn't the time or the place for it. And she's now walking back to the pavilion.
Well, we gave her the big build-up there, Marie Kelly, and we seem to bring her into the game, which is nice for her, I'm sure. Remind you can get in touch with #SparksWillFly on Twitter, and we'll try to get those messages up on the screen whenever possible. But
and Eve Jones moving her out of the slips there into that mid-wicket position has obviously gone to plan.
Yeah, it's a fairly orthodox look. And now Kate Cross, the England player. The England players in this team, two of them, one replacing the other, are bowlers in Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston, but you also have Emma Lamb, who's been dismissed for 6 off the bowling of Izzy Wong, as Boycott, having got her first wicket, was looking for a second there. Jones was quick with the bails, but if there was any movement from Cross's foot, it was back down in plenty of time, and she survives her first ball.
Sue Redfern's made a quick run in from square leg there as well to sort the wickets out. It's great to see the 2 female umpires on board today and adjudicating in this match.
Yep, in centre stage here at Edgbaston. Boycott bowling now, and it's fairly short length, but pops up to a nice height in the end. Sort of skiddy bowler is Boycott, and it's a very good first over. Struck for 4 by Eccleston, but she wasn't able to repeat the dose and ended up finding herself caught by Marie Kelly for 14. So we've had 16 overs, 53 for 5, the score for the Thunder.
Yes, I don't think this was what they were hoping for and expecting this morning. A little bit of a comeback there, but Eccleston losing her head a little bit, and it's gone definitely back in the way to the Central Sparks.
Well, it's a batter who was looking as if she'd got herself in, who's been dismissed there in Sophie Eccleston, and it leaves work for Brown to do, who's doing it nicely there with a cut stroke that's going to race away for 4 runs between the protection that's on offer but up in the ring in the 2 backward points, but neither of them were able to stop that ball, and it just races away for 4 behind square on the offside, and that will cause the score to move on to 57. First runs off Sarah Glenn, who's into her second over. The second ball of it is again guided down behind square on the offside by Brown, who's going to come back for the second before the ball is returned into Amy Jones. The floodlight in the E shape here at Edgbaston is making a big old shadow just behind where Amy Jones is stood there.
I don't know whether Isabel Wong's gone off the field here, because Chloe Hill seems to be on.
Yes, yeah, she's fielding at the second of the backward points, and I think you're right, I think it is Izzy Wong who's gone off as Glenn bowls, and forward in defence is Brown. First ball she hasn't scored off in this over. I guess maybe just gone to change the bowling boots and that sort of thing, hopefully. As in comes Glenn again, just trying to probe away. It's prodded out behind square on the offside. Half forward in the end was Brown, and half battered she couldn't find a run. Here's Glenn. Bright sunshine now in Birmingham. Bowling a ball that seemed to just move in the direction she intended, but Brown was equal to it once again, and the score remains 59-5. Final delivery of the Glen over. And it's an appeal for LBW.
I think there might have been some bat involved there.
It seemed that way, didn't it? It sort of seemed to sound that way from up here as well. And it will just result in a dot ball in the end of the over.
Yeah, Chloe Hill being on the pitch here means that the Sparks have actually got 3 wicket keepers on display.
Yes.
They've also got Poppy Davis within their squad. It's a good young wicket keeper coming through from Staffordshire. But say when Amy Jones does have to go back to the England camp, they've got quite a few to choose from.
Well, it'll be quite a sort of contest amongst the squad really to see who gets there. But Chloe Hill will be glad to have got amongst it here, and at least
looks like Wongi's back on
field.
now.
Yeah. That's good to see, isn't it? It's the old fast bowler trick. I've got to go change my boots. And it's definitely one of those things that fast bowlers seem to pick up as the years go on. Although Izzy Wong, of course, is right at the start of that career, and very impressive she was today. And Boycott's trying to be equally impressive in a different way. And
of course, when they play the age group cricket, you can play 12 players, so you can bowl someone that doesn't bat. Not that Wongi would be that player, but it gives you the opportunity to come off for a little bit after you've bowled, have a little bit of a sit down.
Here comes Boycott and bowls. This ball is played away behind square on the offside. The batters look to exchange positions. They only managed to do so on one occasion, and that means the score moves on to 60-5. You're with Mike Perkins and Sarah Ginn, the Warwickshire under-17 coach, who's given us a fantastic insight into the players we have on the pitch from the Central Sparks here today. As Boycott runs in through the shadow of the floodlight pylon and delivers outside the off stump, cut away behind square, and this one will go right down to third for another single. And 61-5. The Thunder tiptoeing along in their innings here, but as they do so, the Sparks, despite being on top, have just got to keep an eye on where they get to here. As Boycott makes her way in and bowls, and this one's worked away. And across goes Marie Kelly, and I think for a second was sensing her second contribution in the field could be made with a run out there, but she couldn't get the throw in time before Brown got back to the striker's end. 62-5.
Yeah, they were definitely in two minds there, the batters, as to whether to run, and I think unfortunately that was the wrong end from Marie, but it was a good effort to get it in as quick as possible.
Kate Cross on to 2, the non-strikers. Of course, was captaining the Thunder franchise in the KSL. This one driven away on the up slightly, but found the gap, and that'll be 4 runs. Really good stroke from Brown, who seems to be settling into her work there. A little bit of width on offer, and she took full advantage. Score moves on to 66-5.
I think this sort of competition is great for someone like Brown, who perhaps hasn't made it onto the England circuit, but has got a lot of experience, and she's using that well here to get Lancashire out of a little bit of trouble.
34 off 37. She's kept the board moving, has Natalie Brown. She's just adjusting her gloves on the bat handle before settling in. Here comes Boycott, right arm over the wicket, and it's just crept through outside the off stump. Jones manages to take it cleanly, and the batters will come and have a little discussion about that. The pitch does seem a little on the indifferent side. We saw the one pop from Emily Arlett. We've seen a few that have seemed to stick in the pit a little bit. It just doesn't seem to be behaving quite the way the batters would like.
Well, no, there has been a little bit of an indifferent bounce there, definitely, but I think as with everybody at these times, the groundsmen have struggled to prepare wickets and to prepare pitches against at times when actually games have been had to organise at short notice, and I think it's all credit to them that we're out here on Edgbaston today, and I'm sure that a lot of these girls have experienced plenty of dodgy pitches over the years, unfortunately, playing women's cricket, and this has got to be still a really good occasion for them, and being out there.
Yeah, they will be enjoying the stage that they are on, and I suppose shows that the health of the game, when it's given the chance to thrive, is most certainly there.
Yeah, it's very good to see that people are taking these chances today as well, and I think it's been testament to everybody involved that we've managed to get this competition out there this year, because it could have been so easy to just say let's leave it till next year and launch it again, but it's great to see.
Here goes Sarah Glenn, a little short of a length, and it's cut away and out it goes towards the cover boundary, where it's enthusiastically returned by Gwennon Davis. Score moves on to 67. Brown prods at the pitch. And that was another interesting aspect of Saturday's conversations, as Glenn bowls, and this one is dabbed away behind square on the offside. Brooks is there with the fielding. She's now at backward point along with Wong. The two of them trying to just ensure no ball can creep through there. One has in the Glenn spell so far, and she delivers again. This one prodded away into the leg side. Quick little single will be scampered by Brown, eager to keep that score moving. She's on to 35, 68 for 5 the score. But the fact Laura McLeod was saying, who obviously is director of West Midlands Cricket, has been heavily involved in creating his team, the Central Sparks, as Glenn comes in to bowl short of a length, and it's defended away. No run to Eve Jones at cover. That this is a one-off in terms of name, but in terms of structure, it's going to be one that we will see for a few years now, and to see how that develops the game. We'll just bring this next ball from Sarah Glenn, which is a flighted one. There was bat involved there, despite the appeals of the Sparks players, and the fat cross was through a stroke early. And I suppose that's good to see that there's this structure that wants to be pursued.
Yes, I think the general consensus was that the county circuit was too broad, and there wasn't as much competition for the higher level players to push them on as we'd have hoped for. So this new 8-team structure should go to address that. Here
is Glenn, short of a length, and this one is prodded away to complete the 19th over of the innings. 68 for 5 is the score, and it's a case really of, I think actually selectors in the men's game as well would have probably quite like a 8-team structure, because it gives you that good pool of players to pick from, and there's a real competition between those 8 teams at this sort of regional level.
Yes, and I think with the county setup being probably mirroring the men's previously, with where we had 6 teams or 8 teams in a division playing each other, sometimes there really wouldn't be the quality of gameplay there, whereas this new competition will address that, and it's given a lot of more opportunity for these players to play together.
Boycott delivering and bowls! Brown is out, and it was a Yorker length delivery in the end, right at the base of the middle stump, and Brown just played across it, and she departs for 35. Looked good for it, but finds herself bowled, as many of her teammates have been today.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that shot, I think. Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that. She was looking good and she was looking steady, but that wasn't the right shot to that ball from Boycott. Perhaps threw the shot too soon there, and had played all round it before it went on to hit the wickets. Yes, Brown was looking to be holding the innings together there. She's probably got more than half their score, and Lancashire will be disappointed to see her depart.
Well, Kate Cross at the other end on 3 now. We'll have to pick up and do the work. The score's 68 for 6, and it's Brown who departs from the first ball of the 19th over. I saw them in the warm-up doing a exercise which had a big medicine ball in front of the stumps at the Yorker length, and then various sort of flat discs on the pitch at the good lengths to bowl. And I saw Emily Arlett hit it at one point, and I think if it had been there, that would have been exactly where Claire Boycott would have hit with that Yorker length delivery. Superb piece of bowling as Turner comes in, Sophia Turner, to begin her innings, taking guard and just raking it very firmly before analysing that field. She'll see third, backward point, cover, extra cover, and mid-off on the offside as Boycott approaches. And again, it's Yorker length. She's gone for exactly the same delivery, and there was a big old shout, but perhaps that one wasn't quite as straight, or maybe again it was a little bit of bat involved.
Maybe just a little bit of bat, I think there. I think this is where someone like Claire Boycott's experience is showing. She knows how to bowl at these people early on in their innings, and she's making the most of this opportunity.
Enjoying herself clearly as this one short outside the off stump and left with a little bit of a flourish in the end there from Turner, who survives her second ball without a run a little bit more comfortably than she survived her first. Easy one continuing a conversation with somebody out of view on the boundary, as this one's outside the off stump and it's left this time on the front foot by Turner, who
she's done 2 very good leaves so far, hasn't she, from coming in, but we're yet to see her really put any bat on the ball and to see what she's capable of.
Must have just got a slither on the first one, or she would have been in trouble. Boycott short of a length, and it's through into the gloves of Amy Jones, who just softly closes the hands on the ball. Such a fine keeper, and she's almost inconspicuous behind the stumps there. 68 for 6 it remains. No runs so far from this over, but we have seen a wicket from the first ball of it. So a wicket from the first ball of the match today, if you weren't with us quite in time.
Yeah, Amy Jones has obviously grown up within the Warwickshire setup. You'll hear stories about how she just volunteered to take the gloves one day because no one else would, and I think she's taken things from there and she's really made it her own. Obviously playing second fiddle somewhat to Sarah Taylor through her younger years. She's taken the opportunities when they've come to her, maybe sometimes just with the bat, and now she's England #1 there, so she's done fantastically well.
A third wicket maiden of the match, I make that. One for Wong, one for Arlott, and now one for Boycott. So that, perhaps as much as the scoreboard at 68 for 6 beneath that golden weather vane, indicates the Sparks' dominance at the moment as Glenn bowls. This is driven down the offside of the wicket, and Glenn does the fielding herself, just to make sure there is no prospect of a pesky single ruining her figures, as this one is short of a length and driven off the back foot to Eve Jones, the skipper, who's allowed to do the fielding on that occasion. Again, a dot ball. It's a backward square leg and a deep, rather straightish mid-wicket as Glenn bowls short of a length, and this one's cut to Izzy Wong behind square on the offside.
Yeah, there's plenty of cover on this boundary, but fortunately Glenn hasn't bowled a bad ball that's meant that they've had a chance to do that. So these 2 points is quite an attacking field down here as well.
Still 68 for 6, and that will become 69 now as this one is cut out to Gwen and Davis on the cover boundary. The throw perhaps wasn't the politest to Amy Jones there, but she took it relatively well nonetheless. And for the new batter Turner, Kelly will return to slip. He's looking on eagerly there. With the bowlers having done such a good job, the batters like Kelly and the 2 Joneses who opened up on Saturday will be keen to make sure they knock off whatever the Thunder managed to set. Here's Glenn. Bowls in towards the pads there, but the peels almost sounded strangled in the end. No run is possible.
Seems plenty of pressure on this new bat, as you said, with Kelly moving into slip here.
Here comes Glenn again, short of a length and cut to, or forced really, to Eve Jones there off the back foot, and Turner will come down for a conversation with the experienced Kate Cross. Edgbaston looking in fine late season form. The trees over there will be gaining different colour as this competition goes on, no doubt, turning into a wonderful sort of browns and yellows and golds as the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy progresses. Such a feature of round this ground, you almost get big droves of leaves, don't you, in the autumn along the pavements on your way, as in comes Boycott and bowls, and this one is defended. It's Sarah Ginn alongside myself, Mike Perkins today, providing the insight on this, and Claire Boycott has appeared exactly the sort of cricketer you told us she would be.
Yeah, she's. I've watched her play from a young age, playing for Worcestershire age groups and Aswood Bank Cricket Club. And
bowling now is Boycott, and this one is defended. out into the onside, and Boycott's able to head over and pick up. Southern Vipers have lost their first wicket, 127 for 1 they are after 25 overs.
So I've seen her score centuries at a young age, and she seems to have a very good head on her shoulders, and perhaps a little bit underrated, but showing her worth today.
Yes, a very valuable cricketer, Boycott seems, and this one is driven up towards Sarah Glenn with those distinctive trousers that are dark for the most part, but have this stripe down the side that goes from orange into a kind of reddy colour and then ends up at almost a pinky purple by the bottom, as this one is delivered right onto the off stump, and forward comes Cross, who's been forced to block on all 4 occasions this over and hasn't been able to find herself a run so far. 69 for 6 the score. Here is Boycott once again. Balls outside the off stump, driven. Jones happy to leave it for Glenn, who had a little bit of work to do to get there and sort of seemed to say something that went up towards the sky in the end to Eve Jones, as if to indicate that it was maybe a bit more of a stretch than she'd first anticipated. The Derbyshire-born leg spinner, as Sarah Ginn was telling us, and then this one is driven back over the top. One gets across well, who's played cricket with both Worcestershire and Warwickshire, and just looked as if that caused her a little bit of pain. She's pointing accusingly at the turf where her spikes seem to get stuck, but 70 for 6 the score moves on to with that single, and Cross is on 5, and it's going to be very, very tough work for the Thunder from here.
Yeah, I think Kate Cross, again, as we were talking about, she's another one of these England players that perhaps doesn't get an opportunity with the bat at the highest level, but this is her chance now out in the middle to put her experience to the test, really.
Well, I mentioned her podcast with Alex Hartley, No Balls, the cricket podcast, and she was saying she wasn't expecting much of a look in the T20s, but she remained hopeful. She's on strike now in this 50-over competition, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, as it's known certainly for this year, and a single is taken. 71 for 6. It brings Turner back onto strike, who is yet to score. Got a distinctive, colourful sort of pink stripe above the black one on her bat, as in comes Glenn and bowls, and Turner can't work it one way or the other really there, and has to settle for it hitting her boot and rolling out in the pitch.
Doesn't look like she's got too much of a plan of what to do to this leg spin at the moment. She's struggling to find.
Glenn bowls her ball, and it's another dot delivery. Hashtag Sparks will fly on Twitter is how you get in touch with us. We'll display as many of those as possible, and do make sure you keep them coming throughout the day if you're enjoying the coverage, as in comes Glenn, and this one turns towards Turner's pad and again doesn't produce a run though, as she can't get much bat on it. And 10 balls without a scoring shot so far. Here comes Glenn again. Good length in the end, and Turner couldn't really get forward to it, so again struggled to get any power, just prods the pitch and settles back into her stance. Can Glenn work her out with this delivery? It's just turning again towards Turner's stumps, but she can't work it into the leg side as she would have hoped, and 71 for 6 is the score at the end of the 23rd over.
There's another good over from Sarah Glenn there. Not much coming off it. I think she's this game has shown her back to her normal form. I think she did drop a few short in the previous game, but she's definitely bowled very well so far today.
Yeah, she's found a spot, and it's a case these two bowlers now can just almost try and keep control of the game, and it almost doesn't matter when the wickets come. Of course, Boycott produced one with the first ball of the last over, and she's looking to do so now, but it's worked away into the leg side, perhaps trying to go straight there and just creeping down the leg side, forcing Gwen and Davis to come in off the square leg boundary to do the fielding. 72 for 6.
Yeah, this is this frustrating time where you think you've got through the top order, and obviously number 8's into bat now, but you've really got to turn the screw a little bit and try and get through them rather than letting them back in the game.
10 past 12 approaching on the clock on that scoreboard as this one is driven down the ground. Izzy Wong gives across and picks up. And threatens to throw, but both batters had remained at their ends, and hence it was a dot ball. 24th over of the game. As Boycott turns at a mark and strides in. She's got a short mid-wicket and a slip in place, and this one has gone past the slip and will creep down towards the boundary at third, but very fine, and Marie Kelly might have fancied getting to that before the ball hit the turf, but she just couldn't get across. It was one of those awkward ones with the keeper up to the stumps where the keeper might try and come across and claim it had she been back, but obviously couldn't have been really to the pace of Boycott.
Yeah, it looked like Marie lost sight of that a little bit there with the movement that was going on, but a hard chance there.
Boycott bowls and it's defended just down the onside of the wicket, and Boycott comes across and is able to pick up 73 for 6 then the score. But Marie Kelly, it would have been an impressive diving effort. It'd slip away to her left hand side, perhaps the side she wouldn't have been expecting to go to, but couldn't quite get there as Boycott bowls, and this one's driven with a little more flourish of the bat, and Cross can't find a run. Of course that was Turner's first run there as well, halfway through the 24th over.
You wouldn't say she was off the mark with a flourish there, would you? A little bit of an edge through the slips.
Certainly not, as Boycott bowls, and this one's defended, and Cross will quickly scamper through and put the pressure on Eve Jones's throw at the same time, and that means Cross retains the strike, 74 for 6 at the end of the 24th over. Let's get some scores elsewhere. Northern Diamonds are playing the Lightning, both those sides with the Northern Diamonds winning here at Edgbaston in the first game. The Lightning, of course, losing to the Thunder, which is a very strange sentence to say. 93 for 6 the Diamonds are, so they are in a similar situation really to the Thunder here, who were 71 for 6. So both the sides who won in their first game in the Northern Group are now under pressure. South East Stars 148 for 3 against the Sunrisers, and the Southern Vipers 139 for 2 in the 27th over at Bristol against the Western Storm. So quite an interesting quirk there of the Northern Groups there again.
Yeah, it just shows how close it is there, and how the potential is for each game to be so very different in this competition. They're a good matchup of teams, and it proves it could be anyone's group.
Yeah. In comes Sarah Glenn to bowl, and this one is driven down the one side of the wicket. With so many letters similar in your name, Sarah Ginn and Sarah Glenn, it is. I am having to be very careful. So if I do mix it up at some point, you will know exactly why that has been. As Sarah Glenn comes into bowl now, and it's defended by Kate Cross, who's forward. Big old stride in the end, and just smothered the ball into the offside. Another dot delivery. 10 runs so far from Glenn's 5 and now a half over with this one, and it'll be the 11th run there as Gwennon Davis comes off the cover boundary to return the ball. 75 for 6.
Yeah, Gwennon's very capable in the field as well. Grew up being a fast bowler, actually, fast bowler batter. Took up the wicket keeping later on in her career, so she's very strong in the field as well.
Here's Sarah Glenn, and this one is played out to mid-wicket. Unusual conversion that really from a fast bowler to a wicket keeper.
Well, I mean, yes, her father kept wicket at Glamorgan, and she's not a stranger to it, and she's got very good hands on her. So
there's Glenn bowls, and this one's crept through, and there's an appeal for caught behind, and the finger is raised, and Turner's rather torturous innings comes to an end. She's out for 1, having edged through the slips. The score is 75 for 7. And the Sparks in firm control of this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that was coming for a while. Turner's never really looked comfortable at the crease there. She was struggling to find a plan to the leg spin of Sarah Glenn, and unfortunately, that's just ended for her, just edging that through to Amy Jones. So yes, I think that's a very good plan from the Central Sparks, because I think they have gone towards that wicket and tried to bowl exactly where she wasn't wanting it to be bowled, and she never really looked settled.
Well, She's out for one, caught by Amy Jones, the wicket-keeper, off the bowling of Sarah Glenn. 75 for 7 the score. Kate Cross on 9 at the non-strikers end. We're approaching the end of the 25th over. Sarah Glenn has her first wicket, 11 for 1 her figures, and the fact we barely even mentioned the catch just shows what an assured pair of wicket-keeping gloves the Central Sparks have in their team in Amy Jones.
Yes, I don't think you would have expected that to go any differently, really. Straight through to it's probably quite a regulation catch for Amy.
And she knew straight away, didn't she? The hands were up in the air with the ball in them. And it's another batter who arrives at the crease in the form of Olivia Thomas, who just checks her guard and has a quick conversation with the experienced Kate Cross.
You'd think that Kate's talking these batters now through their game as they're coming in lower down the order.
Glenn bowls, and this one is defended by Thomas to boycott. That was what we saw in the first game for the Sparks. The experience of Catherine Brunt came on and blew away that tail, and it is important for these batters who perhaps wouldn't have been expecting to be, certainly not having to bat 25 overs as Olivia Thomas will have to here, need to make contributions.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that they can't bat. I think it's a kind of a quirk of the women's game that actually Thomas have played age group cricket and batted very highly, but just obviously in this side now at this level of cricket that she's probably lower down the order.
Here comes Boycott. Bowls, it's into the pads here of Cross, who's worked it away neatly. She'll want to, and she's going to have to work hard for her to, but does so. And Jones, actually, in an effort to try and knock the bails off, had to let go of the ball. 77 for 7 the total moves on to. And really, it's just a case now of the Sparks not letting this total creep up to something that could become awkward here. As long as they keep it in check, they will be in with a superb chance of winning this game.
Yeah, you don't want, last thing they want now is a 9, 10 or 11 that puts on a flurry of runs and takes it over the 100 mark. I think Sparks will be quite confident that they can keep them under 3 figures at the moment.
Boycott just span the ball from one hand to the other and now delivers it, driven neatly and powerfully by Cross out towards the extra cover boundary, and she'll be back for 2 runs. No interest in the third though. 79 for 7, that takes the score on to there, so reasonable progress being made by Kate Cross at least, and she needs to do so for her team here. Here's Boycott again, bowls, and it's played defensively back into the pitch. No run for Cross on this occasion. Boycott clearly has as big a smile there as Izzy Wong at mid-on, who enjoyed her bowling spell earlier, taking 3 wickets for 23 runs. Boycott looking for another of her own now. It's driven powerfully at Eve Jones. 19 for 2 of Boycott's figures, and she's done exactly what you want from the first change bowler. Come in, been disciplined, but also picked up some useful wickets.
Yeah, she's bowled a lovely line and length here. There hasn't really been a bad ball to speak of.
Here's Boycott again, slightly short into the leg side. It's played by Cross, and she ticks on to 14, 80 for 7, and Cross will consider that a very good over because she's milked it around early on and then been able to pick up the single at the end to just leave Thomas with 1 ball to face early in her innings. Can Thomas survive it? Boycott is unaware and she bowls, and this one is defended out into the offside. Reminder, hashtag Sparks will fly is how you get in touch with us on Twitter, at Mike Polly P and at Sarah Gin 1980 if you want to keep us in the loop in that respect. And Sarah Gin is alongside me here, and you must have been enjoying this game so far. It's been a treat, as the first game was, despite being quite one-sided. There's still a lot of quality out there on offer.
Yeah, I think what is great to see is all the girls are doing themselves proud today out there in the field. There's been a lot of buzz about it, and they've bowled the right areas. And taking that from the disappointment of the first game onto today, it proves that they're, as a team, that they're very strong.
Here is Sarah Glenn once more. Bowls ball, turns ever so slightly, and is just defended by Kate Cross from a tall position. Back, Glenn returns to her mark, and she comes now, and Cross takes advantage of a slightly more floated length to carefully work it into the leg side, but Emily Bartlett was quickly across from a deep straight mid-wicket position to pick it up and prevent a second run being taken, which Cross might have fancied out to that long boundary. 81 for 7 the score, and the Manchester-born Cross will have to return to the non-striker's end.
Yeah, Thomas is looking quite solid with her defence here. Again, she's got a few more balls to face this over from Glenn, but you know, you'd hope that she has got some sort of plan to what she's going to do to this leg spin, and let's just see how she executes it now.
Be difficult though against somebody who's burst onto the international scene in Sarah Glenn. This one cut away behind square on the offside.
Yeah, Sarah Glenn definitely someone who's taken her opportunity when it presented it to her, and she's really come on leaps and bounds since joining the programme.
It's a really tall leg spinner. She gets a bit of lift from that delivery, which is worked away by Thomas, and after 4 balls, still yet to score, but her job really is to remain there as long as she can and support Kate Cross, who seems to be working away into the game as Glenn bowls and Thomas is forward, and that was an example of just what you were saying, a good solid defensive stroke.
Yes, she perhaps won't put too many runs on the board here, but she's if she can keep these last couple of balls out, and then Kate Cross will be back on strike.
Here is Glenn bowling. It's prodded away into the leg side. That'll be another delivery that passes without a run. 81 for 7 the score. We have 23 overs of the innings remaining for the Thunder to try and mount a challenging total, but you imagine whatever they get from here, the Central Sparks will fancy their chances.
Yes, you'd hope so. I mean, it's a much better position they were in the other day. I mean, bowling first and getting off to such a good start with Isabel Wong taking that wicket in the first ball. And now bringing Georgia Davis on, so the experience of this off spin now, you know, she very much knows her own game. You can see her putting her fielders in position ready to go here, and this is her first bowl in the competition, and let's hope it goes well for her.
Yeah, wasn't playing on Saturday, but she's here on Bank Holiday Monday. We hope you're enjoying your Bank Holiday Monday, watching the live stream and enjoying the commentary that is on offer. Will be Georgia Davis with that field. 2 out on the leg side boundary. She's got a fielder on the 45, a straightish mid wicket, and we have a mid off, a extra cover, a deep point and a gully, as this one is a bit short and Jones can't get there, and it's been quite nicely placed by Cross here, and it's a chase on for Boycott, who does pick up the ball, return it to Sarah Glenn, and Glenn is able to throw the ball into Georgia Davis. I'm having to climb on my chair here just to see if there's a long on or not. We've got 4 and 4, so I'm assuming there is, just out of our view. And I assume it's Thea Brooks, as this one is floated up and it's defended into the offside. Kelly is there with the fielding. He gathers before the batters can add to the total. There's Davis just twists the ball in her hand and then delivers a loopy delivery that is just tempting Cross to try something extravagant. She ends up driving for a parried single. In fact, it's Arlott at backward point because Kelly was the fielder hiding from us at long on, and just appears now at a more conventional mid-on with Thomas on strike. 84 for 7. Davis just up from heels onto tiptoes and delivers another nicely flighted delivery. That's really good sort of dip at the end from that flight as well.
She switched over, as most bowlers go from pace bowling when they initially start to off spin at quite a young age, so she's got a lot of experience there.
This one turned a long way actually, but down the leg side, which means it will be signalled a wide ball, 85 for 7.
So again, from a very experienced, a very supportive cricket family. Her parents and grandparents and uncles are very well known at most grounds across the country, coming to support her. And I think they'll be gutted that they're missing out on watching her today.
We've enjoyed the tweets from family members on #SparksWillFly today. We'll display as many of those as we can as this one turns back towards the stumps. But it was a definite attempt to play the ball from Thomas, and she was a long way outside the off stump in the end.
Yeah, she's getting that dip because she's worked really hard over the winter on her seam positioning and getting the accuracy there, and you can see it paying off at the moment.
Floats another one in, but of a shorter length, and Arlott is round at backward point. Single taken. Thomas off the mark. She'll be glad about that. Came from her 9th delivery. 86 for 7. With the cranes stationary and still over Birmingham. Not quite as many as we usually see. Always a lot of building work, it seems, going on whenever you visit the city. But the team that is occupying Edgbaston over this bank holiday weekend is putting in a fine performance at the moment in the Central Sparks. Of course, this is technically a Thunder home game, but I think it was the right move really to take advantage of the test venue being
yeah, I think it's yeah, I say, although it might be disappointing for Lancashire, perhaps if you haven't got your fans there anyway, it kind of makes it a little bit more of a neutral ground for everyone.
Here's Glenn. Ball's short of a length, and this one's cut away on the offside.
It's fielded by Brooks.
Is across and returns it, as is the trend really here, just to keep the ball low and skid it through. And she took that as the quickest route from A to B to get the ball back to the bowler. Single taken, 87 for 7. Here is Glenn, forward defensively, is cross. A little bit of excitement, but I think it was kidology more than anything else.
Yeah, and you wouldn't say as yet that Central Sparks' home ground is here. I mean, they're playing some games at New Road as well, but the women don't always play at the county grounds. You know, they play at the second ground at Portland Road.
New Road, Worcester will be the destination for the Sparks next, which will be enjoyable as Glenn's latest ball is a dot.
Yeah, it's great to see the girls getting to play on these pitches, and you know, it's the credit they deserve really.
Here's Glenn again. Cross, drives, firmly enough up to long on. Will take a single, 88 for 7. I suppose from the Thunder's point of view, the 100 has to be the first target here and get there with as few down as possible.
I think if Kate Cross can just stick around here and say chat to Olivia Thomas through this innings, then that target may well be in sight.
Here's Olivia Thomas facing up to Glenn, and she's watchful in defence and plays it just into the onside, but never a chance of a run with the attentions of Amy Jones. Settling back in here is Thomas. Floated up, and she's gone right round that one, it seemed. It squirts out into the offside. Appeal from the umpire, but a little on the leg side, may have even pitched outside. 88 for 7, the score then as we approach 12:30 on this bank holiday Monday. Good to have you with us on the Central Sparks live stream.
Yeah, Sue Redfern, so umpiring. She's also played at international level cricket, so she's very experienced on both sides. That she's a canny left arm bowler that I don't think most of these girls would like to face even today really.
So certainly in the spinners union, so Sarah Glenn might have a chance of persuading her, but she's a very, very talented umpire, so I'm sure won't be swayed by past allegiances. Another spinner now on, of course, at the pavilion end. It's Georgia Davis, who likes to give it a bit of air, but on that occasion it was slightly too much, and this one's been driven away. It will just creep over the boundary for 4 runs. 92 the Thunder's score moves on to, and I think 1 or 2 up in the changing room who might have a glum face having got out themselves will be quite glad to see that from Kate Cross. Such an experienced campaigner, as we've been mentioning, and she's able to strike a much needed 4 for the Thunder. As Davis tries to plot her downfall here. Throws another one up, and this one turns back towards the stumps from a slightly better length.
I don't think Davis would be too downhearted by that 4 there. I think she's found her length again quite well for that second ball of the over.
Well, I think that's what she wanted. She wanted to induce the drive, and she got it, but it just went for 4. The latest ball, a dot though, from Kate Cross, with plenty of experience in ODIs, 26 of those to her name, 13 T20s and 3 test matches as well. As she again thought about the drive, it seemed there, but realised she was being tempted by the flight and was able to keep her discipline. Defended to Emily Arlett for no run. Here's Georgia Davis throwing it up, Cross trying to give herself room, but it's difficult with the ball turning back from the off spinner. Of course, not really famed for her batting.
No, she's
Cross
looking
at international level.
She's looking for ways of scoring here, isn't she? But I don't know whether you would prefer her to be a bit more patient.
She goes for a wild drive again. There weren't too many fielders in the offside, and that allowed it to roll into a gap, and it's retrieved by the cover sweeper. 94 for 7 the total now. Cross will maybe just have to think about that once again. As Davis comes in and bowls, this one is swept into the leg side. 2 fielders on the boundary, one won't get there though from a mid-wicket position. 98 for 7 the score moved on to past 50 in the 16th over, 5 wickets down, so they'll be glad to be approaching the 100 mark now with the loss of just 2 more wickets, but it's a constant struggle here, Sarah, again.
Yeah, it's a struggle for these Lancashire lower order now to put some runs on the board to really give themselves something to bowl at. Although I think at the start that the Sparks had, they perhaps were hoping to have them all out by now. So, you know, they really need to start pushing on and getting these last couple of wickets. But Kate Cross is looking quite steady at the moment. She looks like she's holding it together with relative ease down one end, and Olivia Thomas is doing a good job at the other.
And I suppose you have a great perspective of the game right from club cricket up to this sort of regional level and even beyond now. How are you sort of assessing the health of it, like through from sort of, we've got regional, county and club cricket now all sort of combining in this new structure that's come together for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy?
Yeah, I think club cricket has more often than not been a little bit forgotten, a little bit of an aside, but hopefully now working with Laura and working with the region in the Central Sparks region, we can put something together that means everyone's working from the same sheet.
Here comes Sarah Glenn, cut away behind square. Marie Kelly is able to do the fielding at backward point, returns it relatively fiercely to Amy Jones, but she was up to the task. No run possible there as Glenn comes in again, and once again Thomas will have to wait for a chance to move that scoreboard underneath the golden weather vane. It seems to have twisted to its side slightly and is pointing towards us with the clock face beneath it, and then the electronic figures displaying 98 for 7 as it was at the start of the over, and there's no run off the cut there for Thomas, who is just having to contemplate each ball as it arrives and just ensure that she can stay in. Glenn wants to give that one a real rip, but doesn't produce too much for her.
Yeah, you'd have thought these regional girls now may not have too much play in club cricket going forward, but then the girls still have to aspire to be here and be here today, so there needs to be those links formed as soon as possible, really.
Glenn's latest delivery is worked into the leg side for a 5th dot of this Glenn's 9th over, which is really raced by, hasn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
she's
only a short run, but she's delivering another ball to complete this over. There will be a run for Thomas, who will retain the strike. It's only her third so far of the innings, takes the score on to 99-7. But yeah, Sarah Glenn's spell has rapidly progressed.
Yeah, she gets through her overs nice and quickly, and they haven't actually hit her to many places really, so it's kind of a case of she's got on with it, which I think has worked in her favour, and she's got some wickets to into the bargain as well.
Do hope you're enjoying the live stream brought to you via the Central Sparks. #SparksWillFly is our handle on Twitter, so do get in touch with us on that, and we'll look to display as many of those as we can as Georgia Davis floats another one up into the air, and Boycott is across to pick up your contributions. Very welcome. Any sort of talking points you want to pass our way as well would be much appreciated, as in comes Davis and just bowls a ball short of length that allows Thomas to go back and defend on this occasion. But I feel we're going to see a lot of this as the Thunder try to just creep towards a total that they can have a bowl at in the second half. As in comes Georgia Davis again. This one turned into the leg side. Boycott picks up. We've still got Jones, Hartley to come, as in comes Davis again. It's worked into the leg side, and there is Boycott. So he'll pick up and
so Davis has been worked really hard over the winter with he's worked at Warwickshire with Tom Brown and Dom Osler as well, and they've just been doing a lot of work with her.
More flight here, and again no run on offer for Olivia Thomas.
She's very keen to learn, and she takes it on board. She's sometimes a little bit critical on herself, but I think that's kind of made her into the player that we're watching out here today.
I'm really enjoying this action. It's great to see, and she floats another one up asking a question of Thomas, and the scoreboard's all in Georgia Davis's favour to do exactly that. Over comes to an end, 99-7. It's another one that's ticked by, 32 of them so far, and the spin is just holding the game where the Sparks want it at the moment.
Yeah, she'll be going back to her mark now, Georgia, thinking about her plan to these batters and what she's going to do next. So she's a real thinking cricketer, which I think is working in her favour. And Sarah Glenn has obviously proven that the spin is working on this pitch today. She has hardly gone for any runs in her 9 overs so far, and picked up that vital wicket as well.
Hope everybody's enjoying their bank holiday, as Sarah Glenn, I'm sure, is playing here at Edgbaston. This one turned away into the offside. Kelly was across to pick up. A little off licence was open for trade, I noticed as I came back very early, despite most of us taking a break today, as in comes Glenn and bowls, and this is driven by Cross just towards the onside of straight, and she gets through for a single from the second ball of the over, and that is the 100 up for the Thunder, and they will be quite glad to have got there, having been 5 down when the 50 came up, to get that next 50 with only 2 more wickets down.
Yeah, I think they're in a little bit of a better position now. Still not quite as much on the board as they would have hoped.
And bowls short of a length cut to Eve Jones, fielding at short extra cover. There's also a cover and a backward point, as well as a short third fielder in Via Brooks, but none of them come into play. It's Jones, the skipper, who picks it up again. Clearly likes that position. She was there in the first game as well. It's clearly her view as captain. She'll be anxious to impress against a brand that she has a association with in the Thunder, as they look for 2, but Kate Cross didn't fancy it, and Thomas had to regain her ground. 101 for 1. Thomas has 4 now.
Yes, I think it's the thing with women's cricket as well, as you know a lot of people, and if someone like Eve who's been around playing for these different counties, you probably know of, if not know well, every player that she's playing with and against today.
She'll be hoping to knock the runs off later, but this one is play away to another player who'll be hoping to get involved in that chase, Maria Kelly, and she returns it to probably the third part of that triumvirate in Amy Jones. I mean, all 3 of those can open the batting, so I guess it would have been a bit strange in the first game for Kelly to have actually had to sit there and and weight it in her pads, because she wouldn't have been used to that. 101 for 7 at the end of the over.
I think she's happy batting in that top 4 really. Yeah, she has experience of opening the batting, but she's also got experience of being 3 and 4. So, with Amy Jones coming into the side for these 2 games, I think that's probably to be expected. And while she didn't perhaps perform in that first game, she'll be hoping for better today.
The voice of Sarah again there, alongside myself, Mike Perkins. We learnt, of course, the 23 in homage to Charlotte Edwards, and it's not a bad cricketer to pick as Georgia Davis floats one up. This third time it was caught on the full by Thomas, but she still couldn't get it past Eve Jones in that short extra cover position. I feel pretty much the same at this end as in comes Georgia Davis. This one turns down the leg. It's worked to the fielder at 45, which perhaps is the only difference. Actually, I think there was
they've bought
short
the deep
third at the other.
Yeah, they've bought the deep point or cover in for Thomas, haven't they? I think, and been a little bit more pressure on her.
Yeah, it does have a feel of a squeeze around Olivia Thomas, but her principal job is to survive, and she does so again without adding to the score.
She's looked relatively comfortable so far, Thomas. She's got a good defensive game on her, and she's just hoping that keeps her at the wicket.
Remaining watchful here as she strides forward, a little bit uppish there towards Boycott, who was creeping in from short mid-wicket. Almost the mirror of Eve Jones on the other side of the wicket. 101 for 7. Floated up by Georgia Davis again. She's just trying to put as much on it as she can.
She knows what she's doing, Georgia, here. She says she's bowling to her plan, definitely.
Induced the drive there, but didn't produce runs for Thomas or a wicket for Davis. And to complete the over now, turns back towards the stumps and stabbed this time from the crease towards Eve Jones, who'd crept in to pick up. 101 for 7, a maiden over there from the bowling of Georgia Davis, and she'll be very happy with that indeed. And how nice is this to see the sunshine on the turf here at Edgbaston, Sarah?
Yes, it could be a little bit warmer, but
yes.
Yeah, it's lovely to see the sunshine, especially after the terrible weather we've had in the last couple of weeks, that it was starting to doubt that some of these games could go ahead. But actually, credit to the ground staff here, and credit to everybody who hasn't been able to perhaps do all the training matches they could do, but now have the sun shining when the games have been playing is fantastic.
Saw pictures though of people on top of the Lord's Pavilion and people tweeting about being in tents in the games when we were playing on Saturday, so I think we should be fairly grateful there. We do have to have the window open for the effects, Mike. It's not too bad in here, but
no, I think a lot of
could be warmer.
A lot of local clubs have suffered, haven't they, from the fact that they've all had these gazebos up and tents because of coronavirus and not being able to go inside. I think most of them have blown away over the past 2 weeks, so
it's always a danger with a gazebo, that, and I think 1 or 2 have found out. Izzy Wong's back into the attack, so this will be exciting. She got a wicket with the first ball of the match, and she's produced the outside edge of cross there. It's down to Thea Brooks at third, and I think Izzy Wong was almost imagining, as her hands went to her head there, just what would have happened if I'd had a packed slip cordon with 3 slips and 2 gullies, but that one probably would have gone over the top of all of them. 102 for 7.
I'm surprised that's not what she's asking for now from the captain. I'd be surprised if someone's coming in.
So we're seeing an addition to that area of the field after the single that Cross got from the outside edge of the bat. Kelly is in at slip, and Wong is bouncing on her toes, and she's charging in, and this will be exciting, folks, as she bowls her ball arrow straight again in towards the stumps of Thomas, but she stood resolute there and was able to defend them again. Another dot ball, but she won't care one bit. And surviving this next 3 overs without any wickets is a big task for the Thunder now if they want to create a total that will cause the Sparks a challenge. They'll know the Sparks only made 145 and pressure could be put on in the second half because of that score in the first game.
Yeah, these next 3 overs from Wong could be vital.
Here comes Izzy Wong, halfway through the first of those 3 overs. She went for a slightly shorter ball, trying to just intimidate Thomas, but she seems a very brave cricketer, and she played that one away into the leg side and was able to get to the non-striker's end. Brings Cross back on, who all of a sudden has 31, 103 for 7. Thomas on 5.
Yeah, Thomas has impressed me so far. I'm not really aware of her as a cricketer until today, but she's the way that she stood her ground here has been impressive, especially in this pressure situation that she's under.
The cloud is high and light as Wong runs in and bowls, and it's driven by Cross, who always seems to have a flourish to her drive. Just toe-ended that one a little bit, and therefore didn't get the power she would have liked, and has to settle with remaining in her crease and not adding to the total.
Yeah, Kate Cross will probably have a lot of experience of late facing Izzy Wong when they've been in these England bubbles, so that might be doing her a couple of favours.
Here is Izzy Wong again. It's a characteristic little bounce at the back of the run before she charges in, strong at the crease, delivers, and strong with the bat was Cross, who survives that latest ball that will be recorded as a dot by the scorers.
A characteristic smile at the end of the run there as well at the batter.
You really see it on the screen when Izzy Wong turns. There's been a big smile on the face today. And why not?
Well, absolutely. She's loving every minute out there, isn't she?
Laura Marshall with the first ball of the game also picked up Ellie Threlkeld bowled and got a catch as well from her fast bowling partner Emily Arlett as this one is driven up towards mid-off. No run is possible, and it was an over without wickets, but without too many runs from an Izzy Wong point of view as well. Just the two of them. 35 overs gone now, so 15 remaining, 103 for 7. What would your assessment be of a good score from here, Sarah Ginn, the coach of Warwickshire under-17s?
Well, I think Lancashire will be pleased to be in this situation at the moment, but they've still got 15 overs in the bag, and I think they'd be hoping for sort of 150, 160 on the board. I should think it depends very much on how these next few overs go, and if these girls can stay in, then I think they could be on to that. Central Sparks counter that. We'll be hoping for a couple of quick wickets, and it could be under 120.
As in comes Georgia Davis and throws it up, and this one's walloped away to the mid-wicket boundary, quite straight mid-wicket in the end, and that will be 4 runs, and it brings a little pat on the top of the helmet for Olivia Thomas from Kate Cross, because for the first time it was a attempt to flight it, but the line was wrong. It turned into a full toss, and it was whacked away by Thomas for 4.
Yeah, she did just what she'd hoped to do there, Thomas, get the full toss away and get some runs on the board.
107 for 7. Bowls again, this turns down the leg side, and Georgia Davis, she puts pressure on herself, and she's disgusted with the start of this over. There's a wide ball there as well, 108 for 7.
Still back her to pull it back, though. I think she'll just she'll use her experience here and keep on working.
Calm settles now as she throws this one up. It turns back, but again a wide ball signalled this time on the offside. 109 for 7. Mia Kelly just comes over for a little chat. Plenty of experience around Georgia Davis, with Eve Jones coming over as well. She'll just settle back into her work. Throws it up to Olivia Thomas and brings her forward defensively, and that's more like it.
It's a much better delivery from Georgia there.
No run possible from it. And Thomas settles over her bat. All of a sudden this is an over she'll consider that she's winning, but the pressure will be to survive the remaining balls now as Eve Jones does the fielding and cover. Plenty of encouragement still coming from the Sparks players. Thrown up again and defended down the onside of the wicket. It's easily dealt with by Davis to prevent a run being taken. Just comes in now, ball in hand, throws it up again. It's driven back to.
It's a good recovery from Georgia after the start of the over here. So she's played with the senior women since she's been about 15 years old, so she's got plenty of experience and been in there predominantly as an off spinner. So
she'll be enjoying the chance to bowl here at Edgbaston today, and she's taking full advantage of it as she floats another one up that brings another drive from Thomas, but it was a fairly slow swing of the bat in the end, just to ensure that she made contact as the Warwickshire flag at the far end above the one section of yellow seats there just flutters away.
The Davis family are very well known for their picnics. They come to every single
really?
game, and I think I've actually even seen them order a curry once to the sideline at
Oh,
Portland
really?
Road.
Okay, well that's not the most traditional of
well,
picnics.
no, but they've got camping stoves in the car park. You know, all these. She's got a very good support base, as have all the girls. You know, when they play, and it's a shame that these people can't be here watching today. But the Warwickshire girls in particular, they've got a little club that they order food together and barbecues and things like that on the sideline of the games. So they'll be raring to get back to that, I think, next summer.
Yes, well, there's so many things are missing from this summer, and kind of being able to have conversations like this has been one of them, and that's been because of the lack of cricket, and in particular the lack of women's cricket. So it's just so good to see it out there.
Yeah, I think it all took us a little bit by surprise when all of a sudden in July we could start playing again, and some people could play and some people were in these bubbles and had to be rightly protected because of potential international series. But now actually to see most people who want to being able to play a game of cricket is fantastic.
Izzy Wong to Kate Cross, two have been in that international England bubble, as it's played away behind square on the offside. Gwennon Davis round and quickly returns the ball to Amy Jones. One taken, 110 for 7. Standard of cricket has been absolutely excellent so far today, and Izzy Wong has been a key part of that wicket with the first ball of the match. Annie Threlkeld and Emma Lamb also her victims. Can she add Thomas? 110 for 7, and Thomas drives resolutely back up to cover.
The great thing about Izzy is she'll be totally convinced that she can definitely get another couple of wickets here, and a 5 will be on the cards, and you can, that confidence sees her really well in what she does. It's not arrogance, it's just a nice confidence that she's got with her game, and she'll be very confident she can get another couple here.
Exactly what you want to see from a fast bowler. Dot ball from the last delivery. What will be on offer to her today? Again bowls quick and in towards Thomas, but Arlott won't get the opportunity of a catch as she did earlier from a misplaced pull stroke from Emma Lamb. Does prevent a score though from that delivery. Hands behind backs for Jones and Kelly in the wicketkeeper and slip positions. Ring of 4 on the offside as well as Wong bowls, and this was played into the leg side. Thomas thought a single was on. Cross rather disagreed and turned her back and headed back to the non-striker's end. 110 for 7 it remains.
Yeah, I think what's really pleasing from Wong today is the lack of perhaps bad balls that we have seen in a couple of her last occasions. That yes, there has been a couple that have dropped short, but also deliberately so that she's really bounced them in there. So it's good to see from her today.
5th ball of her 9th over, and she's bowling it now slightly back of the length, and it forces a defensive prod. No run possible. And is that what her game is about? It's getting everything going in a sort of straight line from where she delivers the ball above off stump to the off stump at the other end, because that seems to be what she's managed to do for the majority of her spell today.
So I think it's generally, there's a lot of women and girls around there who can bowl well, but there's not that many who can generally bowl fast and who have the capabilities and the sort of physical capabilities to bowl fast.
She'll be up at paces that she would love to see, I think, if there was a speed gun present here today, because that's another good full delivery. Head went to the sky though after it, because she hasn't managed to get the wicket. It was another dot to finish up with. 37 overs gone, 110 for 7 the Thunder score, and they've done very well to just keep control of this game, having been so many wickets down so early on before they'd even reached 50 to be 5 down. So we got to 110 for 7. They'll be impressed with what they've managed so far.
Yeah, I think Cross's experience has come to the fore here. She's she's quietly crept up to 32 not out now, and she came in when they were in quite a lot of trouble, and her and Thomas now have really sort of built a foundation that actually in the last 10 overs, if they're still there, they could push on a little bit and get a very decent total on the board, which from where it started off this morning you wouldn't have thought was possible.
Boycott with the ball back in hand, and she will be coming into the attack from the pavilion end. Scores elsewhere, Southern Vipers 199 for 4 now against the Western Storm, with 11 and a bit overs to go in their innings. Also with 11 and a bit overs to go are the South East Stars, who are 205 for 4, so some good recoveries in the Southern group and some impressive totals being mounted there. In the Northern group, batting has looked very difficult indeed, as Boycott's trying to find her third victim, but can't do so. It's driven up to Eve Jones at short cover. So the Diamonds are 140 for 6 with 13 overs remaining against the Lightning. Of course, it's 110 for 7 here, as in comes Boycott and bowls, and there's an appeal for LBW, but it's going way down the leg side.
It was a bit more of an optimistic appeal than a realistic one there. Yes, it was definitely drifting down leg, if not, yeah.
It more hit Kate Cross's leg because she tried to clear it to give herself a bit of room to heave into the leg side.
If she hadn't have been there, that may well have been a wide.
She drives this one again to cover. No run is possible.
I think what's nice when you talk about the scores from around the country, that there's a lot of girls involved in all these setups that are playing for slightly different teams, and they'll all be rooting for their, whilst there's healthy competition. Well, there's healthy competition out there. I think, everybody will be getting off the pitch, looking at the scoreboard, seeing how their friends and colleagues have done across the country. And it's, it's good to see that the England players are spread out amongst the teams as well, and seeing how they've been all getting on today.
Boycott worked away into the leg side here by Cross, who'll pick up the single. Wong with the return, 111 for 7 is the total now.
Of course, the first day on Saturday was quite dominated by those England players, so it'd be good to see if there's other people performing today now they're a little bit more settled in.
Yeah, it was. I suppose the exception to that would be Ellie Threlkeld's innings when she supported Sophie Eccleston, so she got a half century on the board. But yeah, it was the likes of Maddie Villiers, obviously Heather Knight and Danny Wyatt impressing, as you'd always expect them to do, as Boycott bowls. It's down the leg side, a little bit of body or bat involved. We'll find out which in a moment, as a single is taken. It is a leg by. 112 for 7 the score progresses to with that. We've got 12 overs of this innings remaining.
Yeah, I mean, the Warwickshire girls, for example, we've got a girl, Grace Ballinger, actually representing the Loughborough side today. I know she's been bowling at my club at Berkswell. We've got Bethan Ellis, who'll be also playing for Loughborough, and there's girls around the country. Jo Gardner's involved in the Warwickshire setup, but she's playing for a separate side in this. So there's a lot of links and connections between the teams, which is made their competition for places, I think, very high as well.
And they learn a lot from that. And I think I remember seeing, I think it was Thea Brooks playing at Edgbert last year again for the Southern Vipers. And obviously Izzy Wong was involved with that team last year in the KSL, so they seem to learn a lot from going about and getting that wider experience of, as you say, just playing in different parts of the country. Yeah,
just playing with different captains, different coaches. It all adds up to fantastic experience for them. Bethan Ellis and Grace Ballinger, I think, are going to Loughborough University, so it kind of to go over and play in that side of the country is good for them. But equally, there's other people playing in different regions at the moment. That
here's Izzy Wong around the wicket this time, driven up to mid-on. Score remains 112 for 7.
Yeah, there's people playing in different sides around the country to get experience and to get what they want out of the game. Perhaps being more of an all-rounder in a different team, whereas there's different players in each setup. So it's good to see that they're not afraid to move to different sides, and it makes the whole competition much more stronger and healthier, I think.
So again, the voice you're hearing there alongside myself, Mike Perkins, as Izzy Wong comes in and bowls around the wicket, and again resolutely driven back by Thomas, and Wong returned it once more with a little bit of an angry throw there. She seems well versed on the culture of being a fast bowler, does Izzy Wong. She's sort of the changing of boots we mentioned earlier, and throwing the ball back at the batsman. She seems to have sort of all the attributes and the
fast bowler
quirks.
Mentality about her. Yes, she's definitely getting there.
arms pumping now, and she's trying to produce a wicket, which is what she's after most of all. It's through to Amy Jones, who's stood a good way back and just has to watch that one into the gloves carefully.
Sure, she'd have been watching Catherine Brunt on Saturday, and sort of she must have been one of her heroes growing up there, and taking tips from her. And she's got quite a lot of similar attributes there, with the throwing down the stumps and the staring at the bowlers. But yes, it's very much a fast bowling temperament.
Checking the footmark when she bowled one short that she didn't mean to, as in comes Izzy Wong once again. 112 for 7, and again there's no run, but Thunder won't mind at all. It was a little bit of a stab though from Thomas, and I think almost in the excitement, it was a rare occasion it didn't just melt into Jones's gloves, because I think her hands had momentarily gone to her head because she thought it was
going to be
quite close, that one.
Yeah. So Thomas doesn't seem that troubled that she's 9 off 51 balls here. She actually is just doing her job nicely. I think she's standing her ground here against this pace that's coming at her.
It's a huge effort as in comes Izzy Wong, and it's driven firmly, but again for no run by Thomas, and across at the other end, 33 off 59, and that's who Thomas is here to support at the moment. Cross stood with hand on hip and encouraging her partner, no doubt. Plenty of noise still from the Sparks fielders. A slip, backward point, cover point, extra cover and mid-off as Wong runs in, and this one is played into the leg side. There was a hopeful appeal, but with the angle it seemed unlikely, and Georgia Davis picks up from long leg. One taken, led by Signalled, 113 for 7. And Thomas continues to provide resolute resistance.
It's a great spell from Izzy Wong there, so she'll be disappointed she didn't pick up a couple more wickets when she came back on. But I think the big takeaway from today is that she has bowled 10 good overs. I think the 7th was perhaps her weakest, just as she got tired there, but she's bowled very consistently, good line and length, and she's looked dangerous throughout.
Well, she's set this game up, hasn't she, really, with those 3 wickets in that first spell. First ball of the match is always a nice way to start with a wicket, but she's gone on from there and finishes with figures of 10 overs, 2 maidens, 26 for 3. So very satisfied with that, I'm sure she will be, as probably will be Claire Boycott, who has 21 for 2 from her 7 overs, including a maiden, and starts with another dot ball to Olivia Thomas.
I think with the difference with Isabel Wong from one end, and the explosive power, and then just the kind of metronome bowling that Claire Boycott's producing from this end, just putting it on the spot every time, it's got to be frustrating from the batter point of view.
On the spot again there from Boycott, and another dot ball as it's driven up to Marie Kelly. Yes, it's been a very impressive performance, but do you think the Thunder will have that 145 in mind? Maybe if they could just creep up to there, then they put a little bit of pressure on the Sparks. We'll get your thoughts in a minute, Sarah, again, as this one is bowled by Boycott. The batters are able to scamper through for a single.
Yeah, I think 145, 150 will still be in their mind at this point, especially if Cross is still at the crease. I think they'll be confident that they can just keep this score ticking over for the last 10 overs now, and get something that's really, really defendable.
Welcome if you have just joined us to Edgbaston. Been a fantastically entertaining game of cricket so far. My name is Mike Perkins, as you're hearing there, Sarah Ginn, the Warwickshire Under-17s coach, who goes back, I think, as far as to 10 years of old with Gwen and Davis, as in comes Boycott, and this one offered a bit of width, and Kate Cross said thank you very much and swung her bat at it, but due to a parry from the ever-willing Eve Jones, sticking herself in that short extra cover, managed to deflect that ball away, and meant it was only a single. 115 for 7. Central Sparks looking for the final 3 wickets. They have been for a little while now, as this one is bowled, and Kelly comes in and picks up and returns. They had 2 inside 2 overs and 5 by the 16th, but it's been slow work from there, and ever since the 25 over mark they've been searching for this 8th one. It's been thanks to the resolute resistance of Olivia Thomas, who is 10 off 57 balls, but that is exactly what her team has required, and she actually picks up a nice easy single there, which hasn't been on offer too often, into a big gap on the leg side. 116 for 7. Obviously the field going back a little bit there because it was the end of the over and they perhaps
are happy for her to be on strike. Yes, yeah,
she's
but then she does seem very confident. She seems to starting to play her shots now, and you know, this will do her the world of good, coming in at number 9 with Kate Cross and being out in the middle. And really she's taken her team from quite a poor position when she came into something that's looking relatively decent.
And with that ball sticking in the wicket a little bit, you just never know. You've got the spin of the Captain Hartley and of course Sophie Eccleston, who will cause problems inevitably, as she always does, so they will be looking to just try and find a way into this game here, the Thunder. They've been
this is Georgia Davis coming back from the other end, I think, here.
Little chance to have a go from the Birmingham end, framed by that magnificent backdrop of the high-rise building over there on the far side. See the solar panels on top of the terraced roofs that I think Sobers hit the sixes towards back in the day, as this one is played into the leg side, quickly through for a single, and it ends up hitting the striker there, Thomas, as she reaches the non-striker's end on the backside, but the single was taken, 117 for 7.
Yeah, the distinctive sunglasses of Thea Brooks always helps you out when you're trying to spot the fielders. They're always present on the top of the cap wherever she's playing.
I know we had through hashtag Sparks Will Fly, and we appreciate your messages there. Some compliments for Claire Boycott's sunglasses, which she's, I think, on the back of her head, or certainly not wearing on the front of her head as she looks towards us from mid-wicket at the moment. Distinctive blonde hair as well for Claire Boycott, and because she's considerably shorter than Izzy Wong, you sort of aren't going to mistake the two, because they both have very peroxide blonde hair, those two, as that one turns past the outside edge.
Yes, Izzy Wong is known for different colours of hair and different types. This is the colour of the moment. It doesn't, not sure how well it goes with the kit, but she'll probably change at some point in the competition as well.
I'll let you make that judgment, but yeah, she's out there on the cover boundary, and you must have probably seen around about 50 different colours of Izzy Wong.
She did have she had a pink streak at the start of the season, and I'm not sure if that's gone with all this peroxide blonde, but yeah, it definitely makes her stand out from the crowd.
Davis bowls off the inside edge, and it's through to Thea Brooks at 45. No run possible there. 117 for 7. That's the reason we're talking about Izzy Wong as much as we are, is because her 3 wickets have really set things up. But Emily Arlett's was important at the other end, as this latest ball is hit uppishly into the leg side, but it's a big old boundary out there and there was plenty of space, so there was a single on offer, brings Thomas back to strike. 118 for 7.
I think it'd be generous to say that was placed there, but there was definitely a big space for it to go into.
Again, it was a little bit of stickiness in the pitch, it felt like to me, as in comes Davis, defended by Thomas. It was popped up, but Arlett was in a fairly deep mid-wicket position, given that she is in the ring, but she's right back on the edge of it. And here comes Georgia Davis again. Long on's out as well, and she dispatches Arlett all the way on this occasion, just in case she does drag one round down and offer a bit too much, but it's nicely flighted again. Takes Thomas on the body, she tried to turn it round, and 12 from 61 now, so she's into double figures. 118 for 7, the score for the Thunder.
There's a better over from Georgia Davis from that end as well. I think might have suited her a little bit better. It's she didn't put that bad ball in like she did from this end, so maybe that over break and the change of ends has done her good.
Alex Hartley obviously doesn't rate her batting. We've heard her say that on regular occasions when she's tremendously good value on the radio. And Hannah Jones as well to come is there any point in these final 9 overs where these two do consider, right, okay, we have a swing maybe with 5 or 6 to go and just see if one of them does come off, or do they just keep trying to creep up? We'll get your thoughts on that in a minute, Sarah, again, as this one is played over the top in extravagant fashion by Kate Cross. She came right across the stumps and scooped it up down towards the fine leg boundary. She gets 2 runs thanks to a very good bit of fielding down there. 120 for 7 the score moves up. Maybe that answers our question.
Well, I do think the best chance for Lancashire to put the most runs on the board is to have these two still there at the end. But yeah, they will have to push on a little bit. They will be aware of the score being relatively low at this point. But if they can keep playing shots like that, then maybe it'd be all to play for.
The 45 fielder creeps to more of a short fine leg now, just in response to that last ball. This one driven more conventionally up to cover, where you'll be unsurprised to know Eve Jones is doing the fielding. Was that Thea Brooks who chased it down? I'm conscious to give her credit for that, because it was a very good piece of fielding.
Just cleared her head and then she turned around and chased it effectively down to the boundary.
Boycott with that ball into the pad, swung at by Cross, but she couldn't connect. She's on 37 now, Kate Cross. If she could get to a half century, that would be astonishingly valuable in the context of this innings.
It's a good tight spell from Boycott here, isn't it? I think.
There's Cross drives it powerfully. There is Gwen Davis out there. In fact, it's Thea Brooks out there, so it must have been Davis who chased it. No, I'm wrong. It's Gwen Davis who fielded that ball there and returned it, and just enters into the fielding circle again. 121 for 7. As here comes Boycott. Right arm over the wicket. Pavilion out. It's defended out to Gwen Davis. And there's no run here with Mike Perkins and Sarah Ginn, the Warwickshire under-17 coach. Splendid enough for Bank Holiday Monday and August Day. Towards the end of the summer, and the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy being brought to you on the Central Sparks live stream. Here comes Boycott, and it's bowled well again towards the off stump, and Thomas is defending, remains on 12, 121 for 7 after 42 overs.
Be interesting to see a pitch map of where Claire Boycott's landed every ball, because you were talking about them putting that medicine ball on a length for the Yorker this morning. I would care to guess that where she's pitched would be a very small area. She's bowled really well today.
Yeah. Well, that was almost the sort of exception going for the Yorker, and I think that's why it was so effective in producing the wicket. She's got two to her name in this spell, so a little bit of a break again for some hand sanitizer and that sort of thing, but we're ready to continue on. The batters changing gloves, and it was a really important wicket, the wicket of Natalie Brown, who'd looked very good and just managed to fool her with that Yorker length. She made 35 of 41 in the end, including 6 fours. Natalie Brown. Kate Cross, it's the major contribution here. Georgia Davis to continue from the Birmingham end. Cloud high as it has been throughout the game. And Kate Cross drives up to mid-on, takes a single, 122 for 7 the score moves on to. Does Thomas maybe just need to think about trying to get Cross back on strike a little bit more, or again, is it just one of those occasions where you can't change?
Well, Cross seems to be more confident to give Thomas the strike than she was early on. I think she was counting the balls a little bit more, but Thomas seems to be capable of scoring, but I think as yet she's just played it quite conservatively. I think, but now maybe while we're approaching these last few overs, we might see a few more shots from her. She looks quite an organised cricketer. She looks like she knows what she's doing, so perhaps she still has something in the bag and something to show for it.
Of course, she gets surrounded by a field that comes in. It's done so again as this one is bowled, and it's a chance to score here. He runs down towards the boundary at long leg, and they're going to look for 3, and Cross gets through for it with some fairly enthusiastic sprinting. 125 for 7 the score moves to. And
Cross, it
that'll
seemed
be
to
a
almost
welcome
lap
relief
her
to put
there,
on
didn't
away.
Yeah, I think she almost seemed to overtake her on the 3 runs then, and obviously very fit being in the England setup. But yeah, Thomas managed to get back down to the other end just about then.
And that's a 50 partnership between these two, as you will have just seen flash up on the screen. And 50 very useful runs indeed, as this one is played out towards Sarah Glenn at mid-off. Prevents these two adding to their total. As in comes Georgia Boyce. A little flatter this time, and Cross claps it away into the leg side off the back foot. 1 run is taken. These two came together with a score 175. And they've done very well to keep progressing it on, and as much as anything it's the fact that they battered some overs, and we're approaching the end of the 43rd as Davis comes in and delivers. And didn't really know whether to go backward or forward on that one, Thomas, because I think she wanted to get out to it and then realised she hadn't quite gone early enough and just had to stand stock still. 15 of this partnership, which is now 51 to Thomas's name. Can't find a run to add to it here. So 126 for 7 is the score at the end of the 43rd over.
She does seem to have a good temperament, Thomas. She doesn't seem to be too worried about her strike rate, which I think at this point in the game has served her quite well. She's starting to play a couple of shots there, we saw. But yeah, obviously Kate Cross is the big one to perhaps put some runs on the board now and to push the total up a bit more.
And we saw the scoop up and over Thea Brooks. So maybe she'll try something equally inventive. There are 2 back on the leg side boundary. It's a short, fine leg now. It was more a 45 in the previous over. Boycott delivers. And Cross will drive this out, square the wicket on the offside. The chase is on. Will it be able to get there? No, Millie Home can't, and it's 4 runs. 130 for 7, and they're creeping up towards that 145. It was 144 the Sparks got to set a target of 145 in the first game, and that will just cause 1 or 2 nerves. Obviously they'll expect to make more runs than that, but they'll know it was a struggle on this pitch in the first game.
Yeah, they'll be very conscious, I think, of that total that they did make, and it obviously being lower than they were hoping for.
Here is the latest ball to Cross, who goes into the leg side this time. She'll only get 1 because the boundary is much shorter there, and Davis is actually able, by the time she picks it up, to underarm that one into bowler Boycott. Kelly stood hands behind back, and Glenn hands on hips at mid-on and mid-off respectively. Cover comes in from the boundary as well. All bar Izzy Wong at back foot square leg. They feel that, which I think is Home down at 3rd, is trying to prevent the single, and they do so here.
I have known Izzy Wong to do a Rubik's Cube on the boundary.
Yes,
while
I
she's
saw
standing
that.
there. She hasn't got anything to hand to play its favourite down there than a bottle of water, I think, unfortunately.
As in comes Boycott, and there's an appeal for LBW, seem to be creeping down, but still a little bit of excitement. Smile on the face of Boycott.
Don't think she was too interested in appealing there, but I think another hopeful one there, just in case.
Thomas on the pad, and again another dot ball as Boycott comes in and bowls. This one's driven into the ground and up towards Kelly, who turns it and prevents a run again. Very sort of tense stage of the innings this feels, because as we say, the Sparks will be aware that pressure could be put on them in the second half if they allow this to get away. It's been a long time since their last wicket, but they did the work in the first 25 overs pretty much, taking 7 of them, as Jones, I think just because she hadn't in a while really, decided to whip the bails off the hair.
Yeah, the foot was dragging a little bit, but I don't think she was ever really out of her crease there, especially with Jones standing up to the wicket. I don't think you would bat anywhere than inside your crease at that point.
Cross on 45 will be on strike as a result of no score from the final delivery, and it would be a very, very impressive half-century, this one, for Kate Cross. Not famed for her batting, but she has done a fantastic job so far, but those 5 runs could still be quite difficult to acquire. 6 overs, though, in which to get them, so whether we'll see her be more expansive if she gets there with a bit of time to spare, we will see, but she's done a good job for the team. As we say, if they can just creep up to around about that 145 mark, you never know. Certainly with a bowler like Cross to start off with. It's floated up and it's gone straight up in the air and caught by Boycott, and Cross has got a top edge, and that half-century is now not on offer. She's out for 45, 131 for 8. It was a very, very impressive innings, but the partnership has been broken, and Kate Cross will have to trudge off, and that could mean that actually the Sparks are able to keep it below that 145 mark now, because it's only a couple of batters remaining.
Yeah, Kate Cross would be disappointed with that. I think Sia take a guard again, and I think she was looking to hit out a little bit, but didn't time that one at all and hit it straight up in the air in the safe hands of Boycott underneath it. We did say that she could change the game here if she stayed until the end, but it's a good effort from her to get up to 45, and now they've just got a couple of batters remaining in Hannah Jones and Alex Hartley, just to see if they can push that 145, 150 mark.
So Georgia Davis picks up her first wicket as Alex Hartley strides out to the middle. It was caught by Claire Boycott there at mid-wicket. 131 for 8.
Whilst Alex Hartley will say that she struggles with the bat, she has worked on it, and she will be keen to put some runs on the board and at least stay these last 5 or 6 overs out in the middle.
Of course, she has that great record of having only been out once, I think it is, in her international innings, and for a long time, that was only one of her more recent international innings, so she can certainly hang around, that's for sure, but whether she can get the team up to the total they need, we will see. This one is bowled and Hartley is forward and defends into the offside, and there's no run.
Be interesting to see the pressure it puts on Thomas now, and whether she feels that she needs to play a few more shots, being the batter that's now in at the crease, and see what she makes of it from the other end.
Davis again trying to tempt Hartley. It's crept through and it's out. Caught behind by Amy Jones off the bowling of Georgia Davis. Hartley's innings only lasts a couple of balls, and she has to trudge back off to the pavilion herself following her great friend Kate Cross. 2 wickets in the over from Georgia Davis, and that is a crucial contribution, as this innings that started with a clatter of wickets looks as if it's in danger of ending with one.
Yeah, I think Georgia Davis's figure's looking a lot better now after those couple of wickets. Difficult position for Hartley to be in, having perhaps thought she would be in earlier than she was after the flurry of early wickets, and then it's been a good 20 overs where she's been probably sitting there in her pads waiting to come in. But she will be disappointed in that. She did look like she wanted to hang around and see the overs out, and of course it only lasted those couple of balls. But we'll see what Jones can do now, or whether Davis can close the innings with the rest of this over.
Yep, Hannah Jones on her way to the crease. Another catch for Amy Jones behind the stumps. This time off the bowling of Georgia Davis. I was just trying to get you the analysis as well of Kate Cross's innings, because it was an impressive one. Just 3 boundaries, but she was there for 94 minutes, 73 balls for her 45. Unfortunately, Alex Hartley's innings was rather briefer. Just the 2 balls faced by the Thunder skipper, and that brings the final batter to the crease in this first innings, Hannah Jones, and she faces up now. It's uppish, and Eve Jones might have been ruining the fact she wasn't a couple of paces closer, and she does come a couple of paces closer. Yeah, she's
brought herself in a little bit closer there.
So Hannah Jones faces up again. And will just turn leg side. Looking tentative here against Georgia Davis. And just trying to make sure she stays at the crease for Olivia Thomas, who's worked very hard at the other end. In comes Davis again, and this one is hoiked away into the leg side, and it will find green grass, and there's only one run taken. It will retain the strike, in fact, for Hannah Thomas, and for Hannah Jones rather. I wasn't necessarily expecting that, I have to say,
I
after
think
the first two balls.
Hoik was the right word for it there, and I'm a bit uncertain as to why she's got herself on strike, being number 11 and just in. But maybe she backs herself to play a couple of shots here. Maybe that's the way she plays. She might hit out a little bit now and put a quick few runs on the board. But that definitely wasn't a conventional textbook shot that she's just played there to get off the mark.
No, she perhaps was maybe looking for more and thinking it's the final ball of the over. If I can strike a boundary here, then then it'll help out the other end, but didn't quite get hold of it in the fashion she would have wanted, and now has 6 balls to face from Emily Arlott, who I think will be just thinking, right, I can add another one here and get off the pitch with a nice little twofer. She bowled very well in support of Izzy Wong at the start, picked up a wicket, called it backward point by Gwennon Davis. And that left Thunder 0 for 2, which is worth reminding you of if you're just joining us here on the Central Sparks live stream. Reminder, Sparks will fly is the hashtag to get in touch with us on Twitter. And it's very good to have you with us here as Arlott's right at the back of the fielding circle and now paces in past a mark she's made on the ground and delivers short, right arm over the wicket. Looked a little on the stiff side there, having come back for a second spell.
Yeah, it's quite difficult when you come back on, isn't it, after you've been in the field for a while, especially it's probably not the warmest, and they don't seem to have any brightly coloured jumpers to wear whilst they're in the field. So yeah, she might be a little bit stiff for these first couple of balls coming back on.
So a single taken by Jones, who might be quite relieved to get to the non-strikers end. She's on 2, 133 for 9, and that won't be added to here by Thomas, who, again, Arlott got one to really surprisingly jump in her first spell, and that one seemed to lift a little bit there.
Yeah, it seems to be an area just outside off that seems to really be taking off. If she manages to hit that again, it'd be interesting to see what happens.
Remember, I think it was Rachael turning around and sort of tapping her forearm with the bat to indicate where it had hit her, but she played it well in the end. As in comes Arlott again. This one's full, it's driven, and it was tempting Boycott to try and throw herself underneath. As a result, it just managed to make its way past her, but only for the cost of 1 run, 134 for 9. It would have been one of those that Boycott was thinking, I could have just had Stretch Armstrong hands that could have got underneath.
I think actually stopping the boundary or stopping it going any further was probably a wise move.
Here's Arlott again, bowling, causing problems for both Hannah Jones, the batsman, and the wicketkeeper Amy Jones there as it crept through outside the off stump. 134 for 9.
See, Gwennon Davis is fancying a catch in here. She seems to be very animated fielding in short.
And creeping towards that total that Central Sparks made in the first game here in their defeat to the Northern Diamonds. 10 away from that as Jones drives unconvincingly up towards mid-on. Kelly is there to do the fielding. And I think Gwennon Davis might be onto something, looking at that drive.
She seems to be there or thereabouts, doesn't she? Always be in the game with Gwennon, so yeah, she's there chomping at the bit, hoping the ball comes straight to her.
In comes Arlott. Bowls now, and this one comes off the outside edge. And Jones will be able to get through for 1, and that's all it will be, and again retains the strike rather rudely, given Olivia Thomas has been there for more than 70 balls now for 16, working as hard as she has, but Jones has contributed 3 to the total, and they're very valuable runs. They're now, as I say, 9 away from that score of 144, and setting that target of 145 that the Northern Diamonds so impressively chased down in the first game here at Edgbaston.
Yeah, I think that will be in the back of their minds, the Central Sparks, their total from last time. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure that they will be convinced that they can go better than that this time. And chasing as opposed to setting is a very different game as well. And they'll have the confidence that they can do that today.
Yeah, I'm certainly overplaying it slightly for dramatic effect. As we see the scores elsewhere in the competition, Northern Diamonds have now passed 200, which is a really good recovery from them. They're 200 for 7 against the Lightning in the Southern Group. It's Southeast Stars 258 for 6 against the Sunrisers, and Southern Vipers 236 for 7 with 3.5 overs of their innings to go. And Jones is out here, caught at mid-on. It was a weak-looking shot in the end that was caught up there, and the innings comes to an end with the total on 135. Georgia Davis able to.
I think Emma might be pleased that she's taken that and doesn't have to come on and bowl another over from this.
She just thrust her hands underneath it in the end, and as I say, brings the innings to a close on 135. As you were making the point there, a very chaseable target here for the Central Sparks in the second innings of this game.
Yeah, I think they'll be confident that they can chase that down. So at 1 or 2 points in the games, it looked like it was going to be even less than that. But it's not a massive total. It's a quick outfield. It's a good wicket, and with the experience of even Amy Jones up front, and so Marie, Kelly, and Gwennon coming in probably in the top 4, we assume that there's a lot of experience there, and they'd all be backing themselves to do better than they did on Saturday and chase this total down.
And in the case of Amy Jones and Gwennon Williams, there were starts there, weren't there? The only issue was that they didn't go on, so they'll have a little bit of confidence. And actually, I mean, it would be easy to focus on the dismissal of Gwennon Davis, but actually, it's the way she went about her innings was probably one of the bright points from the batting display in the first game for the Central Sparks. She made that 30 and was quite enterprising in the way she came down the track, for example.
It was a disappointing finish for her, and unfortunately people were probably talking about that after the game rather than, as you said, what came before it, which was a bright innings. She's again quite an experienced player who's grown into her role in a game. I think especially this season, I've played a lot of club cricket with her. Her patience hasn't always been her forte, but she knows she has to work on that. And I think recently she wants to stick at it, and she wants to be around. She's been a little bit more selfish, and hopefully we can see that again today.
Well, more thoughts from Sarah again to come in the second innings of this game. I will also be back in as well with you. Let's just run you through the card to complete the first half of this game. So it is going right back to that opening ball, and it was a dramatic start to the game when we saw Marshall bowled for naught by Izzy Wong from the very first ball of the game. It got worse in the second over for the Thunder. They found themselves 0 for 2 when Boyce was out, caught by Gwennon Davis at backward point off the bowling of Emily Arlett. Rachael was the third to go for 7, again bowled by Izzy Wong. It was 12 for 3 at that point in the 7th over. Emma out for 6 runs, caught by Emily Arlett, a ball from Izzy Wong that just caught her for pace, it seemed, as she went for a pull stroke. Wong bowling very straight and very quick today, and also getting a wicket with a short ball there. 18 for 4 the score at that point. Eccleston was out with the score on 53 in the 16th over. She was caught by Marie Kelly off the bowling of Boycott. Then there was the dismissal of Natalie Brown, which seemed a really crucial one. Brown made 35 in 57 minutes off 41 balls, hitting 6 fours, but was bowled by a Yorker by Claire Boycott, and that brought her innings to an end. Turner was the next to go after an impressive partnership with Kate Cross, and she was out for 1, caught by Amy Jones off the bowling of Sarah Glenn. Sorry, it was Olivia Thomas, of course, who had the impressive partnership with Kate Cross. So the score was 75 for 7 at that point in the 25th over when Cross came together with Thomas, they were able to put on a 50-plus partnership, 56 in the end, and it was Boycott who eventually caught cross after she tried to accelerate the scoring with a big shot. It just ended up going straight up in the air, and Georgia Davis got the wicket, and she also cleaned up the tail. Alex Hartley's second ball caught behind by Amy Jones, and then Emily Arlett taking the final catch there at mid-on off the bowling of Gwennon Davis, dismissing Hannah Jones for 3. So the total 135. It means the chase will be 136. A reminder, of course, that you can get in touch with us during the break with the hashtag #SparksWillFly. But myself, Mike Perkins, and Sarah Ginn will be back for the second innings of this game in around about half an hour or so's time. Well, hello everybody and welcome back to the second innings of our game between the Thunder and the Central Sparks in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. The target 136 to win for the Central Sparks, and we can see the captain Eve Jones alongside Amy Jones making her way to the wicket, and from the far end, the Birmingham end, the Thunder players appear, and they will have a tough task on their hands, I think. Sarah Ginn, under-17 coach of the Warwickshire women, to defend this total, because okay, it's been a little sticky, the pitch at times, but 136 doesn't feel enough runs to play with.
It certainly doesn't. I think they would have been hoping for more than this, and you know, whilst they did fight very well in the second half of their innings, just losing those early wickets up front and those key batters really affected them quite badly.
And plenty of your messages on hashtag Sparks will fly over the interval. About the full overs I saw was the message from Josh Morton, and it's difficult to argue with that. If they bat these 50 overs, you would imagine 136 is very much within their reach. They might even, if they get a good start here, start thinking about that bonus point, which I think they'd need to do it inside 40 overs.
Yeah, you'd think that they would back themselves to chase this as a total, especially with the experience of Eve and Amy starting off the batting here.
Well, bowling about to be opened from the Birmingham end, the end that Izzy Wong, of course, made such a impact with, shattering the stumps of Laura Marshall with the very first ball of the game. But it's Kate Cross looking to try and do something similar. The left-handed Eve Jones on strike. The ball's short outside the leg stump. It goes down the leg side, and it is a wide ball. So, well, the Central Sparks well ahead after one ball, because they're 1-0, and of course the Thunder were 0-1 after the first delivery of the game, although of course it wasn't a legal one. So that one has been added to the total as Cross comes in again, and Eve Jones is looking slightly awkward there as she tried it to prod forward. Rachael couldn't take it cleanly as it came through low. Clearly did a little bit, that one.
Yeah, much better ball from Kate Cross there early on. See, with this left-hand, right-hand combination, she may have found it difficult to find her line, but that was a very good delivery.
Here is Cross again. Jones waits and lays it out into the offside. Second dot ball in a row after the wide to start with.
Here we go, Crossy! Here we go, Crossy!
Plenty of noise also from the Thunder players, although I guess it's hard to keep that intensity in the second half of a game when you haven't batted as well as you might have liked. Here's Cross turning at the far end, striding in confidently enough. And Jones, who she'll be very familiar with bowling at, of course, from her time with Lancashire and with the Thunder franchise in the KSL, just props forward and defends for another dot ball.
Yeah, whilst you're very familiar with facing a bowler, it's still tricky out there. You know, you're on Edgbaston, it's a big game, it's a big moment for her.
Here's Cross, turning once more. Bowls short of a length, looks to work it away and does so. And a single is taken before the ball can be returned by Hannah Jones from long leg by signal. So 2 extras so far in the total. One of the impressive things actually about the Sparks bowling performance was that there were only 8 extras in total. 2 of those leg bys, 6 wides. Amy Jones on strike then. Looks around the field. Sees a packed offside with backward point, cover, extra cover and mid-off, as well as a slip, and drives towards one of those fielders. It was close but just crept underneath and away for 4 runs, but it was a uppish way to start from Amy Jones, but it brings her 4 runs and takes the score on to 6 without loss already.
Yeah, she'll be relieved that she got away with that, really. I think that field would have been a little bit closer. It may well have carried.
Yeah, it was a diving forward effort there, but didn't manage to get hold of the ball as Cross bowls, and this one is defended away. was the captain, Alex Hartley, who was diving forward there but couldn't get to the ball. Sophie Eccleston also over there in the covers and just returns the ball to the umpire as we come to the end of the first over. 6 from it, so as we say, the Sparks well ahead at this stage on that count at very least, because they haven't lost a wicket and they've put runs on the board.
Yeah, it's still very early days, but I think Sparks will be pleased that over seems to have gone their way.
Field just settling in now as the two batters meet in the middle to discuss the first over, and they're going to have to see what they can do here with the second, as a run being paced out purposefully there, and it will be Brown, who batted quite nicely, I thought, for a 35, who will get the opportunity with the ball now.
Yeah, she looks steady in the middle order. She would have been disappointed to get out, but hoping that she can make amends for that now with the ball.
Yeah, much like the Sparks did in the previous game, Thunder now need a quick start with the ball at Edgbaston here. There's Eve Jones, just plays away off the back foot, out towards backward point, but no run is possible there. At the back of the run, Brown turns, crouching behind the stumps is Rachael, but the ball goes in the opposite direction, driven powerfully and straight by Eve Jones. Lancashire players, I'm sure, would love to get her if they can. Plenty of rivalry between the two, and Rachael has already decided she wants to come up to the stump, so interesting ploy here. Brown it is to bowl, just short of a length, driven into the offside, and it's good fielding by Olivia Thomas, who we perhaps should have given her credit for her 16 not out, because it was a very, very hard fought one. Before the interval in the analysis, it was well worth taking another look at that one, as this one's played away into the leg side, and Eccleston is across to pick up and threatens to throw. So yeah, she was there for 74 minutes and 72 balls, just struck the 1-4, Olivia Thomas, but that contribution was something that means we have actually got a game on our hands here. We'll get Sarah Ginn's thoughts on that in just a moment, as this one is wide and cut away to the boundary by Eve Jones, and she'll be feeling very good about that indeed. Didn't bounce as much as she perhaps would have liked, but she made no mistake with the shot. 10 without loss the score.
Yeah, I think Thomas must be pleased with her contribution today. She came in when the Thunder were very much under the cosh, and she just played a patient innings, really. She didn't take any risks, and I think she got quite a good reward for it.
Next ball comes in now from the hand of Brown, but is driven out into the offside, and the over is completed without any addition to that score. And it feels a very similar start, I have to say, to the second innings of the game we saw on Saturday, actually, where the side who had done the work with the ball have started very comfortably indeed. Perhaps a few more extras in the earlier game, but it's
so far they've just hit the couple of bad balls for boundaries, really, especially even that last over, and with this relatively low total and a lot of overs to play with, then that's probably going to see them right.
Yeah, Jones took a bit of a chance with her drive past Hartley, but she'll settle in now against Cross, who's bowling short of a length, turned away just behind square, and there's no run on offer as the captain Eve Jones turns back towards her position. Spin at the back there from Amy Jones, and she just assesses a field, as we say, backward point, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a slip of the fielders in the ring, as this one cuts back. There's a big appeal, sounded like there was a little bit of bat involved to me, as it's picked up by third by Hannah Jones and returned. 11 without loss the score.
Yeah, definitely think there was some bet involved in that decision, but obviously we thought it was worth a shout, but nothing came of it.
Yes, just trying to get that excitement going once again in the field. As Kate Cross turns and makes her way forward in from the Birmingham end. Fine backdrop framing this latest delivery, and Eve Jones is quickly through for a single, calling the ever-willing Amy Jones through, and good couple of quick singles as well, helping the cause here. 12 without loss, 124 more required for victory. Let's keep you up to date with the other scores as well, because there was some real sort of recoveries in the other games. As Kate Cross comes in and bowls, it's turned away very nicely by Amy Jones. This is a shot all along the ground, out towards the mid-wicket boundary, the longest part of the ground. The chase is on, and it's a very good chase indeed. And they're back for 3 runs, and 3 well-taken runs takes the score here on to 15. Northern Diamonds were 24 for 4 and managed to recover to 226. So that was a impressive effort from them. That game between innings, as is the South East Stars, who made 289 for 8 from their 50 overs, and 261 for 7 is the Southern Vipers' scores after their first innings. So we're the first to get underway in the second half. As Cross bowls, and it's through outside the edge of Eve Jones, but no contact made, so Rachael couldn't claim the catch.
Some nice areas by Kate Cross here to both Amy and Eve so far. Obviously she's an experienced bowler, perhaps played more of a part with the bat today than she thought she might do, but yeah, she's bowling nicely first up here.
Yep, top scored in the Thunder innings, and now with ball in hand, Kate Cross delivering, and Eve Jones prods it up to mid-on. No run is taken there. 15 without loss it remains. Yeah, 45 in 94 minutes from 73 balls. A very fine effort from Kate Cross, and she'll be trying to make the most of it, but I mean, already 121 runs to win. It's already starting to shrink, even though it's the early stages of this innings.
Yeah, I mean, they won't be too worried first off. There's obviously been a couple of bad balls that have been put away and a couple of nice shots, but you know, they'll be hoping for a breakthrough soon.
So not quite the explosive start we had to the game in this second innings of it, but there has been some steady progress from the batters, some probing bowling from Cross, and we'll now get to see what Natalie Brown can produce. 10 on her back, and she runs in now and delivers towards the off stump of Amy Jones, who's forward carefully in defence. Settles for a dot ball. Cloud cover a little darker over the city now, but away to our left, still nice and bright out past the indoor school there with its corrugated roof, as this one is played away to the leg side and returned by Kate Cross, who's found herself at mid-wicket now. 15 without loss the score. The motor fires away in the distance, and in comes Brown to deliver on off stump, and it's played away out towards that packed offside. That's the nice backward point, cover point, extra cover, and mid-off.
It's interesting that Cross isn't going back down to that third man fine leg position, which you'd expect traditionally bowlers would do between her innings, but she's still getting herself involved in the game.
Short of a length, tries to cut, does Amy Jones, but again, perhaps that indication of the pace of the pitch, she couldn't quite get it away. Yeah, we've got a long leg in Sophia Turner down there, and we've also got a fielder out at third, a slip in place, and then Cross at mid-wicket, and we've got Hannah Jones up at mid-on as this one is delivered, and again, just there a bit early on that occasion was Amy Jones and couldn't do much with the ball. We've got the T20 Blast is underway. Gloucestershire 183 for 3 in their final over of their innings. Leicestershire Foxes 151 for 4. And Yorkshire Vikings 28 without loss, as this one is played away into the offside. End of the over, 15 without loss. Remember, hashtag Sparks will fly is how you can get in touch and get your messages displayed on the screen. But there again, that's been a maiden over there, and all of a sudden Thunder just trying to bring it back really here, and tight over from Kate Cross, and then another very tight one from Natalie Brown.
Yeah, you would hope that the Sparks won't be feeling the pressure just yet with the relatively low total on the board. But yeah, they did start off the Thunder those first couple of overs with a couple of loose deliveries, which probably put the Sparks on the front foot. But yeah, they've now got into their stride, and we'll see that what the next couple of overs holds for the game.
I guess they know if they are having an over like that. We mentioned the 3 wicket maidens in the first half. They've sort of got plenty in the back pocket, so to speak, as Cross comes in and bowls now, and it's defended by Eve Jones up the offside of the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, you would have hoped that the Sparks batters will be thinking that they've got plenty of time to go about this today. That, you know, there's only been 4 overs of the game so far, and they're already well up with the run rate, so there's no concerns there. But just getting time in the middle and just batting these overs out will see them, I think, for the rest of this competition. They need time in the middle, definitely after the last game, so it's probably the first aim, really.
Here's Kate Cross bowling to Eve Jones, who's forward solidly and defensively. Takes a couple of paces to down the pitch, but just has a sort of glare really at Laura Marshall, who of course was dismissed off the first ball of the game. Just showing intent there was Eve Jones, but not able to get through for the single she was looking for. 2:15 on Bank Holiday Monday. Hope you're enjoying the entertainment at home as Kate Cross comes in and bowls. It's well left by Eve Jones, and it's an intriguing contest, this one, by 2 players who will know each other very well.
Yes, I think Eve's got a very good temperament, and she won't be worried that she's not necessarily scoring at any sort of rate at the moment. And Kate is obviously very experienced, and you know she's found some excellent lines and so far, and she's not really giving Eve much opportunity to score.
Yeah, Eve Jones will know if she's here at the end of the Cross spell. It could be very beneficial for her team indeed. That one creeps down the leg side and is signalled wide to break up the spell of dot balls. 16 without loss the total moves on to. As we say, those chasers just resuming in the other games. And it'll be intriguing to see who can get there as in comes Kate Cross and bowls a full ball that's driven by Eve Jones, and she's got through for the single. I think knew she'd not hit it as cleanly as she would like, and that was going to allow her the opportunity. 17 without loss the score.
Yeah, I think Marshall keen even with the ball there to get in with the game. I think being bowled first ball of the whole innings as an opening batter, you feel like perhaps in the field you do need to make an extra special effort, and she came around well there, but although it was a direct hit, I think Jones had made her ground safely.
Here's Kate Cross pacing in, looking to find that first wicket of the Central Sparks reply, but Eve Jones was up to the challenge there and just came forward and made sure that she was able to cover her stumps quite comfortably in the end. Nat Siver has got the first century of the competition in that Northern Diamonds effort. It was quite an innings really, with Cross coming in now. It's an uppish drive again through the offside, but again it looks like bringing 4. Eccleston is chasing out towards the rope, and it pops up over that rope to confirm the 4 runs, and 21 without loss the score goes to here. But to say, quite an effort up at Chesterley Street from Nat Siver, who found herself joined by Catherine Brunt with a score on just 24 and was able to marshal things through with 104 from 116 balls, including 13-4. So very impressive effort from Siver there, and an impressive start to the innings from these two here, Eve Jones and Amy Jones, and that was the first drive was a little uppish and looked risky, whereas that one looked a bit more of a a manageable risk there from Amy Jones.
Yeah, she meant that shot, and it followed on through and went. It was a nice shot, went straight to the boundary. So she'll be pleased with that. Again, we'd hope that our England players would perform and see us through here, same as Siva has done for her team today.
Brown bowling there to Eve Jones, who's not one of the England squad players, but certainly a very capable captain of the Central Sparks. Settling into her work here. Made 15 in the first game. She's on 6 at the moment. So gets a bit of width and slaps it away to the cover boundary. Really fine stroke in the end. Just saw the fullness in length, the width that was on offer, strode forward and placed it into the gap. Really nice shot. 25 without loss.
Yeah, you thought Lancashire are starting to look a little bit worried with these balls going to the boundary. You wonder if there will be an early change to the bowling just to see what any difference they can make.
Here comes Natalie Brown bowling to Eve Jones, who's cutting, but just came slightly off the upper half of the bat, but she directed it well into a space and down to third. 26 without loss. The score moves on to and backing up the boundary and taking a score level with Amy Jones, who examines the pitch before settling in. Sunshine out here at Edgbaston and sunshine over the city of Birmingham, which is nice to see. The green tops of the trees away to our left and behind the ground as well, and this one is defended by Amy Jones coming forward. Of course, the Jones-Jones partnership at the top of the innings. So, may as well be calling them Amy and Eve, to be honest, but they're certainly a good pairing as in comes Natalie Brown and bowls short of length, and there's an attempt to pull it away from Amy Jones, and again I think just a little on the slow side, the pitch couldn't quite get control of the ball. Now Laura McLeod's appeared, and in a moment of perhaps massive overambition, I have put a third microphone in, so we'll see if we can get it working in just a moment, as in comes Brown to bowl, and then it popped up into the gloves of Rachael, which almost gave it the appearance of an edge from our angle, but there was no bat involved, and 26 without loss. So we will see if we can get the thoughts of former England international Laura McLeod, who's just about to pop on the headset there, because you must be incredibly pleased with the way your team has been able to perform today, Laura. You must be very proud of the way they came back today and put in a fielding display the way they did.
What a first ball. You couldn't have asked for anything better start than what happened that first ball, and that really set the tone for the innings. Talking to a few of the players, what's been interesting is that they were very nervous playing here the other day, and I think having spoken to them, they were a little bit more relaxed about today.
Well, in comes Kate Cross to start her fourth over, and this one is defended out into the offside, and there's no run. I mean, what was the feeling amongst that? I guess you were sort of probably around with the coaching staff and that kind of thing when that first ball clattered into the stumps, and it just looked as if everything was in the right direction for Izzy today.
Spot on. We've asked the girls to step it up from the other day, and that's what Izzy did.
Here comes Kate Cross, and she's going to deliver this one short of a length and played down to fine leg, and it will just be brought in inside the rope there by Hannah Jones. Another single to the total, another precious single. 27 without loss. Was there any nerves with the score starting to creep up to around about the total that you made here in the first game? I guess that perhaps might have been at the back of Kate Cross's mind, who batted very well to get her team back to a position of some sort of parity.
She did bat really well. I thought she paced it really nicely. Yeah, of course. I mean, we would have liked to have got them out for less than what we did.
Here's Cross once again coming in, right arm over the wicket, helped into the leg side by Amy Jones. No run on this occasion.
And I think what was interesting is some of the field placings that you saw, and as a coaching group we've sat there and gone, this is a good thing to talk to them about once we finish today. Look at the scoreboard, look at the field placing.
Here's Cross pacing in once more, Birmingham end, bowls on the off stump, and this one is defended out by Amy Jones, and 27 without loss is the score. And what were the, I suppose, emotions is the word to ask, flowing through Izzy Wong when she got off the pitch? She must have been very happy. We reckon she went for the obligatory fast bowler change of boots after the spell. I guess she must have been quite happy as Cross bowls again, and this one's helped outside the off stump and down to third for a single, 28 without loss. I guess if you came across her at that point when she came off, she must have been absolutely thrilled.
She was bouncing, I think you could say. Izzy was. She's got some blisters, so I think she's wearing different boots by all accounts. So, yeah, one of those things that fast bowlers have to cope with, isn't it? You've got to get on with it.
Field switches round now for the left-handed Eve Jones, as this ball is delivered right on the line of the stumps in the end by Kate Cross, and that completes her fourth over. She's managed to probe away, but without reward so far. 28 without loss, the grand old scoreboard shows on the far side, and I suppose, Sarah, we're seeing just a steady probing start so far.
Yeah, they've taken the opportunities when they've arisen, and also played a couple of really nice shots. Eve's dealt really well with a little bit of width and put the bad ball away. So they're looking quite comfortable at the moment.
Indeed, and I mean it was contributions all the way through from the bowlers. I mean, Georgia Davis had to wait quite a while for a reward, but managed to clean up the tail, and Claire Boycott as well getting in on the act. I saw them practicing with the medicine ball, quite an impressive Yorker. We'll just get Laura's thoughts on that in a moment as this ball comes through and is blocked, and there is no addition to the total there. I mean, that was clearly a practice that paid off before the start of play for Claire.
Yeah, Claire's a wily cricketer. She's streetwise. She knows exactly what she's doing, where to put the ball in order to be effective.
Here's Brown bowling, and there's a first wicket of the innings, and it's a poor stroke in the end from Amy Jones, trying to just lift a straight ball over the leg side. She missed it completely, and she is out for 12 of 21 deliveries. Bowled there by Natalie Brown, who was an impressive performer with the bat herself. 28 for 1 the total. Remember, the target is 136. So a bit of a poor dismissal from Amy Jones, it felt there. But as we've been saying, lots of positives in the fielding display, though, today.
Amy will be disappointed with that, I'm sure. Certainly when you're walking out to bat in the position that she's in, and perhaps to be bowled like that will be disappointing. I think going back to our fielding performance, I think there's improvements from the other day, and that's what we want to see: steady, tiny to big improvements every game, and not see the girls getting themselves into trouble or strife that they've previously had, and to learn from that. And every one of the players on the pitch are still learning their trade. Eve as captain is still learning her trade, and I'm sure we'll have a conversation with her about who to bowl where, and do you take Izzy off? It's kind of hard to get the ball out of Izzy's hand when she's... Well,
it seemed like that seventh over she took was perhaps almost... I mean, the phrase is sort of... that you're after a little bit more than you can eat, can't you?
Yeah.
And she kind of has just wanted one more. As this over continues with Brown just bowling on the off stump, but not quite finding the reward. The new batter's Marie Kelly, who has come to the crease at number 3, and you can understand why she took that ball and wanted to to continue, but it did just seem an over too far in the end.
Equally, if you take the ball off her, she's then raring to go when she does come back on.
Of course, yes, yeah. As in comes Brown and bowls to Kelly, who's driving, didn't quite get the connection she would have liked, but she will just return to a position in the crease and just rehearse the stroke a few more times. 28 for 1 we're with, as well as Sarah Ginn from the Warwickshire under-17s. We also have Laura McLeod with us here as this ball is bowled short outside the off stump. That looked as if it was pushing the wide mark, but the umpire had another look and decided not. But Laura McLeod, director of West Midlands Women's Cricket as well, and has seen her Central Sparks team set up a nice position in this game as Brown comes in to complete the over, and Kelly, who seems to like that shot off the back foot, just pushes it away square of the wicket, and it goes for 4 runs with a back cut. 32 for 1 the total at the end of the 8th over, which compares rather favourably to the 17 for 3 that we saw the Thunder reach in their innings. And regards your opponents today, one thing I think a few of us wouldn't necessarily have considered a scene was Alex Hartley captaining a team. But again, that's another aspect of this competition, if you like, that you get these kind of players who've had quite successful careers who get to sort of pass that on. And I think one thing's for sure, that the Thunder players will certainly have a fun time under Alex Hartley's captaincy, if nothing else.
They will.
32 for 1 the score, as in comes Alex Hartley's great mate Kate Cross, and this one's clipped away just in front of square on the leg side. It'll be chased by Eccleston, who picks up and returns left-handed, and it's well taken one-handed in the end by Ellie Threlkeld.
I think with the North West Thunder side, there's a lot of youngsters out there, and given the fact that Kate Cross was only going to be available for a couple of games and she's the natural captain, then who else would you look to? And probably look to your most experienced player, so it'd be really good for Alex to get some experience here.
Here is Kate Cross and bowling, and forward goes Eve Jones, who prods it up. And I suppose this is perhaps the pair that we might be looking at opening the batting as the games go on, because obviously Amy Jones, we assume, will be going back into the buyer bubble for the West Indies series.
Yeah, we lose Amy, we lose Sarah, and we lose Izzy. So next week it will be quite a different look team.
Here comes Kate Cross, striding in confidently again. Little on the short side, but that allows Eve Jones to force away impressively, and this one's going to roll away over the used pitches and is going to pop up over the rope, and 4 more are added to the total. 38 for 1 it goes to, and that was a very nicely pushed stroke there from Eve Jones.
We've had a few of those, haven't we, over the past 2 days, where they've kept the fielder interested, and that fielder's had to do some steps there in order to try and keep pace with it, but it just trickles over.
Well, we're right on the sort of right-hand side towards the right-hand side of the square here, as we look from the pavilion end, and it's a big old boundary out there. We saw 1 or 2 threes in the first innings, and that you thought for all the world was going to be just that from the way it was hit, but it just kept on rolling over those used surfaces as Cross bowls, and this is defended by Jones, who's right back into a defensive position. Dot ball there. Thunder just trying to raise themselves, I suppose, a little bit in the way that the Central Sparks were trying to raise themselves at this stage against the Northern Diamonds, which can show how things change. Here comes Kate Cross, turning at the back of the run and pacing in, and it's turned away neatly by Eve Jones, who'll add to her work for the over with a single there. 39 for 1. Jones on to 18 already.
It's been a tough, if you go back to the KSL, it's been a tough 4 years for what was called Lancashire Thunder, and for them to register a win the other day was probably really, really good for them, to give them a bit of momentum into the competition.
Yeah, well, of course, that was the franchise that you played for in the first edition of the Kia Super League, as Kate Cross comes into bowl full, and it's driven down the ground and sliding across. The stop is made at mid-off, and a run is not possible to complete that over. 39 for 1. So I suppose this is a strange game for you, really, with the Central Sparks that you've been so involved with setting up against a a team from the part of the world that you had such an association with for so long in your playing career.
Yeah, I still live there as well, and yeah, of course, I think I was saying the other day that you don't want any one region to get too far ahead, and some of the regions will have a bit of work to do, but putting this program in place, that's going to really benefit all of the players. And what we're seeing out here today is a real mixture of, with Nat Brown, with Kate Cross, with Alex, a lot of experience with a lot of really good youth players who've got good potential.
Yeah, there's a real mix between the two, isn't there? As Natalie Brown bowls, and it's causing a little bit of a reach there for Eve Jones, who I don't think was entirely happy that she didn't get a wide ball, but
Ellie did very well then to make it look like it wasn't a wide. Good quick hands behind the stumps there to take it back.
The dot ball then is turning is Brown, crouching is Rachael behind the stumps, and once again she has a slightly easier take this time. Does whip the bails off, but for no particular reason. And it's one of the points, actually, I was saying I was listening to Alex Hartley and Kate Cross's podcast, and one of the points they were making in the episode, which they called Heyhoe, Let's Go, which seems to be the favourite hashtag that's doing the rounds at the moment for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, that they were making the point that actually, being the senior players, as in comes this latest delivery, driven into the offside, it bursts through short extra cover, and it beats Hannah Jones as well, and it's going to roll out towards the boundary, and it will be signalled 4 runs. So that's maybe a costly mistake. It was Olivia Thomas who batted so well, who dived to her left, and then Hannah Jones couldn't make it. 43 for 1. But they were making the point. I mean, I think Alex Hartley said she walked away in disgust when they started discussing the GCSE results and the memories of those, as in comes Nat Brown to bowl on off stump, and it's played back down the pitch. No run on that occasion, but that must be one of the aspects that is strange, and it has been hard to hold on to those older experienced players like an Alex Hartley who's captaining out there today.
Yeah, particularly when it's very ad hoc. Very ad hoc.
More thoughts from former England player Laura McLeod in just a moment, as this one is defended down the pitch, and it is Brown who fields off her own bowling to prevent a run.
And a lot of players will have been waiting for this for a long time, to be recompensed for playing at a certain level. So
here comes Brown again, trying to find the second wicket of the innings, but it's helped rather obligingly off the legs by Eve Jones, and 23 her score, 44 for 1. And I guess it's something you've probably had experience of as well, Sarah, again, with kind of, you do the age group coaching, but then in your other work as kind of a club player, that it is harder to hold on to players as they start to get older and start to have other careers and other things in their life.
Yeah, I think just having one county side, really, a women's side to aspire to through the age groups, and not having a great club structure historically, it is not perhaps as appealing as some other sports have been for women and girls, but it's getting to be now that these are real role models that girls can aspire to become, and you can aspire to be playing professional sport and be a cricketer, which is something that I never had the opportunity of when I was growing up, and that girls now should be really grateful, and they should be really, working really hard so they can be out here playing one day.
And what difference does that make to a player, Laura McLeod, when they're trying to make those difficult decisions about kind of whether to continue a career in cricket or not? Should point out we've got a change in the bowling, Sophie Eccleston coming on, which will be very intriguing to watch indeed, because she is such a difficult player to negotiate, and Eve Jones has that. We'll come back to that question in just a moment with Laura's. This one's forced into the offside, no run from the first delivery of the spell.
It is a big decision to make, because it's not life-changing amounts of money that we're talking about here. It is something to get you going, but not enough to be long-term.
Eccleston bowls, and this one is played away by Eve Jones off the back foot, but she didn't have the pace she had in the previous over to get it away. 44 for 1.
Although, having said that, players now who perhaps become a professional here and then they get 100 contract, that is a a better salary than just being a contracted player.
Eccleston bowls short, and what can't have missed the leg stump by very much at all. Rachael got across and just had to block it in the end because Jones had gone down and looked to sweep, and it was an interesting decision at this stage in the innings with so much time to bat to try and paddle it away on the leg side.
I think she's seen a gap down here.
And she's trying to exploit it, but against one of, if not the best bowler in women's cricket at the moment, Sophie Eccleston, slightly wide of the off stump there, but she seems to just be trying to build her first over here. Another ball now just short of a length, and it's hit uppishly and over the top, and it'll be a chase on for Emma Lamb, and she won't get there. 4 runs, 48 for 1. The Thunder progressing in their the Central Sparks progressing in their task very nicely. 88 more required to win as they pursue 136.
A little bit hot in my mouth then when you see that go off the bat, and it's gone aerial, but it looked like it gone way over the head of the point fielder there.
Yeah, Emma Lamb reaching but unable to grasp it as this one turns just through outside the off stump, although Eve Jones, I think, had her wickets covered, so that was well negotiated in the end. So 48 for 1 the score, and the tournament's had its first century as well from Nat Siver, we see.
I believe so, yeah. They were in a bit of trouble, weren't they?
A lot of trouble. 24 for 4 I think it was when Brunk came out to
If only
to
they were like that the other day. Although I'm sure that Nat, of the quality that she is, probably would have played the same way that she has done today. Yeah, I think Sophia Dunkley also got near a ton. She got 97 as well. So there's been a few big scores in the other games.
So another change of bowling here as well. We're going to have the introduction of Alex Hartley, by the looks of things, to bowl her left arm around the wicket. Reminder, you're listening to myself, Mike Perkins, with former England international Laura McLeod and Warwickshire under-17 coach Sarah Ginn, as we see Hartley come on into the attack. If you want to get in touch, hashtag #SparksWillFly is the way to do it, which is... I'll ask you how you came up with that one in a minute, Laura, as Alex Hartley's about to come in and bowl this, but that's how you get your messages to us, which we can display on the live feed during the day, as left arm around the wicket, Hartley bowls, short of a length, it's chopped away behind square, and a single is taken. It brings the total on to 49. Kelly has won, but how did the Central Sparks name come about then, or was that more left to the marketeers?
It was one left to the marketeers. It wasn't just me coming up with that. That was a group that Sarah was actually involved in as well, in trying to work out who we wanted to be, what we wanted to stand for, and then we got to the point at which we started to put some names into the hat.
Hartley, with Jones waiting to receive this latest delivery. She's forward, defends, there's a big appeal, and the finger has gone up, and it's out. Eve Jones can't believe it, but she's been given LBW for 27. Score is 49 for 2. 87 more still needed to win, and the Central Sparks will need a partnership here as Eve Jones treads her way off the pitch. It looked like it was close, but there was also a good hefty stride from Eve Jones.
I thought there was a good stride in there. I'm sure Eve will be disappointed that she's walking off here having not hit that, really. You don't want to give any umpires even the remotest of calls to make. And Alex, I think Alex is somebody who is not a prolific spinner of the ball. She underspins it. And Eve will have played with her against her. So Eve will be gutted to, I'm sure, have got out so early against Alex.
Yeah, I guess she might have been one of the people she'd be disappointed to get out against, because they're sort of around about the same era, aren't they, of cricket in the part of the world the Thunder are from. So she would have been hoping to go on, but it's Gwennon Davis who comes to the crease, who as we say, Sarah, you know very well indeed. What can you tell us about her batting when she's come through? As you say, you've seen it develop since the age of 10, so you'll know it very well indeed.
Yeah, I mean, being a left-hander, she's always taken advantage of the balls off her legs and has played very well down the leg side from a junior. Really, she's very cricket savvy. She's from a cricket playing family, and she knows the game. So it's just how to apply it and making sure that she's got the patience here, because there's a long way to go still. But if she can dig in now with Marie, then hopefully they can build a partnership that can take the game forward.
Well, the introduction of the World Cup winning captain of the Thunder, Alex Hartley, has done the trick and produced the second wicket with a score on 49, and Davis is settling in to that stance. Left arm around the wicket. Hartley will be made to wait before she can creep in, and does so now up onto the tiptoes and bowls and just beats the outside edge. Rachael couldn't take it cleanly, and Hartley, I think, is enjoying bowling on this pitch if her first over is anything to go by.
There's been a few that have popped up that end. There was some in the first innings as well, but Ellie's been taken by surprise by a couple so far.
Hartley floats it up again, worked into the leg side. The fielding is done though before any run can be scored to bring up the 50. Hannah Jones on the edge of the square walks back to the mid-off position, and this one is slightly on the low side. The pitch has been a bit sticky at times. Also have a straight mid-wicket, slightly squarer mid-wicket, and as this one is bowled short and then hit out to one of those fielders on the boundary and returned with one added to the total, which brings up the 50. 50-2 for the Central Sparks. The score coming up at the end of the 12th over of the innings. So they'll be happy to get there, but there's still work to do all of a sudden, Sarah, isn't there, in this game, because it requires a partnership to get over the line here.
Yeah, I think after getting off to a good start, the Sparks must be a little bit disappointed that they've not got at least one of those two opening batters still at the crease. They did get off to a great start putting those bad balls away, and we were way ahead of the run rate. But yeah, now it's a case of rebuilding, which is going to be a difficult task with Sophie and Alex bowling. But hopefully there can be a partnership that's built now.
And I'll have to get your thoughts on how the Central Sparks name came about then, if you were in the group, about what appealed for it. We'll get that during this over from Sophie Eccleston, who bowls a left arm over the wicket delivery that turned back a little bit towards Gwen and Davis, who this will be a challenge for, you would imagine, against Sophie Eccleston. Eccleston turning again, and Threlkeld waits behind the stumps. And they look to plot the demise of Williams, who defends it out into the offside. So what was it that appealed to that group about the particular name, if you remember back?
I think there was a lot of names that people were keen on, that just gave a little bit of a push.
Eccleston bowls thought of a cut from from Davis, but she pulled out.
Like something that was positive, that kind of, I think it's also associated with the region, with the car manufacturers in the Midlands. But yeah, something punchy and something positive.
Well, we certainly saw plenty of punchy and positive stuff in the first innings of this match from the Central Sparks, led by Izzy Wong and Emily Arlett, who picked up the first 4 wickets. No run from the cut shot there from Davis, who's just trying to feel her way into this one. 1 not out at the moment. Eccleston trying to work her out, and Davis had to abort a attempt to stroke. It was almost like she wanted to leave it, but the bat was sort of twitching towards the ball. Little bit of nervousness perhaps that the off stump could be threatened. Eccleston tries to do the same again, spins one back towards the batter, but also past the outside edge. The over comes to an end, 54-2 then, and Gwen and Davis, I was saying you could quite easily focus on her dismissal in the first game, but actually she was one of the positives, the way she got herself in and was playing in quite an enterprising fashion at the point she got out in the first game. Was that how you saw it, Laura?
Yeah, and you know, I think everybody, including herself, will be looking at her dismissal and going, "What were you doing?"
And it's an opportunity, I suppose, now to try and see a team to victory, as Kelly, who's only on 5 herself, and as we say, a partnership is needed, despite the score being 50 for 2. Drove up to Marshall at mid-off there. As Hartley bowls again, short of a length, tried to back cut it away, but couldn't find enough space in the field for a single. As Hartley's whose introduction brought the wicket of her opposing captain Eve Jones, and she's seeing what she can do now as it's worked away behind square on the leg side, but again, no run on offer. Cross on that occasion with the fielding. As in comes Alex Hartley, floats it up, down the track comes Marie Kelly, and she's driven nicely and wide of mid-off and scampers through for a quick single.
That's what these two have got to do, is not think about pushing the score on too much too quickly against the quality of Alex and Sophie, and just make the most of those singles. To do that, they'll keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yep, it's England left arm spin of one era with England left arm spin of the next, it seems, with Alex Hartley and Sophie Eccleston. And Hartley, the World Cup winner, bowls now and is appealing for LBW after the sweep, but that seemed to be creeping down the leg side for me. And
I thought that might be closer than the other one.
yeah, big stride again, but Gwen Davies definitely didn't make any contact with the bat, and it was a decision to be made, but not out was the call. I think Sophie Eccleston might have had other thoughts, given her hands are still on her head, as Hartley comes into bowl again. Another appeal for LBW, but once again there's no interest from the umpire. And that brings to an end the over, 51 for 2. Self Mike Perkins alongside Sarah Ginn of the Warwickshire Under-17s and Laura McLeod, former England player and director of West Midlands Women's Cricket. So we move on to Worcester now with the England players who you've had at your disposal popping out. Sort of, in what ways does it change the complexion of how you approach things, and in what ways do things stay the same as we move on to the wonderful venue of New Road?
It does change. It does change what we may have had plans, but actually, the England players coming with us has been a bit of a quick thing, a bit of a surprise. So actually, we can go back to what our original plans actually were. So I'm fairly confident that we can get a team ready for that.
Is Sophie Eccleston round the wicket now to Marie Kelly, cut into the offside, and there'll be a single, and Eccleston turns around, and I don't think he'll be incredibly happy with Emma Lamb's attempt to field the ball there, but it brings Gwen Davies on to strike. 52 for 2 the score. Certainly a buzz about the Thunder. They maybe feel this is their opportunity, if they are going to pull this off, to make inroads and give themselves a chance in this game. Amy Jones gone for 12, Eve Jones for 27 are the 2 wickets to fall.
Something funny's happened out there, hasn't it? There's some giggles going on between Alex and Sophie.
In comes Sophie Eccleston now, and short and forced away. And with your insight of Alex Hartley, who I presume was around to in that first year, was she not?
Alex was playing for Surrey Stars when I played.
Of course, she started out there, didn't she? Yeah. As in comes Sophie Eccleston and bowls, and it turns away and pops up on the offside. Yes, of course, because that sort of image of her in the Surrey Stars kit looks rather strange now, doesn't it? Because you do just so associate it with the Thunder and with Lancashire. As Eccleston comes in and Gwennon Davis is forward and defending into the offside. Dot ball, 52 for 2. The score remains.
This is where Gwennon's got to really dig in now. I think in the past, this is where she'd be trying to get out of jail, get out off strike, score a run, but actually just digging in here and just...
She's batting for her teammates here, it feels, and she defends this one out into the offside, and things are tense as Olivia Thomas comes in and picks up that ball. Eccleston to the back of her mark. Davis tapping away at the crease. She calmly turns this one into the leg side, although the running is anything but calm. And both players return to the ends they started with. 52 for 2. A little bit of a mix-up there, and just as the appearance of calm came, it disappeared all of a sudden, Sarah.
Yeah, I think they were lucky to both get back there. Luckily, they didn't actually go for the run attempt at the end. But these two do know each other very well, having played together for quite a number of years. So hope that's just the one and only mix-up there, and they'll get their heads on and get this sorted.
I was going to ask Laura if it was one of the challenges of bringing players together from across the region, but from the sounds of what Sarah Ginn, the under-17 coach at Warwickshire, says, then actually these two should know each other quite well.
Yeah, they do. They've played a number of games together, so they should know where their singles are.
Here's Alex Hartley trying to find a wicket here, but she floats it up and tempts Marie Kelly. That was one of the noticeable things about Georgia Davis's bowling. Really nice flight and really trying to tempt the batters and bring them out their shell, because they're trying to stay there. As we're going to just turn off that effects mic ever so slightly, I think, because that helicopter might cause us one or two problems. A quick single is taken by Marie Kelly, who almost seemed to remonstrate with the helicopter passing overhead out towards Heyhoe, we assume, because that's where they do the helicopter training, just round the corner. 53 for 2. It's the police grounds, isn't it, over there? And Hartley switches back to over the wicket now against the left-handed Davis. Again, a big appeal for LBW, and this time the finger goes up and Davis is out. LBW for 1. It was a real struggle of an innings, and the bat is tucked under the arm and she departs the scene as we approach 3 o'clock. And there are still runs to get here, 83 of them to win. And the Central Sparks innings at the moment is just not going in one direction or the other, it feels.
No. What to say about that dismissal? I think Gwennon has probably been done by the flight there. She's been looking to hit the ball onto the leg side and doing that with a cross bat, and I think that the umpire's obviously seen that, and she's completely missed it, and it looks like it was going somewhere near, unfortunately for Gwennon, and her time has come to an end.
That was her third LBW appeal, I think, Alex Hartley against to Gwen. We all thought the first one was very close, but unfortunately she needed to get bat on ball and she wasn't doing so. But brings Millie home to the crease here. So she, I think we discussed about her earlier. She's got a good head on her shoulders, so she won't be intimidated by what she's facing. She's just got to knuckle down and stick in here now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how she goes. Might just ask you, Laura, what was the thoughts around the changes that were made to the side today?
Yeah, we thought that perhaps we needed an extra batter, and in the women's game they're pretty versatile, but we wanted a specialist batter to come in and cement a bit more of that middle order, and Millie was the choice.
Well, she will have a task on her hands here to try and guide the Sparks to their target of 136. Just squeezes the first ball away and Eccleston picks up, no run taken. Sunshine noticeable across the seats here at Edgbaston as this is turned leg side. Rachael comes and picks up on this occasion to prevent any scoring.
Millie's more of a classical bat, and she'll keep that bat upright.
Very useful indeed to have in this situation as Hartley bowls. gets excited again. She's right in the game.
Yeah, so
Which is-
Millie's worked a lot this winter on really pushing forward, but she is more of a traditional 50-over player, you would say. Yeah, she's got a very good head on her, and she can rotate the strike really well. So let's hope that the calling is a little bit more efficient between her and Marie here now.
They're having a long discussion in the middle about how to negotiate this, and this just feels like a period with these two left armers, one very experienced, one on top of women's world cricket at the moment with the ball in hand, that if they can get through then they'll get the win, but somebody's got to get through it.
That's it, yeah. It's low risk cricket, this is.
Here comes Sophie Eccleston, who will look to take advantage if the batters are not accelerating the scoreboard, and Kelly is trying to make sure she's the one who can be there. 53 for 3, really intriguing point in the game if you're just joining us on the Central Sparks live stream, as Eccleston bowls short and it's forced away into the offside, but again with no great power, and I guess you just don't want to invite a bowler like Eccleston onto you at this stage.
You don't. With her height, she doesn't need to float it either, so you can't
Here she
charge.
comes again. There's the noticeable dip just as it gets towards Kelly, but she's driven it away into the offside and picks up one, but it's the shorter side, so it won't be possible to get back for 2. A good return coming in from the boundary, and
When she wasn't 6 foot, and I've played against her a few times when she was a young gun, you know, she had the potential to be a fantastic player, and she's shown that.
comes in again, and there's a ball that Home just has to prop forward and dab into the onside. 54 for 3 it remains. And those 82 runs seem a long way off at the moment, but if these two can get a partnership, all of a sudden they'll tick away very quickly as Eccleston bowls and Home drives, and Cross, who's gone in there I think as much as anything just to sort of get in the eye line and make a bit of a nuisance of herself at short cover, does the fielding. In comes Eccleston again, and Home is forward slightly out the crease to drive back. But no run taken, and Home remains scoreless. 54 for 3, and Central Sparks just creeping along at the moment, but they earned themselves plenty of time, didn't they, in the first innings, Sarah? Again, as we say, 3 wicket maidens for starters, but there were a lot of dot balls. Olivia Thomas's innings, though impressive, there were a lot of balls she didn't score off.
Yeah, there was. It wasn't a fantastic run rate. I think the Central Sparks have given themselves a nice total, but it's one of those totals that's not a big total and it's not a very small total. So the way they go about this now, especially in these middle overs, is going to be quite crucial.
Bowling outside the off stump, through it goes to the gloves of Rachael. A fascinating game of cricket here on our hands, with 2 left arm bowlers bowling on a pitch that's perhaps just gripped and stuck a little bit, and Hartley and Eccleston trying to exploit that. Another dot ball from Hartley, just floating it up and finding the spot in the pitch she was looking for. Down the track comes Kelly, and because she got the yards in, she was a long way down to start for the single, but had to dive for her ground in the end. Made it 55 for 3, but the throw missed. Laura Marshall, seems to think that would have been out, but I think Kelly might have just done enough there.
It was going to be close, I think. Laura Marshall's got a bullet arm there, and it's a good job Sophie was backing up.
Hartley bowling, and Home is just trying to play it away, but doesn't make any great contact.
Alex Hartley's just one of
55
those
for 3.
girls who just loves to bowl, and you can see that she just would bowl all day, every day if she could, and you can see that she knows her own game here, and she's coming into her own.
Bowling again, this one creeps down the leg side, and it's a wide ball. 56 for 3.
Sue's doing a bit of running here, umpire Sue. Because the keeper can't
Touch the bails, can they? No.
wonder how many steps she'll have done by the end of today. It's more today than it was on Saturday.
I've been meaning to ask about your step count, actually, because we heard it got quite high in the first game.
I've not done as many today.
Alex Hartley bowling. The ball turned away and it's
You can tell
into
it's
the
the second
offside.
game.
Say again?
You can tell it's the second game. I'm a little bit more
Yes.
relaxed today.
Well, I saw you got to actually have a bit of a sort of relax and a chat with the players before the start of play, which I don't think I saw on the first day as Hartley bowls, and this one's cut away into the offside. It'll bring at least one. Millie Home will be glad to get off the mark there, just finding the gap on the offside. She's worked hard for that first single. 9 balls it's taken. 57 for 3 is the score below the clock, which continues to tick on its way up towards about 3:05 now. Thank you for joining us on this Bank Holiday Monday. You can get in touch, #Sparks will fly, and we'll display you any messages we get up on the screen. And the players just going for the obligatory hand sanitizer break, which never becomes not weird, does it? It's always very odd the way everybody just heads off every now and again to every 6 overs to do this, but has to be
I
done,
wouldn't
I
say that
suppose,
all
for
of
us
them
to
have
play.
touched the ball either since the last 6, but you still have to go through the rigmarole of going off and sanitising your hands and coming back again. And of course, as a batter, it's like the drinks break, isn't it? You always think you've got to regroup and restart again. So yeah, having more and more of those. I mean, I suppose as youngsters they might get used to it now. Instead of having that big break where you have to reset, you're getting a break every 6 overs at the moment.
Well, there's always that thought, isn't there? The best thing to bring a wicket is a break of some sort, be it a drinks break, a hand sanitizer break, a tea break, and we will see. But these two have been at the crease not particularly long. Kelly longer than Home, who's on strike now, and it's going to be Eccleston to bowl with that yellow crane away in the distance over the high-rise buildings. The cloud has been getting lighter through the day, which is a good sign. It's fairly high now above the city of Birmingham. As in comes Eccleston, bowls to Home, who just prods away into the leg side. No single on offer again. Thomas there, eager with the fielding. Seems to be a very accomplished cricketer, both with her batting and with the work she's done so far, and she was nearly in business with a catch there, and she jumps up and down in frustration as she comes in to field the ball, because 2 yards closer she could have got onto that one. Home just having to be very circumspect on a sticky wicket here with 2 left arm spinners bowling. Eccleston delivers this one. It's popped up and over the top. I don't know if there was a touch on that. We'll get to see from the signal we get from the umpire here. And there's a discussion going on about exactly what that signal will be. There isn't one, which indicates there must have been a little bit of something involved there, a little bit of bat. And perhaps Rachael will be disappointed she couldn't make more of that. 58 for 3 with the single. Kelly's found the gap on the leg side now.
I think it may have hit her on the helmet. I think that's what Sue was checking.
Okay.
That it hit her on the face grill, maybe.
Maybe off the bat first, because I don't think I saw a leg by signal, but I could be wrong. Obviously, concussion protocol and all that, but even I think if it had touched the helmet, it was literally a touch, because it just popped up there as Eccleston waits to deliver this latest ball, and Home is forward, just deflecting really into the offside, having to be very, very careful with her work. 19 overs have raced by with the 2 spinners operating here. And what do you think that discussion will be, or what should it be, in the middle of the pitch, Laura McLeod?
I think from here, Hartley and Eccleston are probably the 2 bowlers in women's cricket that you need to be wary of. So if they're going at 2s and 3s during this period, that is okay. That is really okay. And as I said earlier, low risk, just making sure that they're still there when these 2 get towards the end of their spells.
Here's Alex Hartley, and this one is driven out into the offside powerfully by Marie Kelly. She'll look for the 2 and she'll get back for it comfortably enough in the end. 61 for 3 the score goes to. Interestingly enough, it's a case we're approaching the 20th over, which was a wicket maiden in the Thunder innings. They were 68 for 6 at this point in their innings, so their issue was wickets, and perhaps slightly behind on the scoreboard are the Central Sparks as things stand. Dot ball there, and Hartley comes in again, and this time he goes back, having been forward on the previous occasion, and is not able to find a gap and add to the total. Lamb with the fielding over there. Here comes Hartley again. She bowls a good length and didn't really turn that one, just the underspin Laura McLeod was talking about, back towards the stumps. 61 for 3. 45 mid-wicket and mid-on of the fielders in the ring on the leg side. It's driven into the offside where we have mid-off cover and backward point. No run taken, 61 for 3 the score. Hartley just trying to build another wicket. She's got 2 so far. Tosses this up, driven, and Olivia Thomas continues to impress with a diving stop this time away to her left-hand side. So that comparison's quite a stark one in terms of the wickets column between the 2 innings, but Central Sparks actually a little bit behind on the scoring rate, which it shows that this game is still in the balance, I suppose, Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they should be too worried about the run rate. As Laura said, it's just lowering the risk for the next few overs while Sophie and Alex are bowling here. I don't think Millie Home particularly would be that worried that she hasn't scored too many runs, so she's not the sort of cricketer to let that worry her. So if she just continues like this and lets Marie pick up a few runs the other end, then this should see us well. We've just, say the Sparks have just got to get through this middle overs now with these 2 bowlers.
So in the way that Gwen and Davis has had to work at that side of her game, actually it's something that comes very naturally to Millie Home.
Yeah, she's an all-round sporter. She's a sportswoman. She's very patient with bat in hand. I mean, she perhaps hasn't sometimes displayed the dynamic scoring of some of her counterparts, but hopefully in this situation she will do well.
In comes Sophie Eccleston, turned into the leg side, and Home is able to scamper down to the non-striker's end, and Kelly was quickly alert to that to help her out too. 62 for 3 the scoreboard ticks on to beneath the clock, which is showing 11 minutes past 3 o'clock. Eccleston just waits a moment and moves her sweeper on the leg side slightly squarer, and then bowls. And sunglasses, big appeal for LBW. It hit the back pad by the looks of things of Kelly, which always gives the umpire a decision to make, but I think could maybe see all three of the stumps by the time it hit, and that was why the decision got made. But 1 or 2 faces in the box here. Who wants to come in on that one?
That was close.
Well, Eccleston's just about recovered, because she thought it was quite close too, and again in those sunglasses bowling, and it's played away on the offside by Marie Kelly. Lamb comes in and picks up 62 for 3. 74 more required for victory. The target 136. Eccleston bowls. Down the track is Kelly. Doesn't really time it. I think she might have even hit it into her own leg, which caused it to spin back rather strangely towards Eccleston. Dot ball.
That was going to come straight back at her, and Sophie picked that up nicely. She's got, like we saw with Izzy before, when the ball gets hit back to her, she'll fire it back at you as a batter.
Eccleston, left arm around the wicket, bit more air that time. Kelly had to watch it all the way into her driving bat. 62 for 3. Last ball of Eccleston's 6th over. She's only gone for 9 runs, just the 1 maiden, but she's probing away, and despite not picking up a wicket, she is certainly being very economical, as is Alex Hartley, has 2 for 9. I mean, was there a little bit of a message at the start of, look, if you have to against Sophie Eccleston, everybody in world cricket knows just how good she is. Is it a case of look, if you have to, just give her a cap for, none for 15, none for 20 at the end of the spell.
Yeah, and I think with the target that we've got, we do have I guess you could say, the luxury of being able to do that. If they would have put on 250, it would have been a very different story.
Settling over her bat is Home, and she's playing a slightly extravagant shot given the way she's gone about her innings, and didn't really time it. A little bit of a shape to heave it into the leg side, but didn't make huge contact. Here comes Alex Hartley around the wicket and bowling a ball into the leg side. Home turns it away. It's going to be picked up by Sophia Turner. There we go. And she returns it to the wicketkeeper. 1 run, 63 for 3 the score. As Alex Hartley comes in again and just floats the ball up. It's played away into the offside. Very, very tense cricket indeed here, being played at Edgbaston. As here comes Alex Hartley, throws it up again, worked down the ground, but again Kelly's just getting a bit stuck here, just unable to.
I think she needs to try and be patient here and not worry too much. She's trying to come down the track and make something out of it.
She beat a bat into the ground there before facing that delivery, but then forced it away quite nicely out to a cover sweeper and picks up another run. 64 for 3. Hartley with figures of 11 for 2 though, and she's bowled her team back into this game, that's for sure. Here's Millie Home. She comes down the track, hits it quite nicely this time, but again was having to open her body out to do so. And Laura McLeod, that's always a bit of a risk, and it's always something left armers of Hartley and Eccleston's quality will like to see when a batter attacks them.
Any spinner that bowls when you see batters advancing and want to push the run or push the scoring rate on, as a spinner you're going to think you're in the game there. So I think Millie just needs to just keep playing with that straight bat, not try to think about power, which we typically females generate through that leg side. Just keep being patient here. We've got a bowling change, so Alex has decided that she's going to save Sophie for the end. So we now need to recognise that they're going to have, would it be 5 overs of Sophie to come possibly? So
4, I think.
Emma Lamb is a nice off spinner. So we've got to now think about how we're going to get to that winning total.
And Emma Lamb, another one who's been about for a bit and's been involved with the England squad in this Bio Bowl series, as she comes forward now to deliver her first ball. Kelly looked for the cut, couldn't connect. So Eccleston will have another 4 overs to bowl later on should she require them. Cross still has 5 at her disposal, as does Brown. So with the pair that opened up, this ball threw outside the off stump, and it's a wide delivery. 65 for 3 the score. 71 still required to win. Another 28 overs in which to get them. The target 136. As in comes Lamb again, and it's through outside the off stump. I'm aware, as always, Laura, that you are the busiest person probably in Edgbaston at the moment, so I'm conscious not to keep you for too long, but we've been indebted to your contributions here as this ball is bowled, and Kelly has turned it away into the leg side. Now this single is going to be tight. Rachael whips back towards the bails, but in the end Home had managed to get her bat down in time. They really had to scamper for that one. 66 for 3, 70 needed to win.
That was a bit of a close one, wasn't it? It was Marie was definitely looking for a single there, and they're having a little bit of a conflab in the middle here. Just perhaps Marie's just saying to her that if the ball goes in that area there, we are running, so be ready. And hopefully Millie said if the ball goes into that area, Marie, we're also running.
In comes Lamb, Turns back to the stumps, and that can't have been far away. Lamb's hands on head again. Just tries her hand in the pitch as well. Creeps in once more and lifts it with a bit of flight. It ends up being a full toss. It's been nicely struck by Heyhoe out towards the extra cover boundary. It'll be picked up just inside and returned. 68 for 3. 2 more precious runs there, and they're at the halfway stage here, Sarah, again.
Yeah, it's very well poised, isn't it? It's going to be a interesting finish.
It's certainly a tense game of cricket at the moment. Thrown down into the pitch a little bit this time by Lamb. Fielded at backward point by Thomas. The over is called, and it was just before the 23rd over that the halfway point of the chase was reached. So the big bonus, I suppose, Sarah, again, is that they've got halfway before halfway in the overs, so they've still got a bit of time in hand here for the second half.
Yeah, and you'd have thought with wickets in hand that this shouldn't be a problem, and they can push on through the second half. They are getting a little bit bogged down, but if they can see themselves through this, then there is going to be runs to be had. I mean, we did get off to a little bit of a flyer with even Amy early on, so it's given us a little bit of a cushion to work with.
In comes Alex Hartley, short of a length. Played away behind square off the back foot, but no run possible. The tension is, you're definitely able to feel it. It would usually come from a crowd when you were watching a game like this, but we know so many of you are at home as Alex Hartley delivers another ball that brings Kelly forward, but she can't play an attacking shot in the end. We've been enjoying all your comments today as Hartley comes in and bowls, and this one's forced away on the offside. Sprinting in out there to prevent the run being taken is Nat Brown, I think, and 68 for 3. The score moves on to. Yep, we've been enjoying those messages on #SparksWillFly. You can get more into us if you wish as Alex Hartley bowls, and this is defended by Kelly. By Holmes, sorry, who has come back down to the striker's end. Hartley puts it into the pitch. It's deflected out into the leg side. Eccleston picks up and then throws rather wildly. You see that relatively often from cricketers, where they manage to spin 360 degrees in a circle. Never quite sure how they intend to throw it in a straight line after that. That was exactly what Eccleston managed to do there, as Hartley comes in again, and it's driven to Eccleston again. He'll have a more straightforward piece of fielding to do on this occasion. The result's the same, no runs. 69 for 3 at the end of the 24th.
It's a good spell from Alex Hartley. She's really sort of turning the screw here, but so at least the girls are still in the middle, and they're still battling hard. So yeah, Alex has showed her class there so far, I think, with this spell of bowling.
Yeah, I mean, she's pretty much, Laura, kind of bowled her team back into this game, really, because the total was small and it would require something like the spell Hartley's produced to get them back into it.
Yeah, Alex's left arm bowlers are always quite tricky to play, and Alex has she has the ability to be able to probably subtly change her pace and subtly change the way that she delivers the ball, whether that is that underspin ball or whether that is that quicker ball. She has a lot. She's more subtle when she bowls her alternative ball than what Sophie is. Sophie's like a medium pacer when she bowls that quicker ball of hers. So, yeah, Alex is always going to be somebody who will get wickets because she's different, and she makes a batter probably have anything from 1 to about 6 shots go through the head before it gets to them.
Continuing then is Lamb with the off spinners. Home is equal to the first of them, but doesn't add to the total. Plenty of encouragement continuing from the Thunder players. As in comes Lamb again. It's played away by Heyhoe. Just didn't get into the position she would have liked on the back foot there. Managed to divert it up to mid-on to Eccleston. Lamb again. Throws this one down into the pitch, and it's worked away into the leg side for a single, and Home finds herself at the non-striker's end again. Kelly just readjusts and waits. There'll be tension throughout this chase as the 65 runs tick down. Sure, plenty of you will be feeling tense at home as in comes Lamb. It's an uppish drive, but right into the gap from Kelly. And she finds herself back at the non-striker's end. 72 for 3. The partnership just creeping along here. In comes Lamb. Throws it up. Home's gone over the top and she's got away with it. It looked as if the tall figure of Eccleston might be able to leap up and catch that, but the pace she took in saw the ball go over her head and away for 4 runs, and a much needed boundary there. Home moves on to 12, 76 for 3. She'd been opening up and she got just enough on that one.
Just enough, wasn't it? You pick the 6-footer on the pitch, don't you, Bill? But she managed to just get it over the top of Sophie.
In comes Lamb and bowls to Home, who's, well, if the fielder's in close, she might have been in trouble, but she knew there wasn't. She was just able to pop it out on the leg side to complete the over with the dot ball. Halfway stage of the chase, 76 for 3, 60 more required for victory. And the discussion is ongoing here as the drinks come on at the far end. The batters will perhaps just get a little message here, just a bit of encouragement from the changing room.
Yeah, things. These two now are starting to build, and that boundary and that over there. I'm sure we'll start to see some more boundaries being hit, which just takes the pressure off. The rest of the over, but they can't just rely on getting a boundary per over. It's that wouldn't be smart cricket. That we've got to be looking for the singles and pick up the odd 2 here and there. So, what do we need from here? We need some really tactically aware batting and thinking about how do we get from this position to the total that we need without too many risks. And it doesn't matter if it comes in the next 15 overs. We've still got half of the game to go. You get over the line here. It's attritional, but that's what is going to be required from this situation.
And I suppose, Sarah, those are the sorts of messages you're trying to constantly get across in age group cricket, but it's very hard to pass that on without the experience they're getting out there.
Yeah, I think in age group cricket, everybody's very keen to get off the mark, get themselves runs, look good, score runs, and that's not what cricket is about all the time. And I hope that when some of the girls get to 17s, they start to understand that. But these girls out there definitely need to understand that it's not all about doing the quick runs and scoring. It's more about sort of digging in now and making a difference.
Yeah, it's certainly not about having to look pretty or look good out there. It's about digging in, and that's what these two are doing. To be fair, they've taken the score on from 53 up to 76 now, so the partnership building slowly. Let's just get some scores elsewhere as well as we come to the end of the break. Hannah Jones coming on to bowl. Northern Diamonds set 227 for the Lightning to win, who are 76 without loss in the 19th over. Then in the Southern group, Sunrisers are 82 for 3 in pursuit of 290 to win against the South East Stars at Beckenham, and the Southern Vipers have set 262 for the Western Storm to win. They are 91 for 1 in the 20th over, so some really intriguing games of cricket going on, and a really intriguing one going on here. It's the lowest scoring but perhaps the most tense at the moment, as this is driven out into the offside by Marie Kelly, and she's going to gleefully come back for 2 because there haven't been the opportunities to do that very often ball thrown to the non-striker's end as well by Rachael, 78 for 3.
It's really difficult when you play on a big pitch like this to know where to stand in the outfield, because you don't want the embarrassment of a ball going over your head, but you want to be able to try and protect the batters running too.
Yeah, it's a big old boundary out on the offside, and Kelly was able to take advantage from the first ball. She has to play this one straight and back to the bowler. Won't be able to run through there. Here comes Hannah Jones, and left arm delivers, and it's driven down the pitch. Mind of the batters who've been dismissed so far. Amy Jones for 12, bowled by Brown. As this one's floated up, and just trapping herself really was Kelly, who can't get any power or any runs. And Eve Jones out for 27, LBW to Alex Hartley, who also got Gwen and Davis LBW for 1. That leaving the Sparks 53 for 3, but they move on to 79 with a forced drive into the offside. Brought a little bit of applause from down below us, and the players no doubt out there on the balcony. 79 for 3.
I believe Jones bowled well in the first game on Saturday, and should be looking to take that forward into today as well.
Here comes Hannah Jones again, and that one's gone through to the keeper, Rachael, who liked the look of it. I don't think anyone else on the pitch did, but Rachael definitely thought there was some sort of deflection into her gloves. Appealed loudly, but not out was the decision, and 57 more required. 136, the all-important target here. Hashtag Sparks will fly if you want to get in touch with us, with Sarah Ginn, Warwickshire Under-17s coach, and also Laura McLeod. And it feels like this isn't going to get any less tense as time goes on. And those runs are really going to trickle down. I think there'll be a lot of people on the edge of their seats at home.
Yeah, so long as the wickets remain closer to 0, then I think we'll be fine.
Here comes Emma Lamb, and got in a right twist there, did Kelly, as she tried to pull the ball away out to two sweepers on the leg side. It's a big old gap, but it involves turning the ball with a spin, and perhaps missed out a bit there, Kelly, with a slightly shorter ball. Here comes Lamb, and this time Kelly will be able to get it away into the gap, but not too far from Jones, who got across and got something on it. 80 for 3, single taken, home on strike. She wants to get to the shortest boundary against the spin. She's got 3 fielders in the ring on the offside to get past. Another one on the boundary. She goes leg side with the spin instead, out to the long boundary. Picks up a 1. It's returned by Marshall, who I think is having one of those afternoons as a cricketer that can be very difficult, out from the very first ball of the game and having to do sweeping on the boundary. As in comes Emma Lamb. Bowls, it goes out past the offside, and then the bails disappeared from the top of the stumps, but it was Rachael's doing rather than the balls, thankfully.
Yeah, I think Marie was well in her crease there, fortunately for her, but Rachael's been pretty sharp behind the stumps here, so any opportunity she's gonna take it.
Seems to be chatting away there with the umpire as the bails were replaced. I'm sure she's chatting away with Marie Kelly as well. In comes Lamb, turned away into the leg side. Hannah Jones has come and picked up, but not before the single is taken. Good bit of running that from Home, who was alert to Jones being slightly on her heels. 82 for 3. 54 more required for victory. Tension continuing as Home tries to sweep. That one's definitely going down the leg side, and I think that was a attempt to try and kid the umpire into not giving the wide. 83 for 3, the score goes 2 with the extra.
Sue won't be fooled.
In comes Emma Lamb. Bowls short, forced away on the offside. Picked up by Hartley, the skipper. She said she's given up on the fine leg to fine leg duties now that she's she's captain, which is
Put yourself where you like, can't you?
Yes.
As captain, I'm sure that there might well be a comment, maybe from Kate Cross, if she puts herself at extra cover or slip or anything like that. But no, you need to be close to the action, don't you, when you're a captain? And Alex will know where she needs to position herself in order to benefit the team and be of use to the bowlers. She'll have a generals around her as well.
Mid-off's the answer at the moment. It's down the track comes Marie Kelly, but can't find a way past the bowler Hannah Jones. Eccleston at mid-on, Cross at mid-wicket. 2 out on the boundary. We've also got a player at 45 on the leg side. 1 taken, neat stroke by Kelly, returned by Sophia Turner. 84 for 3. Batting just seeming that tiny bit easier, but that can be a dangerous thought to creep in as Millie Home, an expansive shot, will pick up a single into the leg side. Does seem to like to open her body out, Sarah, to try and access that leg side. Does Millie Home?
Yeah, I think that's how she's trying to look to her power. I mean, she does play nicely straight as well, but I think this is her option to this spin at the moment, is to try and open up and get it through on the leg side.
85 for 3. That's where it will remain as Kelly prods forward in defence.
She's actually a very high-level lacrosse player. I've got no idea if lacrosse is played at that angle or not, to be honest, but she...
It's more a sort of over-the-head motion a lot of the time, I think, which isn't particularly useful for cricket. There's nobody down at third, and this will be a long chase for Emma Lamb, who's bowling at the moment, but gets there about 3/4 of the way back to the fence and picks up. Didn't quite have the pace on the ball, and the pitch has been quite slow in both the games, it seemed here, Laura, but it's making for an intriguing game.
It is. You know, what do you want for a women's game is something that is going to be true.
Here comes Hannah Jones and bowls outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper, Rachael, 87 for 3.
It's a nice over that was. What she got around is she's got 2 bowlers who do her trade, so she's obviously maybe taking tips from Sophie and Alex on how to bowl, and that last ball there it looked like a little bit of a quicker ball, so she's starting to think about how to construct an over.
Saw a shot of Olivia Thomas there, who batted resolutely for that 16 not out. Maybe she'll be fancying another contribution in this game at some point, but at the moment it's been left to the spinners. 4 of them in this Thunder lineup. It's going to be Lamb to bowl, throws it down into the pitch, and that allows Home to lift another one over into the leg side. 1 taken to Laura Marshall, sweeping at the backward square leg boundary. Ponytail done up by Emma Lamb, who just examines her field. Still a sweeper out at cover as Kelly cuts the ball over there and brings herself 1. 89 for 3. And the run's just starting to creep along. They're below 50 now, 47 more required to reach the target of 136. It's been steady progress from this pair as Home goes for a slightly expansive drive there. Had to really reach for it, and he's always going to struggle for power as a result. These two, though, doing a fine job for their team. Lamb bowls, driven out into the offside and goes through for a 1.
Here we go, team!
90 for 3 the score. By process of elimination, I think that must be Georgie Boyce out on the offside boundary as this one comes in, and Kelly turns it into the leg side. It's going to have to be quick from Home, and she gets a bat down in time. 91 for 3. 45 more needed. These two just creeping the score along, and all of a sudden the partnership is approaching 40, 38 it stands at. Lamb completing her 4th over, goes into the gloves of Rachael, and the score will remain at 91-3 as the sunshine reappears. And is that your sense here? I suppose we're tempting fate a bit by saying batting's beginning to look easy, but as a partnership develops, that always seems to be the way it starts to look.
That's why I'm a little bit reluctant to move here.
Yes. So we may
know
have
what
Laura McLeod for some time.
Around. Yeah, it does feel like there's a creep, as you say, towards kind of moving towards 3-ish and over now, and that's all they need to do. They don't need to think about how do they score at 5 and over. It really is about how do they score at 2s and 3s, and actually enjoying being out there. Actually thinking about where they are, what they're doing. It's nearly September and we're still playing some cricket here, and with the year that we've had, it's just to sit back and enjoy. And now we've got Kate Cross coming on to Alex has recognised the need to do something here.
Yeah, an interesting change of pace here as Cross comes in and bowls a full toss that's clapped away into the leg side. 4 runs, and Marie Kelly has had to wait a long time for an opportunity to play a stroke like that, and as soon as it came along, she's hit it away very nicely.
She's very strong on there. She's strong on the ball, and that was a sort of a gift for her, really. And it would, I think it's a very welcome gift as well.
4 more runs, 95-3. That 4 takes the total to. Cross coming in once more. England international, who's driven into the offside, and Kelly's looking to get through for the single and just about makes it. It was another tight one, but these two have run fairly impressively between the wickets so far. 96-3.
That's nice of Marie there. Get a boundary and then not get too excited the next ball and follow it up with a single. Get down the other end. Just have a think about how you're going to face the next ball.
So 5 already from this crossover, and this one's turned away into the leg side as well by Millie Home. 2 fielders back on the leg side boundary, and Boyce returns it into the gloves of Threlkeld. 97-3. Boyce, one of those 2 ducks at the top of the innings that started this game in such style. First one coming from Izzy Wong off the first ball, and then Emily Arlett getting Gwennon Davis caught off the second, but it's all about the batters for the Sparks now. 44 the partnership between these two. Here comes Kate Cross trying to break that partnership, but another single is acquired, and Sophie Eccleston throws it in. There was a thought of another one there because it bounced away from Olivia Thomas.
I don't think there was any need for the risk there. I think they could have possibly got through for the second, but at this stage in the game it probably would have been too risky.
Yeah, we said they needed a partnership, and they're starting to get one here. Home on 17, and Cross aborts that particular delivery. Just felt she was in the wrong position as she leapt up to the crease. Certainly caused amusement between Eccleston and Hartley. Cross heads back to her mark. Little towel at the back of her trousers as she runs in. A big appeal for LBW. Seem to always have the look of being a little leg side, or did the finger
she's good
go up? It did, and well, Millie Home has been dismissed, so the partnership comes to an end. Millie Home is out. 98-4 the score. The decision took a long time to come. It was a case, I suppose, of whether she'd cracked across or not, and the umpire decided she had. Millie Home out for 17, LBW to Kate Cross. What do you make of that, Sarah Ginn?
Well, it took a long time for the umpire to give that decision then. From here, it looked like it was creeping down leg side, and from the position that Millie got into, I think that she would probably have been thinking the same. However, the wicket keeper and Kate Cross herself went up quite convincingly there, so they could have seen it slightly different from us. Millie would be disappointed, just as we were building that partnership as well. She batted really well for those runs. She's battled hard, and she'll be disappointed to go in that way. But Sarah Glenn comes to the crease now. Is also a very capable batter. So we'll see what happens next.
We will indeed. 45, the partnership there, Laura. We were saying a partnership was required, and that was one, and it's made things look more comfortable as Sarah Glenn walks to the wicket.
Yeah, it has. It's put us in a really good position here now to make sure that we really do get over the line from here. Again, no urgency is required. There's plenty of balls left, plenty of overs left. And even despite the fact that you've got Sophie Eccleston to come back on, Alex Hartley to come back on, I'm still pretty confident that we can get these 38 runs.
46 minutes home battered for 17 as Glenn starts with a defensive stroke down the onside of the wicket that's picked up by Kate Cross. It's 38 balls and hit 1-4. It was very, very hard work, but she's managed to move her team back to a position that just starts to look as if this chase of 136 will eventually be completed. 38 more runs required, but these two, you would hope, would be looking to do the bulk of the work themselves.
Yeah, with these two batters out there in Sarah and Marie, Sophie's now coming back on. Alex has thrown the ball to her two more experienced players to say, right, get me some wickets here and put us back into a position where we can win this.
4 overs available for Eccleston. She's only gone for 9 runs from her first 6, which just shows the quality she has. It'll be Kelly to face her first, and Kelly taps her bat on a couple of occasions, and this one is played into the offside, fielded by Olivia Thomas. Sarah Ginn, Warwickshire under-17s, coaches the responsibility on Kelly here to take the bulk of the Eccleston deliveries now. Just 23 of them remain.
Well, she's obviously the batter that's been in for the longest. Sarah Glenn is still a talented batter, and she's probably got some experience of facing Sophie in the nets.
Mix up there for a second, and Kelly started off for a single that probably was never there and had to dive back for a crease. She's made it, no run added.
It's just very hard to get runs off Sophie, I think, in any form of the game at the moment. She's so on top of her game. But she has only got 4 overs left, and there's 20 overs still left on the board, so I think patience here is going to be the key.
38 to win as Kelly shakes some dust and dirt out of her gloves before settling back into her stance. Bat raised and flicks away into the leg side, but there's a sweeper out there, so it will only be a single taken, but a precious single. 99 the board ticks over to, and Weathervane's side on, the clock ticking up towards 10 to 4. Sarah Glenn marks her guard. A puff of dust appears as she does so, and she taps the bat determinedly, and it's bowled by Eccleston. Sarah Glenn out for naught from just a second ball, went forward defensively, made absolutely no contact. Well, I suppose it can happen to any batter at the start of their innings, but 99 for 5, there's still definitely a game on here, despite the runs creeping down. Just 37 more required for victory, but Sarah Glenn will not be the batter to make them.
No, she'll be disappointed with that there. Although another great ball from Eccleston coming in. She's she's really on top of her game at the moment, but yeah, I'm afraid that was just. I think she just missed the straight one. There's nothing else to it. Marie does really now, after Sarah's gone now, needs to play this key role. I believe it will be Thea Brooks coming into bat now.
And Thea Brooks.
No, sorry, it's Claire Boycott coming in.
It is. Well, bit of responsibility then being taken by Boycott here. She picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings that were very useful indeed, and useful runs is now what's required, I suppose, Laura McLeod.
Yeah, Claire is a cricketer that is underestimated. I think with her bowling, she gets a lot of shape on the ball, which can be really effective. And coming from the height she comes from, it's really skiddy. And with her batting, I've seen her play a couple of innings now, and she knows how to go about getting her innings started, and also a run chase. So I think they just need to work out who's going to do what here.
She's a very patient player, but I wouldn't say that she plays in the same way as Marie, so they need to keep talking to each other and keep her.
Here's the first ball to Boycott, clipped away into the leg side, easily dealt with at mid-wicket by Cross.
I've seen Claire score hundreds and hundreds of runs at club cricket. She's a very good club cricketer, but you'd say she's more of an accumulator, so she kind of scores the runs without you noticing her doing so.
Boycott thought about shaping to pull that, but ended up standing up as tall as she possibly could and using a straight bat. 99 for 5. Kelly seems to hold the key here for the Central Sparks. 34 to her name from more than 60 deliveries, and she's definitely the batter who is in here, Laura McLeod, isn't she? She has that opportunity to just try and see her team home.
Marie's got a big responsibility here to, like you say, see the team home, and I think what she needs to decide on, whether she is going to take it upon herself to keep the runs flowing, or whether she's going to play low risk cricket, and it might be that Claire from the other end looks to attack, perhaps not aggressively.
There'll be nerves certainly for the batters left to come. 2 England bowlers bowling at the moment, and it's Kate Cross who got the LBW to break the partnership and start to open things up, coming in from the pavilion end, and is driven up to mid-off, and Hartley and Cross enter into conversation. It was a brief one. I think there's the ball. Give me another was the gist of it. 30 for 1 is Cross's figures. She comes in for the second ball of her 7th over, driven down the onside of the wicket. Laura Marshall comes in from long on to prevent more than a single being taken, and that's the 100 up for the Central Sparks. So they're 36 away from victory, but it's been a real struggle to get this far, and you feel that last 36 could be a real struggle too.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to work hard to get to the total. It doesn't seem many runs left, but it's taken a long time even to get to 100. So
here's Cross bowling outside the off stump, and Rachael's come up and took that nice and cleanly.
I think as with the first innings, there hasn't been many extra today. Both sides have bowled one side of the wicket and bowled well, so there's not been many get out of jail balls. There's not been many balls that have easily been dispatched.
So here again, the voice you're hearing there, Warwickshire under-17 coach. You're also with myself, Mike Perkins, and former England player Laura McLeod, as this ball is bowled full and it's driven into the offside. Hartley comes across, picks up and throws in left-handed to a wicket-keeper. Eccleston shouts encouragement to Kate Cross. Be interested to get both of your thoughts really on whether there is a prospect of, by the time the final comes back here, of actually getting some people inside. Kate Cross coming into bowl now, so we'll get some thoughts on that after this delivery. It's driven back to the bowler, no run.
I think that there could be a possibility. I think it very much depends on how some of the pilot events are going over the coming weeks, and it would be lovely. It really would be a really great thing to see a crowd of people in here. I'm sure we get a few.
There's Laura McLeod, who bowled many an over for England, as has Kate Cross, who's worked away down to third for a single. Gets Boycott off the mark, 101 for 5. Your thoughts on that, Sarah? I suppose you'd love to see it too, but I guess it's a case of, can the ECB persuade the government it's a good idea?
Yeah, unfortunately it's not something that's within our capabilities of sorting out. We'd love to get as many people as possible here. I think on a positive note that most junior seasons, most women's seasons have actually finished, so whilst sometimes there's other club games, other county games going on, it could be a real chance to get people here, obviously socially distanced and everything else withstanding, but it could be a real opportunity to get a crowd here.
Yep, it would be absolutely marvellous to see, and they may well see a game as tense as this. 35 more required. Boycott, who's just got off the mark, is on strike and facing Eccleston. She's pulled away very late there. The ball almost seemed to be on its way, but luckily it was wide of the stump, so there wasn't too much controversy. I think it has been signalled dead ball. Yes, it has. So we'll start the over.
I think Alex might have been moving the field at the time.
In comes Sophie Eccleston and bowls, and Boycott is down the track, and Thomas comes into short cover to pick up.
Sophie's one of these
fielders on the
bowlers
offside.
who could quite quickly get through an over in probably no more than about 2 minutes.
Yeah, she's straight back to the mark, and the overs are flying by in this game as Eccleston bowls and forward comes.
I was saying the same in the first innings, the difference between Sarah Glenn's overs in comparison to Izzy Wong's, where the Wongies were taking quite a long time for her to get back to her mark and go again.
35 required here as Eccleston bowls and Claire Boycott drives up to Sophia Turner. We have 18 overs remaining after this, so plenty of time to get the runs. But it's the wickets that could prove the problem as Claire Boycott is forward in immaculate defence. Sun moving over to the right of our view at the moment, shining on some flats over there. Over the back of the Holly stand as it's bowled by Eccleston, and she's strayed onto Boycott's legs, and she swept it away to Laura Marshall out there. Returns on the bounce, 102 for 5. Every run precious, every run creeping towards the target, the Thunder set of 136. One of the 5 offside fielders now retreats to the cover boundary because Marie Kelly is on strike. Mid-on and mid-wicket are inside the circle, and Hartley does the fielding at mid-wicket. The over is complete, 102 for 5, and Boycott, despite not having faced or having only just come to the wicket, is taking the majority of the bowling at the moment, Sarah, again.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. I mean, I don't think it's a particular plan to do so, but she's a capable batter, and if she can see off maybe Eccleston and Cross, then actually if Marie's still there when they're both off, then we've got more of a chance of kicking on.
And I see you've still not moved there, Laura McLeod. It's still tense, and you're still having to hold the position. I thought at the partnership break you might escape. But
yeah, once you get sort of 20 to win, that's definitely stay in your seat time.
Here's Kate Cross. Turns and paces in and bowls from the pavilion end. Driven up and then flicked back towards the stumps, which was, I think, a little bit over-optimistic that that would produce a wicket, but you never know. You've seen stranger things in cricket.
It's good awareness by Kate there.
Looking to turn again as the players will be enjoying their time out there at Edgbaston. Thunder versus the Central Sparks in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. It's very tense indeed, but no run on offer for Boycott once again. She's on 2, and she's just been circumspect with the bat at the moment. Plenty of other games that are perhaps more feasts in terms of runs than the one we have here, but imagine few will be experiencing the drama we are as cross bowls and little flick of the bat as it goes through outside the off stump from Boycott. Can't make contact. So 109 needed to win by the Lightning now. They are 118 for 1 in pursuit of 227 for victory in the 27th over, so seeming control of that game. Sunrisers needing another 170 to win. They're 120 for 6, so look like they're heading for defeat in the South Group as this is worked away by Boycott here at Edgbaston for a 103 for 5 the score ticks onto, and the Western Storm are 154 for 3 in pursuit of the Southern Vipers 261 for 7, so another 108 required with 22 overs of that game remaining. 350s in the Vipers innings for Adams, Wyatt and Dean. In comes Cross and bowls, and there's an appeal for LBW, and that one looked close, and we'll wait for the umpire here because it was a late decision last time, but the only movement of the hand we saw was just to tick the ball counter over to 5 balls in the over. Eccleston is down on her haunches. What she could tell from mid-wicket, I'm not sure, but she's convinced it was out. It was close, I can tell you that. Cross turns again. She's on her way. Delivers a full toss and it's smacked away into the leg side by Marie Kelly, who has not faced a lot of balls in the last few overs, but she'll be relieved to get a boundary that takes her on to 39. 107 for 5 at the end of the 34th over.
Sure, Kate Cross will be kicking herself there. She bowled a really good over up to that point, and certainly when you bowl a ball that's in the slot without it bouncing and it goes for 4, it's a bit gutting as a bowler, but certainly a welcome relief for the batting side.
29 to win. That was the voice of Laura McLeod. This is the voice of Sarah Ginn.
Yeah, it's still very, very tense here. I think Marie's that shot has probably put Marie a little bit more at ease, but Eccleston's still got 2 overs and she's only gone for 11 so far.
It's the first ball, the latest one. It comes off the outside edge and will creep down to a fine 3rd position. The chase is on for Hannah Jones. 2 runs are taken. There's a thought of a 3rd from Marie Kelly, but she'll settle for 2. 109 the score for 5. 27 runs are required for victory. Very, very tense indeed. Eccleston bowls to Boycott, who defends. Dot ball, Cross just picks it up and pops it back up and says, keep going, get me another over. Eccleston figures of 13 for 1 at the moment. Comes in and bowls again, and Boycott nearly turns herself round and does, and chips a catch straight back, and Boycott is out, caught and bowled by Eccleston. 109 for 6. There's still a little bit more in this game. A thrilling game of cricket, and will the Central Sparks get the 27 runs they need for victory?
Well, there's still Thea Brooks coming into bat now. We've still got another batter coming in, which is a good position to be in. But Eccleston's still got an over and a bit to complete, and we've still got Cross and Hartley to come from the other end as well. So there's a wealth of experience with the ball. Central Sparks must still be thinking they've got the time to do this, though. There's plenty of overs remaining. They've just got to be patient and just got to play every ball as it comes.
Voice of Sarah Ginn there. Laura McLeod. The decision to put an extra batter in here is perhaps one that you'll be glad has been made as the director of women's cricket in the West Midlands.
I think that's one to answer at the end of the game. Maybe.
27 more required. We got results in the first 20 blast games. Gloucestershire winning by 22 runs. Leicestershire Foxes by 30 runs. As Eccleston continues to try and plot the demise of the Central Sparks batters. She has Just 9 balls remaining, including this one, which again turns the batter round. Thea Brooks this time, but she just managed to get her leading edge wider and away from Eccleston, who got a caught and bowled from the previous delivery. Very, very fine game of cricket this. Eccleston bowls, and in this one is defended into the onside. Cross runs past the ball. 109 for 6. And this is a very crucial ball in the game, and Brooks has negotiated it by just tapping it up to mid-on. It feels very tense. 35 overs gone. 109 for 6 is the score. And it feels Central Sparks will get there, but it could just go either way at this point, Sarah, again.
Yeah, you would back Marie and Thea in this position, as they both experienced batters. Again, experience with batting with each other. Both Super League players. Both have played on the big stage before. But then you're turning to bowlers that have also got a great deal of experience, and you're never quite sure which way it's going to go. Looks like Alex Hartley's bringing herself back on now, and she's bowled very well so far.
So Cross will have 12 balls left at her disposal. Alex Hartley will come on into the attack. 7 overs, 13 runs for 2 wickets so far. It was her spell that started to make this feel tense, Laura McLeod, and Marie Kelly just has to keep surviving here and make sure she's there at the end.
She does. There's a few gaps here, so she can play some sensible cricket, keep the strike rotating. She's got a good partner in Thea Brooks at the other end, so we don't have to panic as yet. And she's got a good gap here through mid-wicket square leg, and another one on the cover side.
Will she take advantage of them from this first delivery? Drives up towards extra cover and wasn't really in the gap, but she's still got through for a single. It was between extra cover and Laura Marshall at mid-off, and Marshall picked up and through, but couldn't prevent the single. 26 to win, 110 for 6. Overs not really a concern at the moment. 15 of those remaining, but the worry is that Hartley still has the best part of 3. Eccleston has 1. Cross has 2. And then it's a case of finding the rest. Challenge for Hartley, the skipper, but she's got ball in hand at the moment, and this one is defended into the offside and picked up before any runs can be taken. Thea Brooks on 0, but her job's just to stay in the supporting role. Anything she gets will be welcome.